Let's see, are we live yet? We're on the wrong overlay. There's Zomboid overlay. Okay, yeah, we're live. Alright, let's get our bearings. I do believe we are in a decent logistical spot here. Do a food check. A couple more bites to eat. Should have plenty of spare swords too. I'm gonna stick with swords mostly. The recent update has made it so that weapons seem to degrade a lot faster than they did before, and it's been turning me off from playing a little bit. Hello Hassan, how you doing today? We're doing pretty good over here. Yeah, I got like 3 spare swords. We're gonna stick mostly to swords because with the update making weapons degrade faster, we want to stick with things that we can just easily reforge now that we've got the supply line for it. So today shall be a sword day. A red day. Ere the sun rises. Or something. Most of the hospital horde is now decaying. That doesn't mean the hospital is clear, though. We're going to do a little circle around it first. Survey the area, make sure that we're not going to get anything coming up behind us as we start going back and forth past it. See, look at that. We've already got a couple congregating over here. Now, of course, I will be carrying around my sidearms, so if we do get a decent group of zombies and we get a good shot, we'll continue using sidearms at least. But I think today I'm going to be avoiding long guns for the most part, unless we get... Hey, if we see a good opportunity to use the shotgun, then I won't shy away from it. As far as I understand, the closer we get to LSU, there's going to be more tall buildings with tight corners, just like this. And tight corners, what does that mean? That means you can lead zombies around the corner and get them to line up all nice and neat for your shotguns, which now have multi-hit again in B42. For a very, very, very long time, shotguns didn't have multi-hit, and that was a sad thing. But the devs have finally, as of 42.12, started working on that. I think regularly, the most I've ever gotten with shotgun multi-hit has been a triple kill. I think the hospital area is mostly clean. We're just taking a quick peek at it to make sure that there's no stragglers or other groups that I haven't noticed yet. I never even really wanted to loot the hospital that much. I just wanted to make sure that it's not going to be spilling zombies as I drive past it. Because I've chosen Southwest Louisville to be my primary base location instead of trying to go any further in. So like right now, it looks nice and quiet despite all the corpses. My biggest concern is that there's just a pocket somewhere that I'm not going to notice until... Well, my other biggest concern is the ragdolls that still haven't gone away. Like the one that just... Yeah, you can... All you see is the shadow right now. I have no idea where its true form actually is. We just see this little shadow flying across the screen. I'm going to back up a little bit and not try to run into that. One of the few times I've just had a hard crash to desktop for no real reason in this game recently has been because I ran into a ragdolled zombie that was flying across the screen. So we've killed 4 zombies. My sword has already taken a point of condition damage. I don't have words for that. I'm maintenance level 10 and long blade level 8. That doesn't feel right. It really doesn't feel right, and yet I don't see anybody in the Steam forums talking about this. Like, I don't know if enough people have noticed it yet, or people are... I mean, like, there's a couple of people I know of in Steam forums that are actually playing, more or less, they're playing full vanilla, and they're going hardcore like I am into apocalypse settings. No sandbox settings change, no mods. Shout out to Buscemi. I don't think he'll ever watch my content, but I see him in the forums, and I know he's a man of my own mold. He plays vanilla apocalypse, and he reports on a lot of bugs that he sees. But I haven't seen him talk about this at all, and he's almost like a sanity check for me. Like, well, I'll go to the Steam forums and I'll be like, okay, is anybody else seeing the same problem that I'm feeling right now? And, like, I don't know, 9 times out of 10, I'll go to Steam forums and I'll scroll through a little bit and I'll see him talking about it. So it's like, yeah, not seeing him post about something, it's actually making me question whether what I'm observing is even legit or not. But anyway, the explored territory here is basically as far as we've made into Louisville so far. LSU, I believe, is right here in this general area where I'm waving my mouse in the top center of the screen. So, highway it is. I mean, the highway feels like the best angle of approach. All of these side streets are filled with trees that block our line of sight and make it really hard to ensure that zombies are not, gathering in backyards behind us. Because if they are, then the second we discharge a weapon, from behind us. And I don't want none of that, so we should... I don't want to say nothing until I see it. I've built up a nice little presence in the gas station here, and eliminated most of my line of sight blockages. So we should, keyword should, have a nice clean area over here. But I've seen zombies just randomly walk in this direction towards the gas station for reasons so far beyond the comprehension of human beings that it might as well be expressed as a mathematical equation. But I guess zombies, even when they're dead, they're like, hey, we need to go get some gas for the car that we don't have, or something. Or maybe the Indie Stone doesn't want people to have easy access to gas stations. Suspicious. Okay, yeah, here's one of the sticking points about getting further down this highway. So y'all heard all that smackety smack. What that is the sound of zombies hitting a fence that has just recently been updated to be attackable. These iron bar fences here on the right side of the screen, for all of this character's playthrough, the past 400 hours I played this game, those fences have been not attackable, and the zombies would just have to go around them. But as of the latest update, iron bar fences, the black iron bar fences, are now attackable. And, of course, the devs are just using a placeholder sound effect for it. But more importantly, they've been attacking it for a long time now, and they haven't broken through. But every time one of the zombies smacks it, I get +1 to my stress. Yeah, I wish I could explain that, Hassan. I can't. There's no making sense of that. So what I've kind of been doing is just kind of going around these zombies who are smacking the fence and trying to get them to break through it on their own, because I'm not going over there with a sledgehammer and breaking it for them. There's way too much line of sight blockage, and if I spend more than 5 seconds in front of that fence, my stress goes to 100, and my character's pissed off for the rest of the day. I don't feel like dealing with that. This is not a big enough group for me to be like, oh, I gotta deal with it now, but it's also something I gotta drive past a lot. And I know the moment I start ignoring them, that's the moment they're gonna break through. Y'all know that's how this shit plays out, so I don't, alternatively, I could just walk straight up to the fence with a shotgun and just blow through them. I wasn't actually intending on using the shotgun for something that I could very easily kill out in the open. Shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to use the shotgun for a situation like this. They should just break through that damn fence like they're supposed to. Now, another thing is, maybe I'm not incentivizing them enough. Maybe I'll toot the horn a little bit. I'll toot the horn a little bit, see if I can't get them to maintain attention on the fence and just break the damn thing while I'm outside of range of their noise, so I don't get stressed out. I can't even tell if they're hitting it yet, because I'm not quite close enough. Then the moment I get close enough, there goes my stress. Okay, look at that. They're not attacking it. They're not attacking it. Maybe it's because they just hear the horn honking and they don't see me yet. I can almost guarantee you the moment I get out of the van, they'll start smacking it. Let's kill this guy and find out. Yep, there it is. One of them is attacking the fence. Alright, you know what? I have an idea. Suddenly, y'all can't hear my gunshot. It's almost as if... my stress went right to 100. See that? You see this shit right here? 0 to 100 instantly. I am now stressed as if I'm a habitual smoker who hasn't touched a cigarette in a week. It's absurd. I really, really, really can't stand that. And it's only getting worse. Like, the devs have made it actively worse in the past several patches. I usually just try to avoid fences at this point because it's stupid, but that fence right there is actively annoying my progression right now. So I need to figure out some way of dealing with it. Yeah, that is a good question, Hassan. I don't know. I know that fences bother the accuracy, but another factor is, now that I'm stressed, my aim is shit. When you're at stress level 4, your aim drops into the floor. You can't... I don't recommend ever using guns when you're at stress 4. Your aim is just... It makes the bullet almost a waste. And more importantly, your... I mean, of course, now we've got the weather, too. So we've got the weather. That's raining. It's probably a little windy, too. I can't see anything for the wind, but it's probably a little windy. It's raining, and now I'm at stress 4. There's no point in using firearms in this current state. That all those factors put together means that every bullet I shoot is like half as effective as it could be. It's a fucking waste. And so I'm not going to shoot. I'm just going to melee. Now, there is one other alternative. If I just give up on worrying about stress entirely, which, I mean, at this point, I might as well. I have a buddy who would be very happy that I'm doing this. We've got spears. We do have spears. But the one concern that I have now, I mean, we can poke through fences with these. So we can... There's a zombie smacking the fence. We can poke through the fence and smack it. But there is like a half-second animation lock that we have to deal with when we're poking a blade through a fence. I usually do not poke blades through fences unless I can clearly see to the left and right of me that nobody's coming up. That does not apply here. All these fucking trees means I cannot get close to this fence and be any sort of confident whatsoever that there's not a zombie directly to the left or right of me. So this is I'm not going to call it a checkmate, but this is an extremely annoying situation. This is an extremely annoying situation. If I had explosives, I would just use them. I would just use some explosives right now. Oh, you know what? You know what? I believe I can make firebombs. I believe I can make firebombs. I normally would never consider firebombs. I would normally never fucking consider it. But now, after what we're looking at there, yeah. Yeah, I've got a gas station right over there. We're making a couple of fucking firebombs to deal with those assholes. Because I am sick of having to put myself at risk. For firebombs, we need gasoline, rags, and bottles. I actually have plenty of bottles right now. I've been kind of picking them up because I need clean water. What am I looking for? I'm looking for ripped clothing. That's right, we can't rip clothing directly from zombies anymore in the crafting menu. We gotta take the clothing off of the zombies first. And how we can do it. I've actually done this sort of before, in terms of like throwing a Molotov at a fence while a bunch of zombies are up in front of it. I did that a couple of streams ago when I was going through the checkpoint area. Or like right past the checkpoint area, there's a chain link fence. And I used it to decent effect, but it was pipe bombs instead of fire bombs at the time. So, I'm going to cut up a little bit more clothing here. We'll just make like 4 fire bombs and see how we can get away with it. Another reason I'm considering that is the rain. The rain should theoretically ensure that the fire won't spread too far. Because I don't necessarily want to burn out any buildings nearby. I also, of course, the rain might The rain might also annoy the progress we're trying to make, but whatever. There should be at least 4 rags. Yeah, let's go clean them up. There'll be more zombies at the gas station we can get clothes from to rip them up. This is a perfect use for toilet water. Alright, so on my person I've got several bottles of water already filled up. I'm just going to put those on the floor so I don't accidentally use them. Alright, now the 3 bottles that I do have, I'm going to fill them up with some toilet water, and then use them to clean up the zombie rags that I just ripped up. It's more water efficient to use the crafting menu than it is to right-click on something and use the right-click menu to clean something up. For some reason, the crafting menu only uses half a liter of water, while right-clicking on a water source uses 4 liters. I have no fucking idea why it's that inefficient, but yeah, we can do it this way and save a little bit of clean water. As clean as toilet water can be, of course. So there's a few rags. Just taking another quick... here's a dirty rag on the floor right here. There's a gas station after all. Of course there's going to be some dirty rags somewhere. Alright, now, these bottles over here are toilet water. I never drink toilet water. Don't drink toilet water. Don't lower yourself to that. You're better than that. But, of course, auto drink will mean your character will just drink it. So, I don't do that. I make sure that I remove the toilet water from my inventory before I accidentally drink it. Now, I want to make sure that I'm using the 1 liter bottles before I use 2 liter bottles, because 2 liter bottles are more valuable to me. For water storage purposes. So these 2 right here, I'll just empty these 2 out, and we'll go fill them up with gas and make some fire bombs. I'm just going to leave that spear in my back, just in case. I've got a hammer for short blunt activities. Now, the rain we have is off and on, which actually might work to our advantage. Oh, wrong button. Here we go. Make firebomb. ×2. Okay, there's a couple of firebombs. Now, how do we use them? Equip and perform basic attack to throw. We're not that basic. We've got other things we can do. Look at this. I got a car right here, and what does the car have in it? It's got a perfectly functional radio. Let's pull that radio out and disassemble it. Get some electrical parts. Let's be creative with this. Alright, we got some scrap, electronics, receiver, light bulb, battery. I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna go harvest a few more radios and get some more electrical parts and other stuff. Remember, if you need to build bombs in the field, vehicles with radios in them are a lovely, lovely place to go grab some, little bit of everything, really. Okay, my character is now starting to feel sad because of how stressed she is. And you know what I can do to deal with that? I can go... I actually literally left some books at the gas station because I fucking knew this was going to happen. I knew that we would get stressed out from standing next to a goddamn fence for like 5 seconds. So, we've prepared for this. As stupid as the situation is, we are actually prepared for it. I should have some reading material somewhere in here. Don't tell me that I forgot to bring it to the gas station. I would laugh pretty hard if I... Did I leave it over here? Nah, I got a single magazine. That works. Let's do a word search. Alright, that got rid of a little stress. Let's go ahead and have a bite to eat, because that will get rid of some of the unhappiness we have. These are decent stir fries after all. Okay, that didn't do too much, but all one piece at a time here. If we had a therapy animal with us, we could go pet an animal. You know what? I wasn't necessarily planning on building up the gas station into anything substantial, but I probably have enough stuff on me to just go ahead and... Yeah, I've got 7 garbage bags just that I carry around for looting purposes. I'm going to go ahead and put together a rain barrel. I mean, we've got rain falling, I might as well. There's no reason not to. There's still a couple of logs over here that I left behind after I put together this defensive position. Just saw these bad boys up. 2 logs, 6 planks, 1 rain barrel. Now we just need some nails, which I still have. Like I said, from building this defensive position. Still got a couple of nails in my backpack. The only other question that I have now is, do I want to build it on the roof so that I can just plumb it? No reason not to. I mean, like I said, I've got a bunch of resources right here that I can use. Let's do that. Put a backpack in my offhand here. And we'll need at least... let's just get 4 more logs. We'll have a couple planks left over, but that's fine. No harm ever came from having a couple of extra planks. Alright, sawing all the logs we picked up. Let's have a sit down before we do that so we don't get too overburdened. And here comes some stairs. Alright, this will only use up 4 of the 7 garbage bags that I have on my person. Of course, now that I've done this, now that I've done this, the rain is going to stop and it's not going to come back again for weeks. That's how these things go, isn't it? That's how these things go sometimes. Now, quite separately, there's something else we can do that I'm thinking about doing now. I don't like having a, I don't necessarily like having a little way for zombies to get up on the roof of my buildings from outside. And because we have a bunch of zombies just kind of wandering around up here, I'm actually thinking about going ahead and putting together a staircase on the inside. Not too hard. Just got to move some stuff around, and then I like to put my staircases flush with the walls, so I'll just find a place for this later. So if you want to build a stairwell indoors on an existing POI, it's not too hard, but you gotta be a little obtuse about it. You do need a sledgehammer. So what I'm actually gonna do is, I do have a sledgehammer. I always carry one in the passenger seat of my van. I'm gonna go grab that. I left my van all the way over there because I've been back and forth a little bit today. Let's go grab the van, get my sledgehammer. And then what we're going to do is bash out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Staircases are 3x1, so we need to have... Hang on. Just heard some breathing. Where did I hear breathing? I know I heard breathing. You're not gonna do this to me, game. I know I heard some zombie breathing just now. Okay, the game just successfully fucked with me. I know I just heard something that sounded like zombie breathing. Whatever. No immediate threats that I can spot. Last thing I ever want is for... There's a reason we've lasted for, what are we up to, 493 days? It's because we're paranoid as fuck. Alright, anyway. Sledgehammer. Pathing is 3 from the corner on the farthest right side here. So 1, 2, 3. There's our target. Path right there. And there we go. Oh, look at that. We got a new animation for breaking floor tiles. That's cool. Now, actually, I shouldn't do this, but it's too late now. With no long blunt skill, using the sledgehammer 3 times in a row, I now have... I don't have red muscle strain. That's good. I was expecting to see red muscle strain. I'm not gonna question it. All right. We no longer need this stairwell. It has served its purpose. Let's disassemble it. See if we need to go get some more wood. We'll be close. Need 13 logs, and I think we'll be like, yeah, we're like 2 logs short here. Think that... Oh no, look at that. Still plenty of logs on the floor over here. I was just about to say that I think I ran out of logs, but nope. Nope, we got plenty. And I mean, there's still plenty of more trees to get rid of too, so... Just need to saw 1. That'll get us the stairwell. And there we go. 1 stairwell to the roof of an existing POI from the inside that zombies can't climb up unless they get inside the base, which, well, if the zombies get inside the base, I got bigger problems to worry about than them getting on the roof. Now, normally, and if this is just a normal base, I'd put the generator on the roof just to remove a little further of a noise footprint for the zombie, but that's not, this is not going to apply to a gas station. For gas stations, you want to keep it nice and easy to turn off and on, and just turn it off when you don't need it. I don't have enough garbage bags to make another rain barrel, and I don't even know if I need one. but just in case I feel like it, I will leave the planks here for it. Actually, I do have enough garbage bags. I just need to go pick them up off the ground over there. I'm using these garbage bags to mark the fact that these, the pumps next to these garbage bags are empty. Because there is one sign over here. There's a sign here that says out of gas, but there's only one sign, and 3 of the pumps are empty. This pump is empty, this pump is empty, that pump is empty. I guess I'll just use the garbage cans. That's fine. I'll use the garbage cans to mark the fact that these are... There we go. Pick up the garbage can, put it directly next to this pump. Oh, an empty glass bottle and an empty beer bottle. Just chilling in here. That's great. I can use that to make a whatchamacallit, another bomb. Fire bomb. Alright, so now the gas, I just gotta remember now that the garbage cans are next to the pumps that are dead. See, my brain told me that I could spare the garbage bags and just leave them next to the pumps as markers, but no, that's not necessarily the situation here, because I have a lot of garbage bags, but they're all back in Riverside. I have, like, I don't know, 120-something just loose garbage bags just sitting around in Riverside. We're not in Riverside, we're far away, very far away from Riverside. So, perfect. One is probably more than enough for us, but yeah, why not? I felt like it, so we got 2 now. Alright, so there's another clean rag, and another empty plastic bottle. Let's make one more of those fire bombs. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these fire bombs, their damage is going to come from the fact that they're going to set things on fire. At least that's my understanding, which means we really don't want to be using them in the middle of rain. And the rain's been very off and on today, so if we just assume that the rain is done, then we may be making a mistake. So I'm going to kind of focus right now on just collecting... I'm going to go collect some electronics from nearby areas and use that to make some more explosive parts. I do have a little bit of electrical stuff back at my my larger base here, my primary field site for Louisville, but I don't... it's not really enough to be overly substantial. I should probably just go salvage instead of using up my main base's supply. There's probably plenty of things that I can salvage for electrical parts in the hospital. There's also plenty of ragdolled zombies just floating around, too. Like this asshole right here. Let's see if I can't smack him with the sword. He's, remember, their shadow shows their true location. So he's somewhere oscillating between these tiles. If I take a swing at one of these 2 tiles... Got him! Now, of course, he's going to continue ragdolling, but now that he's actually fucking dead, he'll eventually despawn, hopefully. Of course, all these cars here have radios that I can dismantle, but I'm actually interested more in what's in the hospital itself, so that I know what else we have access to. resource-wise. Look at all these computers right in front of me. All these computers that are never going to turn on again. Just motherboards full of little integrated circuits that I can make use for some other shit. All this glass I can actually use for making bombs too, because we've got a fully functional forge in the area that we can turn around and use some glass making to make the bottles for. This will get us a fair bit of electrical experience too. Alright, we don't actually get too many parts from an entire whole ass computer. I pulled it apart and we got one bit of electrical wire. My electrical skill is 7 and like 2/3, or 7 and 1/3 or something like that. It's a little silly. But there happened to be a radio in this desk, so there's a little bit more parts. I guess we should probably just look for items instead of, you know, instead of things like that. I'll also pick up some books while I'm here because we are going to need some stress reduction material because we're going to be getting stressed a lot. I can already tell. Oh, interesting, a biohazard container. The only other place I've seen this has been the morgue at the Muldraw Police Department. I didn't even know there... I hear a zombie smacking a window somewhere. Ah, hello there. Okay. The window is probably 2nd or 3rd floor, so that means we are likely going to have a ragdoll flipping out the window any moment now. I don't know if we've identified an entire pocket or just a couple of people who wandered into the area, but if it's coming from the 2nd floor, then we've most likely identified a pocket. If there is a pocket in this side of the building, I would like to draw it out, so coming on up with the ambulance, doing a little toot-toot. And I'm just going to chill in the area for a minute after doing the toot-toot, after doing a little toot-toot, see if I can't get them to come outside and fight me like a zomboid. I hear them breaking another goddamn window. Have they tried jumping out of that window and coming at me? Oh, look at this. We found nothing. We found nothing of real use here. Steel rod, I'll take that. I'm just going to disassemble electronics from these vehicles here, because we're not quite close enough to the building for me to be worried about zombies coming right at me. Sounds like whoever's been smacking that window still hasn't broken it, because, well, of course they haven't. Alright, there is a nice collection of electrical stuff. We still need parts, though. Electrical parts. I think we need like 7 for some detonators. We do have okay, so we don't necessarily need detonators. What we need... Oh, hello there. Fuck. A couple of random fast-ass shamblers. Get over here. Look at my fucking van. You guys are noticing the audio cutouts, right? It's not just like when we smacked that zombie, we had one that just didn't make a noise. It's because of the rain plus the zombies upstairs. There's something really wrong with the audio channel right now in the game, and it's really bothering me. It's possibly one of the reasons I've streamed a little bit less recently of Zomboid. I do have another game that I'm playing, but I want to play Zomboid. Don't get me wrong, I really do. I want to continue what we're doing here, but there's been a couple of problems that have been introduced in 42.12 that have really been a turnoff for me. Because it's just like, why would I play it in its current state when it would be safer to play it when they fix the fucking audio channel problem? I don't have any, I don't have any major live viewers right now, so anybody watching the VOD would probably know by now that one of my greatest strengths is hearing things before they get to me. It's literally one of my most strongest things as a survivor in most games. Not even just Zomboid, but like Darktide and 7 Days to Die and many, many other games. If I can hear something coming, that is one of my strongest defensive aspects. And sometimes I can't hear things coming in the current paradigm because of the silly audio channel limit. Yeah, I think we have found another pocket here. Let's see if we need to sharpen on the sword. No. How is the sword looking? We've only lost one condition point to it for all the zombies we've killed today, so that's not bad. That almost feels normal, but I'm not gonna... It could be luck, it could be bad luck. I still don't fully know. Yeah, there's still definitely some, most likely inside. Well, I mean, inside, but like, that sounded like first floor. Or coming around the corner? What the hell? Tight corners don't always work in my favor. In fact, sometimes they get not in my favor. Very not in my favor. Has the music already stopped? I mean, of course, yeah, at the moment it stopped, but when I say stopped, is it not going to come back? Because that happened last time we played too. Last time we played, the music stopped early on, and then it never came back. Just another problem with the audio right now in the current build. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm wondering if it's because I play the game in surround sound. Maybe the devs are not testing surround sound well enough. I know that, you know, it's a little bit, I don't want to say rare, but I have never met anybody else who plays video games in surround sound on their PC. Almost everybody that I know who plays PC games usually prefers headphones for games like this. Not without good reason. I mean, headphones are actually a little bit better than just stereo desktop speakers for games like this, because headphones do a little bit better to simulate, especially if you get good headphones. They can simulate surround audio, not awful bad. But I'm playing with true surround. Like, we got a 5.1. You can see my surround speakers back here. This is my surround left. Highly recommended if you have a surround, like a home theater system, and you can figure out how to hook it up to your computer. Takes a little bit of work. Trust me. It's worth it, in my opinion. Very worth it. Highly recommended. But yeah, I'm actually going to go back to my main base. Right? Yes. But I left the generator running at the gas station. And it's not like a bad thing, but I don't necessarily want to leave it running if I'm not using it. So I'm actually going to go back to the gas station, shut the generator off, sleep, and then as an overnight activity, head back to base and pick up amplifiers for the most part. Because I know I've got like some electrical parts back at base, but whatever's back there needs to stick around for generator repairs. Hey Richard, doing alright today. We are actually going to make some firebombs today because a little bit earlier on in the stream we noticed we got a bunch of zombies smacking fences in our driving path as we want to progress into Louisville. And I kind of assessed the situation as being not really good to approach with melee or ranged weapons. So we're going to try explosives. I also need to get a pillow for this place. I could have swore I had a pillow for the gas station. think, Richard, I think you were around when we first started using explosives through the gates for zombies in the on the approach here. It was pretty glorious. We ran out of like what are they called? The aerosol can explosives, but we've got materials out the wazoo to make more fire bombs. So we're just going to use straight up fire bombs, and we're going to see how that plays out. Yeah, I do recommend holding off until you can get remote detonators. Feel safer to me. Hello, M-Kid. How you doing today? We are in Southwest Louisville, fighting our way towards the LSU. What was I gonna leave here? I think, did I read this one yet? Huh, I thought I read this one. Oh no, I just read the word search that was here. I'm kind of wanting to get the gas station a little bit better organized. Yeah, it was pretty good. I do like what we're doing here with explosives. Feeling pretty good about it. Let's get the trash over here, where I'm not going to disassemble this, and then we need to establish. We actually need a library. We need a library here in the gas station, because just going near the fence is going to bring us to 100 stress. I don't know when the devs are ever going to address this, if ever, but when a zombie smacks a fence, a single smack, plus 1 stress, when multiple zombies are smacking the fence multiple times, that piles up so quickly that you will almost never deal with a group of zombies in front of a fence without going straight to 100 stress. I don't think it's possible right now. If it is, I haven't done it. I've not been able to pull it off. But yeah, so I'm actually using the magazine shelf that I found here. We're going to establish a little library of just entertainment reading material right here at our gas station site. And I will put in what I've already picked up at the hospital there. Just a book and a magazine. And this broken glass that I put in here is, I'm actually picking it up, bringing it back with me, because it is for, we can make more glass bottles this way. We've got a fully put together, forge and furnace. We will need a kiln, I think, yeah. We'll need a kiln to melt the glass itself. That actually looks a little bit out of place. That looks a little out of place. We've got everything with a blue and white aesthetic, and then we got this green and black in the middle of nowhere here. I normally like the magazine stand, but let's put it away for now. This is a base we're going to be using a little bit, so it's going to be pretty. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. I haven't quite gone far enough to the point where I'm going to start cleaning the walls yet, but yeah, maybe. Who knows? Let's get rid of the scrap wood. I don't need to be burning any scrap wood right now. Screws on the ground there, yeah. Alright, various stuff that may or may not someday be useful, just dump in there. That is toilet water on the ground. I don't care about that. In fact, I'm done thinking about that. I'm gonna empty it out now. We do not drink toilet water here, ever, under any circumstances. We are more evolved than that. But I will use it to clean rags, of course, if I'm making bombs. I'm not beyond that. Okay, that's all of my bottles recollected. Ooh, and juice box. Just a random juice box. Give me that. And I've been waiting to move this sink until it's emptied. There's still a bit of fresh water in it. You know what? I just found a gas can randomly, so we're gonna empty the fresh water out of here for now. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? I got some rain barrels established. I know this is mixing fresh and not fresh water. We'll just dump it into the rain barrel. It's fine. I got to be very, very careful with that. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to put the stairwell directly flush with the wall. It looks nicer, but it's not very safe. We've already damaged ourselves once by falling off of a... Okay, did you see that? You may have to rewind a second to see it, but we just had +1 strength appear over our head. Why did that happen? It happened because we, when you get to level 10 strength, your character will actually lose strength experience at like a really, really, really slow rate. Like, it's not usually anything to worry about, but it's a little confusing when you see it, when you see your character briefly drop from level 10 strength down to level 9, and then immediately go back to level 10 because you're doing something that gets you strength experience. In this case, just carrying around something heavy. So, I recently figured that out, and it was a little confusing, but it's whatever. So I'm going to put this other magazine shelf over flush with the wall back here. I'll move these beige wall shelves over one. Put that right there, I guess. There we go. This is just a key to a random truck that I picked up nearby. I don't even know why I picked it up, but now I have it. This is my actual drinking water, not toilet water. Okay, toilet water's all gone. I don't have to think about it no more. About 8 liters left. Fill that all up. This steel sheet will come back to my primary base with me because it is, same with the scrap metal. That's stuff I can reforge. Like a steel sheet, technically speaking, that's another thing I could turn straight up into a sword. One steel sheet, you got a couple of steps. You gotta bring it to the furnace, turn it into steel chunks, then put the chunks together into a steel bar. Have I ever installed Linux? Okay, so Linux, what I've done is I have a server, and I used Neth server. I'll type it in chat. Neth server is built on Red Hat CentOS. That's what I did first, but then the second thing I did was I have installed, what the fuck's it called? I already forgot the name of the distro. There's like a regular like desktop distro that I installed. Give me a second. I can actually. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. If it comes back to me, I'll mention it. It's sort of like, it's Ubuntu. It's similar to Ubuntu, but it's like a little bit less user-friendly and a little bit closer to something more advanced. I forget what it's called, though, and it's dumb. I haven't used it that much. That's why I forgot. I installed it on one of my older laptops just to see if I could. And I could, and it worked. And I haven't touched that laptop since. So that's my my story with Linux is set it and forget it. That's my story with Linux right now. Like, my server has done great. Net server, well, I wish I could say that I highly recommend it. It's not very well supported. So I can't say that I highly recommend it for security reasons. But it's working good for my purposes. Like, for example, I had to go through the effort when the PHP vulnerability was disclosed. I forget which vulnerability it was. There was a big vulnerability with PHP. Of course, Net Server 7 is out of date, so I had to update the PHP engine myself, which is, it's not that big of a deal, but again, what you're doing whenever you fuck with Linux, you are trading convenience for more versatility and higher security. That's kind of what I think about whenever I think about Linux, is you're making a trade-off of convenience for stuff that may or may not be useful to you. Like in this case, the stuff that I can do with Net Server, like running my streaming library. I run Jellyfin off of Net Server, and it's great, but I can't really I can't do that on Windows as far as I know. Maybe you can. I don't know if I never even bothered trying because it's the primary method of installation for it has always been Linux, so that's what I do. I need to fill the van here with gas before I shut the generator off, and then we are going back to. Of course, I didn't park close enough. Then we're going back to base. What is the name of that distro? It's gonna bother me until I remember. I think it was Mental Outlaw that I learned the name from. We go to YouTube and do a search for Mental Outlaw under my subscriptions. I'm pretty sure it was a video that he posted. There he is, Mental Outlaw. Great channel, by the way. If you want to learn more about Linux, follow this guy. He does some pretty decent shit. But the... where the fuck was it? It was like 4 to 6 months ago. Maybe more than... Oh, no. This was during my snowboarding trip. So that was way more than... That was like 8 months ago. Come on, where is it? Where is it? It's not Ubuntu, although I may try Ubuntu someday. I think I actually did install Ubuntu like one time a long time ago, and then immediately didn't like it. Like my understanding of Linux as somebody who's only ever used Windows primarily is that Linux is one of the things that you want to do when you want to do more than what you can do on Windows, right? And when I installed Ubuntu, I was like, wait a minute, why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? And I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck am I doing? I've learned how to do most of this stuff on Windows. Damn it! No wonder I can't. No wonder I can't remember it. I literally I must have scrolled right past it at this point. But yeah, I'll post his channel. I mean, this guy's great. If you want to learn more about Linux, he talks about it a lot. And I do highly recommend him, just in general. He's pretty cool. Alright, we're shutting off our generator, and... Well, we're actually going to sleep, because we should have gone back to base by now, but we have been busy tonight. So it's 4 a.m. already. That's our second bedtime. We're going to hit the sack. And then tomorrow morning, we'll stop by base and, see what else we can get done, in terms of getting some detonators under these bombs. That's what I want to do. Yeah, the music has stopped, by the way. The music stopped, like, I don't know, 20 minutes into playing the game. Yet another problem with the current build. It's been that way since 42.12 dropped. And, well, whatever. I mean, it's not like we like this game's music or anything, right? I mean, Zomboid is terrible music. Why would I spend dozens of hours trying to make my own remix of it? Of course, unfortunately, all I have is combat mixes. Let's, Zomboid. I think I have my PZ and Soundbanks, Zomboid music. Here it is. I've got all the music extracted into high-quality wave format. Exploration, press on. How about we listen to... which one was the one that I really liked? Touch and Go. Traveling. I actually like Traveling a lot. Let's listen to the mid on loop for now. Yeah, we're literally playing the game's music ourselves because the game decided to stop playing it. The shit you gotta do sometimes when you're playing the unstable version. We took the front way last time. We're going the back route now. Make sure that this road is clear too. I did see a zombie in the woods on this side of the fence. I don't know what that means. That may mean that he'll be in the road when we try to take this road again, but I'm not going to try to run into the woods and find him right now because there's way too thick of trees on that side of the road. I'm not going to bother with it. He'll find his way out to the street if we keep driving back and forth. Got enough food for first part of today. We'll have to make some more stir fries this afternoon. And here we go. We've got 4 remote controllers already. That's fine. I don't need any more remote controllers. What we need are triggers. And I have 2 triggers already. I guess I just made more triggers than I needed, so let's make a couple more triggers by combining the electrical parts we've just harvested with the electrical parts here at our base already. We've got 3 fire bombs, so let's just make a couple, just make like, I don't know, 3 more triggers. What are we short on? Oh, glue. Glue is the linchpin material. I knew there'd be, I had a niggling feeling in the back of my head that we would be short something, and it would be one of those things that we really should be able to substitute with something else. But it's not. That's alright. Alright, no more glue back here. I'll do a parse through of my other supplies. We could probably find glue in the hospital. If I was glue, where would I be? I think I've moved 90% of my crafting stuff up to the forge area. This is where my base is actually going to be located, on the river here. But as you can see, it's a little bit bare bones, just a little bit. I've got what I need, and it was a lot of effort to get what I need, so now trying to get more is not immediately appealing right now. Let's put down the... We have a bunch of glass that we want to turn into, glass bottles, but we don't have a kiln yet. The kiln needs to be close to the charcoal supplies. So the kiln really should be somewhere just like right here. We have plenty of materials for it. Right now, all you need for a kiln is 20 clay. And we've got like 115 clay here, so let's just pick up 20 clay and slap together a kiln so that we know where to put all of this glass. Should have a trowel of some sort here. Wooden trowel, there we go. And there's our advanced kiln coming right up. That's fine, looks fine right there. It's got to be inside the wooden part, because the, whatchamacallit, the gravel represents the place to drive around the base, and the wood represents something that's going to be indoors someday, so. Oh, right, that's an axe. So, sharpening axes is kind of broken right now. That's why I left this on the ground right here. Alright, we've got our forge, now we got our kiln. Now we just need to put a container of some sort down for stuff that we want to smelt into the kiln. Then we can finally get this clay off of the ground. Oh, look at that, couple of planks. If we wanted to build the storage crate, we would just need to carve one more log here. That would even leave us with a spare plank. I shouldn't even be doing this because there's plenty of planks on the floor of the garage right inside, but I don't know. I don't want to walk all the way over there. That's like 20 files. Alright, let's put a crate. How about we put it right here, where it doesn't look too ugly. I mean, we can move it if it looks ugly. It's not... you know what? I don't like it. I actually think crates right in front of the kiln don't look too bad. I would prefer something a little bit smaller, like a little bit lower on the Z-axis, but whatever. That's not bad. And it's positioned pretty good because we can... Well, actually, that's not positioned too good. I made a mistake with the design here. And that mistake was born from the outdated knowledge that you could access a crafting station like this from more than a tile away. It's inconsistent now, right? What I was thinking is that from standing right here, I could access either the furnace, or either the forge or the furnace. But if I try to access the furnace here, look at this. The crafting menu opens and then disappears. If I want to access the furnace, I got to go all the way up here. Then I can access the furnace. This is important logistically speaking because otherwise you want to have your furnace and forge close enough together that you can share tools between them. I keep the tools in this toolbox on the floor here, next to this duffel bag. All the other containers are just for charcoal. So, I don't know. I have complaints, but we got it sort of works like this. It just doesn't look that good. I would have preferred to put a little bit more effort into the placement, but we went through enough effort putting together these things, so we're not gonna go back and fuck with it. We're good. Let's see. We put the trowel away, and let's start putting get all the stuff for the kiln into this container now. So broken glass and all this clay can go in there now. You know what? I'm gonna make a playlist. I like this track a lot, but I don't want to just leave it on loop. Let's make a playlist of mid themes. So if you're not familiar with the soundtracks of this game, you've got low, mid, and high. The mid is basically what all the music used to be. Like a track like this was in Build 41, but only the current version you're listening to, the mid version. That was the only version. Now there's a high, low, and mid. The mid is what would play if the game's audio system was working. Mid is what would play if you're just on foot. High would play if you're traveling or moving very fast in a van or a vehicle or something. And low would play if you're inside of the... Abreu, yeah. Great to see you. Glad some people like my base building. But yeah, we are slapping together a little playlist of music here because the game's music system just broke. It broke like 20 minutes into the stream, and it would come back if I turn the game off and turn it back on again, but that's all right. We'll just make a playlist ourselves. There we go. There's 6 exploration themes, so I'll just loop through that. The game's got great music. I wish the music system worked better. Could turn this biohazard container into another toolbox. Goodness knows I need it. How about... Well, most of what I have on me right now doesn't need to go into a toolbox. What we're working on currently is we're supposed to be getting some crafted triggers to put on these explosives that we just put together at the gas station. This will be my first time using firebombs. I put together some aerosol bombs before, and then we blew them all up, and there's no way to make more because the wear material that you need to get more. Thank you. Yeah, the wear material that we need to get more bombs is boxes of sparklers. I think we found a grand total of 8 in the past 400 hours that we've spent on this character. So make of that what you will. It feels like the devs are telling us, here's some really cool explosives. They work against zombies now, they never used to. Have fun trying to find the parts to build them. That's kind of what it feels like they're doing. We are 400 and something. We can actually look at my footage. I have an offline copy of my footage here. I have so much footage that it actually takes several seconds for my Exos hard drive to pull it all up. We're 400 and let's just estimate 406 hours. I just recently crested the 400 marker, so that's see, even when my hard drive finishes parsing all of the footage, it will take another, like, I don't know, 30 seconds to figure out exactly how much, because I have to select it all and then go to properties and then what I really wish YouTube would do is, I have a playlist, right? If you look in the description of the video, I have a playlist. The playlist has all of the parts of this character's series, but it doesn't show you how long the playlist would be if you just played the whole thing. I really wish YouTube did that, because that would be really easy. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so 4.42 terabytes of footage. Details, waiting, calculating. It's because I put on 400 hours, 38 minutes, and 2 seconds, in addition to, on this stream, we're an hour in. So yeah, 401 hours right now. I guess it was just last stream that I hit the 400 hour marker. I don't need any of this stuff over here for crafting explosives, right? No, we're good. But yeah, if you enjoyed my base, this is what it would look like if I started building it and then started doing something else. And I'm eventually going to fill this out. We're in Louisville right now. My main base is in Riverside. The one that I posted about, it's in Riverside. Riverside's very far away. We are right here where this little B is. And our base in Riverside is all the way over here where this, I didn't even mark it. It's right here behind the police station in the river right here. How do I not have that marked? That feels silly. Maybe I had it marked before, but now I don't. In any case, let's put a nice little B there with a green circle around it. This is new as of 42.10. I do really enjoy the new marking system. This is not a mod. Some of this is a mod, actually. The straight lines here, that's from a mod that I actually removed, because I don't need it anymore. The draw on the map mod is, I don't want to say completely outmoded, but I don't need it quite as much as I used to, so I took it out for stability. That's what I was forgetting. I need to put this stuff on the floor over here. This is all stuff for forge work. And let me just check my sword. My sword is... It's alright. I still haven't taken more condition damage than when I looked at it earlier. We're getting pretty hungry. Let's have a bite to eat. I need to separate this duffel bag from the others because it's distracting me. This is not crafting stuff. This is, well, some of it is. I need to separate the crafting stuff from the other stuff. I have all sorts of other stuff here. I feel like this duffel bag, the second one, is like a mix of like, almost everything. Like, it's got some clothing in it, it's got some sewing in it, and it's got some welding materials in it. It's like, it's all over the place. It'd be better to organize some of this. Let's do just welding stuff in the SWAT bag here. So I'll move all that out of it. And then I'll put one of these propane tanks in there. Much better. Much better. Okay. And then this duffel bag is full of, like I said, a little bit of everything. Let's put anything crafting related over here on the desk. Okay, and now everything else in this duffel bag can just be random stuff. Yeah, we are, I have two Exos hard drives, Seagate Exos, and they're both 20 terabytes. And, well, okay, so what does 20 terabytes means? It actually means 18 terabytes when you format it. And we've used up 15 of those for just all of my video game footage I've ever taken has been shoved together on this one hard drive, so yeah, I'll have to go get the second one at some point. I was going to build a NAS with them, and then my efforts to build a NAS just kind of petered out because I don't really need a NAS. I have network drives already, so it's like, why do I don't really need it right now. We're going to do, you know what, I'm going to use this biohazard container as a sewing kit, as silly as that sounds. It makes sense to me right now because I need to separate the sewing stuff. Alright, biohazard container, sewing kit. Brick counts as pottery-related stuff, so that goes in there. Now, I picked up some lighters randomly, and I think a candle too. That's going to go in with the pottery stuff. This lighter and this candle is going to go with the pottery. Because what you want to do is, if you're doing a lot of pottery, and remember pottery, you think of pottery, you think of making, you know, decorative stuff. No, you're making crucibles with pottery, you're making clay tiles for floors, you're making some really useful stuff. But if you're doing a lot of pottery at once, what you want to do is light a candle and use that as your fire source in the kiln. Because every time you craft something in the kiln, you have to use one charge of your lighter. But if you light a candle and use that instead, you're only using one charge from your lighter to light the candle, and then you're just using the candle straight up. So if that's what candles are for, basically. Candles are for using at the kiln. I don't think I can really think of any other use for candles objectively if you have a billion generators like I do. Everything else that's here is currently fine. Yeah, I don't have to think any harder about organizing that. It's great. It would behoove me to have an electronics crafting station now, because I'm trying to do bombs. I might as well. Maybe I'll go get some cabinets and put them in front of the kiln here and make that my electronics crafting area. If I'm going to go forward with that idea, then I'll leave the electronic stuff in the kiln storage here for now. We never did find any glue, unfortunately. I came over here to organize my stuff and then hopefully find some glue, but we didn't find any. So we actually can't make any more crafted triggers just yet. We need to find glue. Where do you find glue? There's actually a lot of places. One of the places that I would think is actually most reliable would be either a school or an office building. Because you look in the desks, and what are you going to find? You'll find some glue, just randomly in people's desks. So that's, there's a school just right up the road. We've already cleared our way towards it. We've got some work to do if we want to clear the area around it and actually go inside. Before we do that, I think we'll take a look at the hospital itself and just look through some of the desks, see if we can't find some glue. If we can do that, we can append some more triggers to these bombs. I'm actually going to trigger up the two bombs we already have. I just need pliers. D-Gate Exos, I don't know if I would call it expensive, but it's not, for price, what you're looking for whenever you're looking for storage. Just the two major factors, solid state or hard drives. Hard drives are much, much better than solid state for things that you just, you know, backups, game footage, stuff that you're not constantly opening and working with. And it's a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. Oh, we need duct tape, too. We need duct tape and scrap electronics. So the trigger is not enough. We need 4 electronics, and then, what is that going to be, 2 charges of duct tape? There's duct tape over here, but we need to go get more electronics. So I'll use this duct tape, and then we'll go back to the other area where we've got the electronic stuff. We'll get the triggers appended to these 2 of these fire bombs. And we don't have any rain today that I've seen, so I think we're going to go ahead and see how that plays out against that group of zombies that's been irritating me in that fenced area. There we go. Okay, so this is where all of our electronics are currently. So we'll just go ahead and append one of these crafting triggers to 2 of these fire bombs here. We've got a total of 3 bombs. I was hoping to build another trigger, but like I said, no glue, so we'll see how far we can get with 2. So we've got 2 remote fire bombs now. And from there on, all we need is a detonator, which I already have several of. Take a spare battery because I'm not sure if I have any. Now, all of what we just did has used up a little bit of electrical part. So we're going to need to be... I can't believe I'm saying this. We're going to need to be getting more electrical parts. There's a part of me that wants to make a run back to Riverside and come back with like 200. Because I've got more than 600 electrical parts in Riverside. Okay, so the blacksmithing system. Where to get started? It's really hard to actually like articulate the workflow to it. You know what? Let's open Photoshop really quick. I do, because this is important. This is the backbone of Project Zomboid, build 42. The blacksmithing system is really important. So we're just going to open a new file in Photoshop here, and we're going to make a little diagram. We're going to start with just some boxes to represent the different crafting components. So you need a furnace first. Then you need to build parts and then devices. If we look at the crafting menu here, our goal is, you know what? As much as I love this music, it's making it hard to think. All right, so forge, furnace, and kiln. That's your trifecta of things to... those are your buildings that you need to build. So that's our goal. Oh, no, we're fine. If a single zombie comes up and bites me in this area, I've got... Hang on a second. Why can't I hear my generator running? I was literally just about to say I would hear it coming. I can't hear my own generator running. Why? Why can't I hear my generator running? That's so stupid. There is something objectively wrong with the audio system in the game right now. And that's I'm going to be honest with you guys. That has been turning me off from playing it a little bit. But we're going to power through it for now. I'll just go ahead and leave her in the ambulance. So if a zombie does come up, they'll smack the window instead of me. But yeah, let's put some text down for the kiln. Maybe higher than 4-point size. All right, kiln and forge and furnace. Oops. Photoshop bothers me sometimes. Now, what you need to build each of these. Right now, for the kiln, it's just clay and a trowel. So I'm going to make the materials a little smaller there. So there's clay and a trowel to get the kiln. You know what? It's going to be easier to just free draw this. I don't have a tablet to draw with yet. I really do need to get one. Alright, so clay and trowel get you the kiln. 20 clay, I suppose I should say. 20. This is probably going to get made harder in the future. So I don't necessarily want to say to get comfortable with this. But if we look at the build menu, advanced kiln, mason's trowel, and clay. And in addition to a mason's trowel, you can also make you can use carving to make a wooden trowel. If we open the crafting menu and look at trowel, you can carve a trowel, and I don't even think there is no carving skill requirement for this. You just need a knife and a tree branch. So trowel is the devs have made it very easy to get. I'm sure in the future they might add something to make that harder. Clay is not. Okay, so clay is what you do is you have to go up to a river, and you'll see a tile that looks a little bit darker. It'll be like a splotch of a tile that looks a little bit darker than regular dirt, which we can see regular dirt on the ground right beneath me here. The clay is going to look a little darker than the dirt. And to get that, all you need is a shovel of some sort. Once again, there is a shovel you can make with carving, because the devs are real big into the return to monkey thing. So they're constantly adding primitive solutions to everything. But I do think that requires skill, though. Let me... what's it called? We look at carving. It is There's a clay sculpting tool. There's a blah, blah, blah. Now, carving, I've always taken wooden spade. Okay, wooden spade requires carving level 4, so I'm sure you could probably find a shovel somewhere. You can find a shovel somewhere, most likely. But if you just can't find a shovel. But I always take carving as one of my skill bonuses, so carving level 4 is easy for me. But in any case, that's how you get 20 clay in a trowel to get a kiln, and then force. I meant to say forge. There we go, forge. In order to build the forge, what you need is, we can actually take a look at this. It is trowel, stone blocks, clay cement, blacksmith anvil, log, large bellows. So let's make a note of that. I can't stand it when Photoshop misses. All right, 30 stone blocks. A trowel, of course, that's a given. Blacksmith anvil. I spent like 5 hours going through this at some point, so it actually is a lot. It'll probably benefit a lot of folks if I just go over this, so thank you for giving me a reason to do this at some point. Wooden bucket. Now, this is a specific type of bucket. You have to craft it yourself. I have never seen one spawn anywhere else, so it's a specific thing. You can't substitute other kinds of buckets. So now this is the sticking point, large bellows. You're going to need more than one of these. So 30 stone blocks, blacksmith anvil, wooden bucket, large bellows for the forge. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger. We're going to need room. All right. 20 clay, trowel, kiln. I started with the kiln because that's the easiest. Like I said, I don't expect it to be the easiest forever. I think because we only need 20 clay and a trowel, I think that's a placeholder. You gotta kind of use your intuition to figure out what's a placeholder and what is the intended difficulty. Now, the furnace is similar to the forge in its requirements. In fact, so similar that I'm actually going to just copy that text layer and then change it up a little bit. So it's 40 stone blocks, large bellows. Oh, I forgot the bucket of clay cement. Not a blacksmith anvil, and not a wooden bucket for this one. Okay. Now, actually, these are a little bit backwards. Let's move this over here, and the furnace in the center. All right. Okay, so, like I said, you can probably start with the kiln as soon as you find some... Oh, one other thing I should note about clay. You need a shovel, you need a sack, and then you need to go find a river tile with clay in it. I would show you if Louisville had river tiles with clay on them, but it doesn't. Louisville, for some godforsaken reason, once you get closer to the city, it's grass all the way up to the riverside. I guess they need to update the map. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But if we look at b42map.com here, we can see that I have, this is where the base area is that we're in at right now. Nothing but grass all the way until you get a little closer down here. And then, I don't even think this counts. The military checkpoint, I don't think I saw any clay there. You need to go all the way closer to West Point. And then you got this lovely, lovely dirt area next to the river. b42map.com doesn't show any of the clay tiles because they're randomly generated. They'll be in different places for every world that you generate. So it doesn't really behoove me to show you where they are. They'll be randomly generated. However, I can show you where they will be generated, and that's this area next to the Ohio River. Also, other bodies of water as of more recent patches, like lakes and smaller rivers. They should all of those now have regions next to them with a bunch of places where clay can spawn, right? And my incidence rate, I would say like one out of maybe like every 20 or so tiles, sometimes as many as 60 tiles between them. But yeah, like the average, if I just had to put a number to it, 1 out of 20 tiles as you're going along the river, you'll find a little bit of clay. And then, okay, so you only really need 1 sack. You need 1 sack because what you do is every time you harvest the clay, You right-click the sack and remove the clay from the sack, and then you can fill up the sack again. But you do need at least one sack. You can't just, for some godforsaken reason, you can't just use a shovel and just pick up clay. So actually, you know, that's actually, well, let's just add that to the workflow. We need shovel and sack. And there will get us our clay. To get the to get the 20 clay. Trowel doesn't currently have a requirement, so tree branch and knife will get you a trowel you can use carving. So we're actually we're going all the way to start from monkey here. A basic build, maybe. I mean, I don't know. If you survive long enough, you can learn anything. I don't know if that's going to be that way forever, but right now, survive long enough, you can learn whatever you need to learn. I don't worry too much about crafting bonuses, except for what I really want to focus on first. That's what really. I made a joke in my group chat with my homies that they have a moratorium on talking about Zomboid because I'm addicted to it. they're running with the joke. I don't even know if it is a joke, but they're running with it. In any case, we've got a kiln from like literally nothing. We can make a kiln right now with just a shovel, sack, tree branch, knife, and you know, if you want it really hard to make a shovel, level 4 carving and a plank, I think it is. And there you can make a shovel. So we're just to illustrate how the devs are kind of doing this. You can make a sack too, just out of, again, if you don't happen to find a sack while looting, which I've never not found a sack. I've got literally thousands of them. You know what? I'm not even going to get into that. I'm going to assume that people that are watching this are interested in playing the canonical start instead of the return to monkey start from nothing. But sometimes you can have trouble finding a shovel. Sometimes you can have a lot of trouble finding a trowel. I very specifically mentioned that you can carve that because the devs literally caved to how many complaints there were when it came to finding a mason's trowel. So that is actually a little bit more important than the rest of that. But in any case, what do you need the kiln for in the rest of the workflow? In order to make a furnace, which is what you need first. Hang on a second. I need to reassess briefly whether you need to make a simple forge first, because if we look at my base, just right here, we look at my base, right, so bloody, I'm actually assessing that right now, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because right here in my base I have a simple forge, or a primitive forge actually, a really simple forge. You can hardly do anything with it compared to what you can do to an advanced forge. I had to build this though, and I think I had to build it because I needed a tool. I think I had to build it because I needed a tool that I didn't have. I don't think I needed it specifically to build a, yes, I had to build this primitive forge because I didn't have tongs. Tongs were the problem. So I will make sure to reference tongs. If you can find a pair of tongs while you're looting, I think, as far as I know right now in the current build of the game, if you find tongs and a couple of other tools that I'll mention later, if you find enough tools, you do not need to do the intermediary forges. You can go straight to an advanced forge if you have the right tools. So that's kind of like the, 8 shovels, of course. Shovels should not theoretically be a problem for anybody doing the canonical start of the game. So we'll take another look at our tool requirements as we progress with that. We've got 40 stone box, bucket of clay cement, large bellows, trowel. So we already know how to get a trowel, but large bellows, bucket of clay cement, stone blocks. Stone blocks, I think, are simple, but they may have a crafting requirement that I took for granted. So remember, I always play a character who starts with level 2 carving and level 3 masonry, because I always pick construction worker and whittler as my profession and one of my traits. So there's some things here that I take for granted that I should make note of for anybody who's playing a different build. So that's gonna include make stone block from stone. These, to get our stone blocks, you are unfortunately going to need masonry level 1. In order to get to masonry level 1, there's a couple of things you can do. Probably one of the easiest would be to get together something like a club hammer A stone maul. Okay, so if you're working with nothing, you can use a stone maul. Otherwise, you can get a club hammer, block maul. No, block maul. Nobody's going to find that early game. Pickaxe, sledgehammer. Good fucking luck with that. Club hammer is most likely what you're going to find early game, because I think those are, of these options, club hammers are going to be the easiest thing to find. So that's what we'll list as a requirement for our stone blocks here. We're going to need a club hammer. Oh, you know what? We're not actually looking at stone blocks just yet. We're looking at the prerequisite for stone blocks, which is masonry level 1. If you want to get masonry level 1, but you don't have any skill in it whatsoever, then you'll need to have a club hammer, and then you can find large stones anywhere, right? So if you want to level up masonry from nothing, that's all you need is a club hammer. That'll get you masonry level 1, and then the rock, you break rocks into smaller rocks, basically. That's how you get masonry level 1. You get there, and then you can make a stone block. What you'll need is stone and a chisel. The chisel, like once again, the chisel, something that you can either loot, but it's a little bit rare, or you can build one using the Return to Monkey crafting style. Masonry level 1 to get a stone block. I'm actually going to use a colon. Masonry level 1 stone block. Club hammer and stone. So that'll get you masonry level 1 and a bunch of stone blocks. But then we need, what do we need specifically for the stone blocks? That's going to be, we're going to need or a chisel of some sort. There are two options for the chisel. Stone chisel, which we can make, which I'll talk about with napping in a little bit. Mason's chisel, if you can find a mason's chisel while looting, that's kind of the same rarity as a mason's trowel. So where we've marked trowels, if you can find a trowel, there's a likelihood you'll find a chisel as well. Those are a little harder to find in your standard workshop things. Why does it seem grindy? Is it grindy? Is this grindy? We're not even halfway done yet. So if it seems grindy, it is. It really is. But there's a reason this is the first thing I did when I got to Louisville and started building my base. It's because it will get you a lot of really, 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 really useful stuff. So yes, it is grindy, but if you enjoy playing this game, then the grind in this particular case, it kind of feels worth it. It needs optimizing. It needs to be a little more straightforward. It needs to be more presentable to the player so they can figure it out without having to smack their head against a wall for, like I said, 5 hours for me to build all of this over here. Again, 5 hours. And I'm somebody who has already memorized most of the process to build a forge. But because I was missing a couple of key components that I couldn't loot, I had to go back and figure out how to make them. And that's why I'm actually really glad you asked about this, because this is trying to organize this into like a workflow. This will help me in the future. Like, it might seem like I'm doing this just to show off a little bit for folks who want to learn more, but no, this is going to help me in the future, right? So the stone block will need a chisel and stone. The stone is easy; you get stones anywhere. Chisel, like I said, a little hard. So that's for our stone blocks, and like I said, we'll need 40, but getting 40 stone is like nothing. So. There we go. Coming along. But for the chisel, let's just take a quick look at that. Stone chisel. To nap a stone chisel, you need napping level 1. Napping. What is napping? Why is it different from masonry? Napping is the art of smacking rocks with rocks. I wish I could say I'm being sarcastic. No. Napping, K-N-A-P-P-I-N-G. Hang on a second. Pronounced just like it would be pronounced without the K. Napping is the art of smacking rocks with rocks. And, of course, when I say art, it is an art form. It really is. There are people who do this in real life as a hobby, and you can go pretty nuts with it. But because you can go pretty nuts with it, the devs of this game did, for better or worse, and this is what we're stuck with right now. So, what are the requirements to nap a stone chisel? Level 1 napping, stone hammer, and sharp flint. Sharp flint is really easy to find through either foraging or breaking a flint nodule, which I can show you guys in a minute what that looks like. But I will assume that we're making a stone chisel in this workflow, because I've had trouble finding a mason's chisel in the past. Like I said, it does not show up reliably in workshop loot tables. So, for example, I could go to Electromax in Riverside, which is amazing for tools, and come away without a single mason's chisel. So I have had trouble with this in the past, so I will go out of my way to actually mention the stone chisel. What we need for that is a stone hammer. Really easy to find a stone hammer. You don't have a maintenance. They took the maintenance requirement off of it, so you can make a stone hammer without any skill requirements now. And then sharp flint flake. Times 2. Yeah. So this is specifically to get the chisel. Stone hammer is literally just a tree branch, stone, 2 rags. And the rags have to be clean, so if you're one of those people who has been ripping up zombie clothes and they're all dirty, go to the river, clean them up, or find a water source of some sort. So that'll get you the stone hammer. The 2 sharp flint flakes, you can make them either by finding flint nodules. Flint nodules will look differently, but you can most easily find them through foraging. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I just walked out right now and started foraging, we could probably find a flint nodule pretty easily. We're going to set foraging to stones, enable search mode, and we're going to ignore all the crap that I left on the ground here. I'll take these mushrooms, because actually I could probably use them for cooking. And then what you want to do is walk towards stone sprites that you see on the ground, like right here. In this case, we got some. This is another way to get clay. It used to be the only way to get clay, is foraging for stones, but thankfully now you can find it on river tiles much more reliably. Now, one thing to be advised about with foraging is it actually uses stamina now. It didn't used to. So keep an eye on your stamina bar and do not let yourself get too exhausted from it. Now, there is another way to get flint, but I think this is far more reliable. So this is not flint. This is a large, smooth, flat stone. We don't need that specifically at any point for what we're currently doing. This is you giving me a good excuse to do a little bit of foraging. It doesn't hurt to right now because there's a few things that I could make use of. Broken branch, I don't need that. Here we go. Oh, this is just a regular stone. So sometimes you'll come up to a stone and the foraging system will spawn another stone for you. So that's cool. You may have noticed I turned on my flashlight. I think that does actually function properly for the foraging system. Now I also have my hammer in my hand. That's because short blunt is my... Okay, here we go. This is a flint nodule. And this is what we need to find 2 of. So I right-click on that, and I pick up the flint nodule. The only thing that I can say about it substantially is it looks a little bit like a sweet bun with filling, but gray. I don't really... I've never seen one in real life pointed out to me. I've probably seen one a billion times. I was a Boy Scout at one point, but I've never actually had it pointed out to me. So I don't know exactly how to find a flint nodule in real life, but in this game you just got to look for a slightly darker stone. And sometimes when you're foraging like that, you'll find a sharp flint flake, like one that's already sharp. Yeah, I don't know if I would say it's necessarily blessed. Sometimes it'll be the first thing I find. Sometimes it'll be the last thing I find after, I don't know, 20 minutes of looking. So it's not always super easy, but it is somewhat reliable. Now, let's just straight up assume that I don't have any, I don't have a hammer. If I don't have a hammer, then I can just use the regular stone that I picked up while foraging alongside a tree branch. Tree branches you can also find through foraging or through cutting a tree, or, a little hard to see, but this sprite right here, this specific sprite, Right-click on that, remove tree branch. That gets you a tree branch. Right, it's methodological, organized. I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily call this organized, but it works, sort of. Organized chaos, maybe. Right, okay, so now we can actually make a stone hammer, because we've got some rags in our backpack from earlier, and we've got a stone that we just found with foraging and a tree branch. So this is how you get a stone hammer right here. I'm literally showing you how to get all the stuff that I put together in that workflow. There used to be a wait a minute, hang on a second. I thought they took this out. So this does actually require maintenance level 1. I don't think maintenance level 1 is too hard to get right now. Like, again, this is one of the things that I take for granted because I always pick construction worker, and that gives me a +1 starting to maintenance. So I don't even think about this normally. But I actually do need to add that just for the sake of being thorough. Maintenance level 1 as a requirement to make this. Actually, I should put that... Should I put that over there? No. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put the skill that's required and then the materials all together. That makes more sense. So we'll take masonry level 1 here, and we'll put that on the requirements to make the stone block. And then we will reroute this so that the large stone in the club hammer is a way to get stone. Because that's kind of why I put that there. If you want to... There we go. Alright, so like I said, it's a little bit ghetto. It's a little bit ghetto here. Try to separate these two so there's not too much overlap. Okay, there we go. So, maintenance level 1, tree branch, stone, 2 rags to get you a stone hammer. You have to turn around and use the stone hammer to make these sharp flint flakes. Because we just found some flint. Where is it? It's in our backpack here. We got a flint nodule that we just found through foraging. We can turn around and sharpen that by just using a stone hammer. This does not have a napping requirement to make the sharp flint flake. So this is also a way to level your napping, right? If you have no skill whatsoever in napping, you can use your hammer that you just made with and that gets you napping experience, because I'm not maxed on it. You actually saw I just got 26 experience. So I do need to add that we're trying to build a chisel. We're trying to build a chisel, so I do need to reroute this here. Specifically, didn't build the chisel. We need the stone hammer, 2 sharp flint flake, and also masonry 1. Wait a minute, no. Masonry 1 is for the stone block. We need napping level 1 to make the chisel. Okay, there we go. Alright, so maintenance level 1, tree branch, stone, 2 rags to make the stone hammer, specifically. If you just want to do napping level 1, I'm going to actually add a little, add another layer here and reroute this. You can get maintenance level 1 by making stone hammers. So there's a little bit of loop back here. You want to get maintenance level 1, actually, no, hang on a second. What am I thinking? I'm thinking napping level 1 by napping sharp flint flakes. That's the loop back I was thinking of. Napping sharp flint flakes will get you napping level 1. So we're going to demonstrate what we need to do to make the sharp flint flake in the text here. That's what we just did over here on the crafting on crate after we foraged for the flint nodules. And stone hammer. Yeah. Okay. And I guess I should probably make a note. Foraging. You can use foraging to get the flint nodules. And there's no level requirement for forging stones. You can forge stones even if you have 0 skill in forging. It may take a while, because your forging radius is dog shit, but There you go. Forging stones, 2 flint nodules, stone hammer, 2 sharp flint flakes, napping level 1 stone hammer. That'll get you your chisel. So all that will get us a chisel. Chisel's a necessary thing. You'll use it for other things as you work. A club hammer and a large stone will get you small stones. There's plenty of other ways to get stones. I probably don't even need to tell you guys how to get stones. There's plenty of ways to get stones in this game. Actually, this is a bit redundant. I can get rid of that, and move all this over a little bit. There we go. Okay. Masonry level 1, chisel, 40 stone. And one of the reasons that I kind of mentioned that is because club hammer and large stone will get you 10 stone at a time. So actually, sometimes getting 40 stones all at once is a little annoying. So what I like to do when I'm building furnaces or forges or whatnot, 1 large stone equals 10 stones when you use masonry to break the large stones into small stones. So there's our workflow to get our stone blocks. Actually, you know what? Here's something I'm going to do. I'm just going to roll this together. Let's do this. We're going to do 70 stone, not 40 stone, 70 stone, and then we're just going to connect this to the forge because you need stone blocks for both. So we're going to copy another arrow here and embiggen it a little bit. Oops, wrong. Extra copy there. Copy that over there and embiggen this a little bit. There we go. So we're going to get a total of 70 stone, and then we're going to get 30 stone blocks for the furnace, 30 stone blocks for the forge, right? So there's our, this basically, this workflow in the top corner here, to get the chisel, to get the stones, to get all that garbage together. That's for the stone blocks to build the furnace and forge right here. So we're making progress here. I need to add the bucket of clay cement to the forge as well. There we go. Okay, now bucket of clay cement. What do we do to get that? I have several of those just chilling right here. All 4 of these are carved buckets with stone cement in them. Buckets, I feel like, shouldn't. Yeah, I do agree, Bloody. I do think that the urban reliability thing it's a good thing that they're getting rid of it slowly. I eagerly await when they're completely done getting rid of it, because the game will feel a lot nicer when they are. Give me a moment here. I do actually have to babysit my character a little bit. She is very hungry and it's her bedtime. So we're going to take a quick break from working on the crafting thing. And going to have a little sleepy sleep here. After we get her a quick bite to eat, let's just straight up eat some... Let's just eat something quick and easy. Got a billion things over here to eat. Tortilla chips it is. Alright. Mythological. Mythological is not entirely inaccurate either, because this is what our ancestors had to do if they wanted to do simple tool crafting. Speaking thereof, we are on clay cement buckets. Now, clay cement buckets are deceptively easy, and I say deceptively easy because if you can get clay, then you can probably also get sand. Sand you can find just from... All you need is 1 sack, theoretically. For everything we've done, the only hard requirement is 1 sack. And there is a way to get sacks without looting them, but if you are... It's going to take a long time, because you got to grow flax. I have never once successfully grown flax in more than 1,000 hours of Build 42. So I don't even want to think about flax right now. I'm not going to put that anywhere in my... I'm not going to put that anywhere in my flowchart here. I'm just going to assume that in all of your looting, you'll find a single sack somewhere. It shouldn't be too hard. Even looted in trash POIs will have a sack. Same with buckets. You shouldn't have too much difficulty finding a bucket. But I mean, the reason I carved these is just because I needed more buckets. Like, not because I didn't have enough, it's because I wanted more, right? So, I'm going to put down this stone hammer over here really quick, and the flint flake. And now this bucket, how did I get it? That's actually a bit higher level carving. You can carve your own bucket. Well, it's actually only carving level 4, it's not quite as hard. And you either need a medium handle and a tree branch. So I'll actually go ahead and put that on the whatchamacallit here. Let me move the kiln workflow just a little bit. Alright, so now we're thinking about the bucket of clay cement. I will put down buckets and 2 clay and sack of sand. And the sack of sand, you're only actually going to need 2 charges of it. Every sack of sand has 4 charges, so, and there's no skill requirement. Oh, the bucket does have to have water in it. That's easy. I mean, obviously, you know, it doesn't even have to be clean water, so just go to your nearest watering hole, fill it up with, fill up your whatever bucket you find. Now, actually, hang on a second. Bucket of clay cement, you can use, there's only 2 types of buckets you can use. Bucket or carved bucket. This actually bothered me at one point. I remember this. This bothered me because we also have another common source of buckets that we'll find from looting, paint buckets. Those are also 10-liter buckets, but you can't make clay cement in a paint bucket for some reason. Same water capacity, but you can't. That's probably just an oversight on part of the devs. They just probably aren't at it yet. Oh, and another thing that I completely forgot about is you can use grass instead of sand. So I can put sack of sand or grass, but I think sand is actually pretty easy to get. Grass is even easier to get. You know, you literally just go out, right-click on a grass tile, and you'll get 3 or 4 grass. Do that enough times, you'll get 50 grass cuttings, and you can use grass instead of sand. So there's 2 ways of getting clay cement. You can either use grass or sand. You do need clay and 10 liters of water. That's the same. Alright, so that's how we get our bucket of clay cement. Now, I will just add, for the sake of completion, that you can get a bucket of water with level 4 carving and a tree branch and a log. There we go. So, level 4 carving, tree branch, knife, log. That could get you a bucket if you don't have one. Like I said, shouldn't be too awful hard to find a bucket, but hey, maybe you're in a pinch and you can't find one, but you're close enough to nature that you can grind your carving. So there's an option. Options are nice. I like options. You're never going to hear me complain about options. Well, there is such thing as option fatigue. Humans are, we actually get a little bit overwhelmed if there's more than 6 things that we have to choose from and we have to make a choice. It actually kind of bothers us psychologically, but that's a whole nother story. Bellows. This is another linchpin. We need to make 2 of them. And when I say it's another linchpin, it's actually a rather significant one. Running out of space here. Let's get some more space. Let's get some more space. Let's make this 3840. Bigger than 4K, boys. Bigger than 4K. There we go. Okay. Moving all this over just a little bit. Move the kiln over a little bit. And now we are focusing on the large bellows. Actually, you know what? I'll just put the... But yeah, I'll put that there. Okay. So now we're focusing on the large bellows. New layer. Should probably memorize the key binding for that. Okay. Large bellows. Let's look at the crafting menu here. Large bellows, carpentry level 1. Like I said, there's a lot of level 1 requirements here. So maybe you took somebody who doesn't have any starting carpentry. I take it for granted. I start as a mason. I start as a construction worker. Always starts with a +1, so I don't even think about this normally. But let's just say I tried a different build. I would have to think about this. So now the large bellows, this is gonna foul up a lot of people because you need leather. And it's a specific kind of leather. There's no way to use, like, you can't just rip up a bunch of zombies' leather jackets, get a bunch of leather strips, and make bellows with that. You need straight-up animal leather, a full bolt of it. In this case, you need a medium leather. So this is, one of my viewers, Richard, was working on his own forge, and he had to, he butchered some pigs. In my case, I butchered cows. Cows give you a large leather, and then I split it in half. But in any case, I'll get that on our flow chart here. What we need is a yeah. If you're still learning English, I talk a little fast. Hopefully, it still works for you. Fun fact: if you're trying to learn another language, YouTube automatically adds subtitles for every language, or at least, like, I don't know, like 60 languages. I recently learned that, and it's so accurate that when you turn on the captioning system, it will actually show up when the word is spoken. It's pretty cool. I actually like it a lot. One example of AI being used for something that's just objectively cool. And I don't think any artists are going to complain about this one because auto captions are just straight up useful. Anyway, we're working on a hammer, saw, 2 plank, 2 nail, 2 medium handle, and 1 medium leather. Okay, so actually, we need to do this twice. We need to make 2 large bellows. So I'm going to double all these material requirements. 4 planks, 4 nails, 4 medium handles, 2 medium leather. That will help optimize this a little bit, because I'm assuming that everybody who would be interested in this process would want to have all of the necessary forge, furnace, kiln, all at their most advanced level. So, hammer, saw, plank, nail, medium hammer. Now, when it comes to nails, nails are obviously very easy to find eventually if you are doing the looter thing. I am not even going to begin to getting into nails as from the perspective of somebody starting from nothing, because I don't even know yet if it's possible. If it is, I don't know. Like, so in order to, you can make nails at a forge, and I don't think you need an advanced forge to do it. But you need a heading tool, and then you need the iron, and I don't even want to get into that. Like, nails, you can make it eventually, but I don't even want to think about making them from scratch, because that is just ridiculous. Hang on a second, what kind of hammer do we need? Any hammer. Okay, it can be any hammer, so we can even use our stone hammer if we want. So for making the large bellows, we don't need a specific type of hammer. Saws. Believe it or not, saws, if you don't happen to find a wood saw, like wood saw, yet another thing I take for granted. Use a wood saw, hack saw, flint saw. You can use a flint saw. You can use knapping to make yourself a saw. I think that's a level 3 recipe. Yeah, so if you're going hard with the return to monkey stuff, you can make a saw, quote unquote saw, out of just stuff you find through foraging in nature. So we're taking that for granted, but there is options in that regard if you're going a little nuts. Oh, auto captions are a thing on streams, Bloody. I'm guessing they're not real time, right? So if you're watching it live, I don't think auto captions are showing up. But if you watch one of my previous streams, for example, anything that's been out for a while, I think it takes a little while for it to process the video afterwards. Then you get auto captions in every language. Yeah, so I figure it's probably a little too intense processing to do live during a stream. In any case, medium handles. This could be a bit of an annoyance if you're not doing somebody who does carving. Medium, because in this case, I don't think there's any substitute, is there? Oh, you can use... Never mind. Wait a minute, hang on. Can we substitute the medium handles for bellows? Nope, there's no substitute. So you do need medium handles. So there is a minimum... Hang on, medium handle. There's 2 ways to do it, and they both require carving level 2. So you actually do need carving level 2 to do all this from scratch. So yet another Yet another reason that I just feel vindicated for taking Whittler. But in any case, let's get a little arrow here for our medium handle. And let's change this to level 2 carving. 2 tree branches, or 4 tree branches, knife, and that's it. Like I said, if you're grinding carving from nothing, I don't think level 2 would be too hard to do. Every time you cut down a tree in this game, you get like 5, or if it's a large tree, the biggest tree, you get like 5 tree branches. And every time you carve a tree branch into something, you get a little bit of experience. So if you're trying to grind carving from nothing, all you need are a bunch of knives. That's not usually really going to be a problem for you if you're a looter. Just take some kitchen knives, paring knives, whatever from the houses you loot. So there is our requirement for the for that. I probably don't need to explain planks. That's just been a staple of Zomboid for a long time. You can disassemble furniture or saw logs. Planks should be easy enough to worry about. Now, medium leather. That's actually the stickler that we're going to have to get on here. So I'm going to move kiln a little further away here. Now, medium leather. I will show you both routes. There's 2 routes you can do to get medium leather. I will show you both because I've had to use both. They're both relevant. So, we're going to start with the getting a large leather and splitting in half. This is something I do more often. So because I do it more often, I'll start with that. Cow, butcher hook. Okay, here's a chicken and egg problem. Fuck do you get a butcher hook from? It needs a large hook now. That's something you'll have to loot. I did not have too much trouble finding a large hook. Okay, so again, that we're separate things now. Butcher hook, 2 nail, 2 plank, hammer, and now let's take a quick look at the building menu. The butcher hook, carpentry level 3. Okay, so we're trying to do this from scratch. It's getting harder. It's getting harder. This is like I said, carpentry level thing. Again, I get that like in my first in my first hour of playing the game. I'm carpentry level 3, so I take it for granted. But the stockpile a bunch of wood. Excellent. Yeah. No, always wood. It's hard to go wrong with. It's great to stockpile. Oh, it's a little bit past our second bedtime. We're gonna go take a nap here, and then get a bite to eat. Make sure that our character is not too. She's getting bored from standing around outside, which is. I didn't think that was a thing. I didn't think your character would get bored if they were outside. But that's alright, whatever. Literally just driving a car for a second shaved away the boredom, so. Let's just make ourselves something quick to eat before we go back to sleep, because we don't want to not have anything to eat for too long. Let's just make something out of rabbit meat and some betas and some of these mushrooms we just picked up. All right, that'll take a moment to cook, and while that's cooking, let's sort our bags. Yeah, see, I almost forgot about it, but here, right on the floor, in my temporary sleeping spot and crafting spot here, just a bunch of logs and just a bunch of planks and nails just sitting around on the floor. Hemp dogbane can go in here. Hemp dogbane is something that I found while I was out foraging. It's a prerequisite to make either twine or rope. We don't need to think about twine or rope for our current crafting project, but that's why I picked that up. It's actually pretty useful. Sometimes twine is a little bit irritating when you need it and you don't have enough. Let's have a drink. And... Right, yeah. Build 42 it probably feels intimidating when you first step into it, but I think it will level itself out eventually, if you stick with it. I do not blame anybody if they don't choose not to stick with it. So I'm going to keep an eye on that while we're tabbed here. Now, what I'm going to do with the large hook is, for now, I'm going to assume that you're lucky enough to find one. Maybe we'll circle back later and talk more about how you can make one if you're not lucky enough to find one. I mean, maybe in the future I won't be lucky enough to find one. Yeah, so you can find large hooks from warehouses or garages. So go to the larger houses in any town that have the two-story houses, or anything that has a garage. Take a peek in there. You can find them in basements too, actually. And there is our food, daily bread. Have a quick bite to eat there. Just eat half of that. That'll bring me right back to 100. Have a quick sleep. Get our second sleep in as a restless sleeper. And then, like I said, planks and nails, I'm going to also assume that folks are not having trouble finding the super basics like that. Some more arrows. Okay, so actually, I'm got this a little bit backwards. This hammer, 2-plank, 2-nail, large hook is for the butcher hook. So we need to invert this arrow here. Actually, so what I can do is I can just put the cow with the butcher hook. Because you need a butcher hook and a cow to get large leather. That's where we're going with this specifically. Now, this will get you a lot more than just large leather. It'll get you meat. Now, of course, hang on a second. Large hook, loot from warehouse, basements, garage. There we go. Okay. So that'll get you the large hook. Like I said, assuming hammer, plank, nails. I'm assuming. Because not assuming means I need to expand the canvas again. Fuck that. We're assuming just a little bit here. Okay, so when I said butcher hook, shit. What we're doing is, I need it here, editing this. Thus, when you kill the cow, bring it to a butcher hook, lop it up onto the hook, and butcher it, and you will get a large leather unprocessed. I'm going to need to put, there we go, large leather unprocessed. No, how do we process leather? Oh boy, here we go. You guys ready for another side quest? Let's look at our building menu. We're looking at drying rack. And this is specific to large leather. There's a large leather drying rack and then a medium leather drying rack. So here's our large leather drying rack. We need 6 long sticks and 8 units of twine. So when I talked some shit before about not needing twine for this process, I was taking it for granted because I always find a little bit of twine by the time I start doing this shit. But, hang on a second. Let's move the kiln over even further. And let's make some room for drying rack. And tannin barrel. And softening beam. I do believe there are no carpentry requirements for these, which, don't tell the devs. Don't remind them. They'll add one. Each of these is actually just a hammer, 2-plank, 2-nail for all 3 of these. So I'm actually just going to do like a little multi arrow here. So for each of these, hammer, 2-plank, 2-nail. Okay, So we got our drying rack, hand barrel, softening beam. Now, we're going to need to move all this over just a little bit. There we go. Hang on a second. I should probably... I just made that. I actually need to invert this. I need to invert this. There we go. Tandem barrel, softening beam, drying rack. Doesn't change the arrows because they're all the same. No, softening beam goes first. So I was just completely out of order. He's out of line, but he's right. All right, here we go. Softening beam, tandem barrel, drying rack. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just we're recapping what we have to do blacksmithing in Build 42, which is pretty important if you're playing Build 42. And it bothered me recently that I forgot a few critical steps to this. So this is for me, just as much for anybody watching. So large leather, unprocessed, you bring it to a softening beam. Then we need a fleshing tool. Once again, you can find fleshing tools in most warehouses. I'm not going to talk about building a fleshing tool from scratch, because this workflow is actually to go straight to the advanced stuff, skipping the regular forges. You can do that. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to skip having to build the forges that are weaker. So that's the goal right here. If you wanted to get certain things that you don't already have, then you'll have to build the weaker stuff. But this, you can loot a fleshing tool from warehouses. So what I'm going to do is change this section right here, large leather unprocessed fleshing tool. That is what you need at the softening beam. I should probably invert this so that it can connect a little better here. The fleshing tool needs to be looted from warehouses. The large leather comes from the butcher hook and the cow. So I just move this arrow a little bit. Okay, it might be a little hard to follow, but you loot the large house from warehouses, basements, or garages. Hammer, 2 nail, 2 plank, butcher hook, cow. Where do you find cows? Farms. Just check a farm. Check your local farms, lol. Okay, so where do you find cows? Check your local farms. I've never found them anywhere else. And they're not too hard to find early game. Late game, when you come up on a farm, a lot of the cows will be dead already. But still, even if they're already dead when you come across it, I think when you first spawn a looted and trashed farm POI, if you happen to see a dead cow on the ground when you first come across it, it will be like immediately fresh, as if it just died when it spawns in. Animal corpses, when they rot, they progressively rot over a couple of days, and I think if they are stale, you'll still get leather from them. So even if you come across that looted and trashed POI, it's got some dead cows in front of it, you can come back tomorrow, and I think you'll probably still get some stale meat and some good leather. Much longer than that, and it'll start to desiccate. I think if the animal gets to the point of rotting, you only get rotting meat and no leather, I think. I've never even let it get to that far, so I'm not 100% on that. But basically, actually... Let's just put a note here, fresh cow. Oops, wrong way here. Let's click on this. We're gonna put this fresh cow. Fresh dead cow. And killing cow is easy. Just go up to it, right click on it, kill animal. I recommend petting it first. Be ethical about it. Don't be a dick. Cows are the best animals in this game at the moment, so treat them right. Let's move the rest of this workflow just a little bit. This arrow is going to extend to get that is to get the large leather. Okay. Like I said, if it seems like it's complicated, we're about, I don't know, maybe I would say 3/5 of the way through this. So, all right. I actually need to split up the softening beam, tandem rail, and drying rack. I hate to say it. I need to split this up. So actually, we're gonna straight up delete this layer and come back to it. Softening beam with the fleshing tool, large leather, unprocessed. Bring it to the softening beam, and that will get you. You have to flesh it and fur it. Remove flesh, remove fur. These are recipes at the softening beam. So remove flesh, remove fur. So what are you doing here? You're taking the cow's hide, basically, and getting rid of the flesh and the fur from it so that it's just the unprocessed leather left. Oops. I know, right? It's expanding a little bit. We can clean it up later. I'm just trying to keep it straight for now. I think maybe what I'll do is when I finish this, I'll post a link in the chat maybe, or as a comment. I'll post a link as a comment to like a little bit cleaned up version of it. But yeah, so the hammer 2 plank 2 nail. This is for the softening beam, among other things. So let's open up another layer here. Shift Control N. I need to remember that. I don't usually like go nuts with new layers in my Photoshop projects, but in this case, it's helping to just start a new layer every time. So hammer 2 plank 2 nail gets you the softening beam specifically. All right, softening beam, remove flesh, remove fur. This gets you leather that has been fleshed and furred, but it's still fleshed and furred. This gets you large leather. I think. To be entirely honest, I don't remember exactly what it's called at this stage, because by the time I get to this stage, I just go straight to the next one. I don't even fucking think about it. So, we need to get some more room here. We need to get more room in the horizontal axis because, yeah. Let's just go this. Let's make this 4K, beyond 4K. 40. What's proper 4K? 42. 40 something. I don't fucking know. I don't do proper 4K. I do 3840 by 2160. Consumer grade 4K. I don't remember what proper 4K is. It's at a different aspect ratio. But yeah. Okay. We are. I think fleshed and furred. I think that's accurate. But it's dry still. We need to. Now, why did I just expand this further? Because we need, well, to separate it a little further from the other side here. And then we need to clear up what else we're getting from the dead cow. Because we're actually getting something else from the dead cow that we need. We need a brain. Well, we're going to get the cow's head. And then we're going to get the... and then we're going to get the hide. But right now, we just think about the cow head. And we need to slice the cow's head up. If this sounds morbid, it kind of is, but people have been doing this for thousands of years. Cow's head is going to get you an animal brain. Animal brains, actually, surprisingly, in this game, they don't rot right now. I feel like that's going to come someday, but right now, animal brain. And it doesn't have to be from the cow. You can get an animal brain somewhere else, but if you're going to be butchering a cow anyway, you'll need its brain to do brain tan. So animal brain, and then you use animal brain in a bowl of water. I'm sorry, I should add that up here. Animal brain, and don't open a new layer. Click there. Bowl of water. Now, where can you get a bowl? I'm pretty sure most of you can find a bowl. Go check your local kitchens. You'll eventually find a bowl. There is a way to make a bowl from if you're doing the return to monkey shit, but we're not. Like I said, this is for a canonical July 9th, 1993 start in a random city, like the game has always been. That's what the focus of this guide. I've added a couple things for the hard-to-find stuff, but the stuff that you can find in any town, I'm not going to go out of my way to do anything extra for that. So, animal brain, that gets us a bowl of brain tan. There's no crafting requirement for this. Bowl of brain tan. Let's check the crafting menu here. This no crafting requirements, just a bowl full of water and hang on a second. Okay, small animal brain and animal brain. So it doesn't matter yet, but it looks now like they've added a new classification of brain. There's animal brain and small animal brain, but it doesn't matter which kind you have. In this case, you can use the cow's brain, and that's important for this guide. Animal brain, bowl of water, bowl of brain tan. So now we've got our large leather, fleshed and furred at the softening beam, and we've got our bowl of brain tan. by their powers combined, we are going to get wet leather. Rotate this arrow, please. There we go. This is the first time I've ever really tried to flowchart this, so I'm glad that you asked me to do this, Bloody. We need to add a tannin barrel. And again, this is one of those things that right now you just need a hammer, 2 planks, 2 nails to make. I dread what the crafting requirements for the tannin barrel may change to in the future. This is one of those things that, like I said, I'm going to put asterisks next to things on this flowchart that are liable to change in the future, because I'm afraid they might just be placeholders right now. Everything you're looking at right now, if you're not already familiar, this is 42.12.1. So if you're watching this in the future, this could be, some of these things could be very different. So tannin barrel, you just go to there and tan leather. And the only requirements to tan the leather are, oh, you know what? I need to unify these two right here. So large leather, fleshed and furred, and a bowl of brain tan are the requirements to, you need to go to the tannin barrel with these requirements. Let's just extend this arrow a little bit here. There we go. Alright, so you take your large leather, flesh and furred, bowl of brain tan, go to the tannin barrel, tan the leather. Like I said before, the tannin barrel is currently easy to craft. Just hammer, 2 plank, 2 nail, just like the softening beam. So that's to make the tannin barrel. That tans the leather. Now what this does is it gives you wet leather. It's crude leather. Large leather, wait a minute, no, I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I'm just going to leave fleshed furred because that's what we did. Remove the flesh, remove the fur. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but now we're going to get fleshed furred and I think wet. So large leather, fleshed furred, wet. I think it might be called something slightly different, but we know what it is in principle. So we might not remember the exact name of the item, but large leather, it's been fleshed, it's been furred, and it's wet because it's just been tanned. So tannin barrel, tan leather, that gets us large leather, fleshed, furred, and wet. Now we hang on a second. Let me move the kiln a little bit. We're going to stop progressing into the right side here just for the kiln. I might invert that. I'll just keep moving it until it's not out of the way anymore, or it's not in the way anymore. Let's start progressing the other way now. Yeah, let's start progressing the other way now. We need to loop back just a little bit. So now we've got a large leather, flesh, furred, and wet. Now we need a drying rack, and the material requirements for the drying rack are just a little bit different. So we're going to drying rack, large leather drying rack. And the recipe at the large leather drying rack is tan large leather. This is something that changed just recently with 42.11. So that was like about a month and a half ago. This now, it used to just be an instant craft thing. Now it takes 7 days. It takes 7 days, and it needs to be inside. Otherwise, it will get rained on, and it'll get cold at night, and the progress will slow. If it gets rained on, I think that it either stops the progress or it might even revert it. I don't fucking know. But yeah, just put your large leather drying rack inside. I will put that note needs to be inside. Tan large leather takes 7 days. Longer if it's cold. So don't wait until it's winter to do this. Try to do it while it's still room temperature indoors. So large leather drying rack, note needs to be inside, tan large leather. So in order to tan the large leather, we need the large leather that's been fleshed and furred. So that's what we've been doing so far. That's how we get the large leather to tan it. Now we just are looking at how do we get the large leather drying rack. I have a vision in my mind's eye about what this flowchart's going to look like. So I'm moving this over just a little further. And like I said, we're looping back just a little bit. Large leather drying rack. This gets us to the tan large leather. Now we're just going to get what we need to forge and furnace from the what now? From the McCoy estate? Maybe. I don't know where that is. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some place on the map that you can get an existing forge and furnace from. But you cannot pick them up. I can guarantee you that. There's no way to pick up a forge and furnace. So if there is somewhere on the map where there's already a forge and furnace, you can go there and use them there. That's not going to help you if you're 2 towns away and you need to craft something. The whole point of this flowchart is to build the forge and furnace from ground up, because you cannot move it, and I don't expect to ever be able to move it. It doesn't. I guess it kind of makes sense that you can't move it, because this is a building that we're building here. Like, this is probably something that would weigh several tons when we're done with it. But in any case, large leather drying rack is what we're building now. And if we look at our build menu, this is something that kind of always annoyed me. I'd never liked these even before they got nerfed. So large leather drying rack, we need a roll of twine, claw hammer, wood saw, 6 long sticks, 2 nails. No carpentry experience required. It's the long sticks that kind of annoy me. So I'm going to put the long sticks at the top, because you need to carve those, and you need to carve them from the saplings. So I'll add that to the flowchart, how we get saplings, because you need to fucking get saplings specifically. It can't be anything else, and you can't carve them down from like a log or something. Twine, I'm just going to put full roll, because I don't know exactly how much 8 uses is. I think it's a full roll, but I think a roll has... I don't remember if it's 5 or 10. I'm just going to put like 2 rolls of twine, because that's literally every time that I've done this, I've just gotten 2 rolls of twine. And that you can find from just regular looting. It shouldn't be too hard. If you loot long enough, you'll find a few bolts of twine. That's not a problem. But I think a twine is like 4 or 5 uses, and we need 8. So every time I've done any large drying racks, or even medium drying racks, I've always just gotten 2 full rolls of twine, and that has always worked for me. So let's add that we need a hammer, wood saw, and 2 nails. And then the reason I put the long sticks at the top is because we need to... How do we get long sticks? I do not believe there is a level requirement. You can carve a long stick from a sapling. And where do you get a sapling? Every time you cut down a tree that is at least medium or larger, you'll get something like several tree branches, and you'll get a sapling. So right now, I'm highlighting the saplings. You can see them highlighted in green on the ground, or in blue on the ground there. These are all saplings, and no requirements, just need a knife and a sapling. So we'll just... Now, saplings took me off guard initially. I did not know exactly how to get them. I knew that you got them from trees, but certain trees wouldn't give them, and it pissed me off. So I'm making a note. I have this committed to memory, but this will help anybody who's not familiar with saplings. They were not in Build 41, so... cut down a medium-large tree. To get 1 sapling. Or forage. You can also find them, or forage firewood. To get 1, and then you can get 6 saplings. 6 saplings with a knife, 6 long sticks. 2 rolls of twine, like I said, loot, enough. Warehouse loot. Actually, I'll go ahead and add that. Loot from warehouses. Ah, shit. Selected too much. There we go. Alright, so that's where you get your rolls of twine. Loot from warehouses. There's other places to find it, but warehouses is probably most reliable. So this gets you your large leather drying rack. So now we've got a large leather drying rack. Now, all this shit combined on the whole right side of the flowchart here gets us large leather. When it's done after 7 days, this gets us large leather crude. And that's what we really need, because what we do is we split the crude leather into half. If we look at our crafting menu, cut leather in half. So you can either cut a large leather into 2 medium leather, or you can cut a medium into 2 small. So that's pretty straightforward. Just a knife and a crafting surface, and you can do that. We're a little sad because we've been bored, so we're going to take a bite to eat, and then we're going to pet a cow, and our boredom and our sads are going to go away. At least I think that gets rid of boredom. If you are unhappy or stressed, you can pet an animal. Oh, we just had a calf get born, too. I'm going to pet the calf because it's a good calf. I may have to kill it someday, but we're going to find that out now. Animal info. It's a female. I don't have to kill it. So this is Athena 2C, I think, because Athena has already had 2 babies. Athena has already had 2 babies that are back in Riverside. So Athena 2A and Athena 2B are already back in Riverside. This is Athena 2C. That's my naming convention for animals, so that I can track their lineage. And that did not get rid of my boredom. It did get rid of my unhappiness. You want to get rid of your boredom? Just run around. Literally just running in circles outside will get rid of some of your boredom. Or just run up to a zombie. Our boredom is actually a little bit dangerous as how high it is. You can also drive around. That'll get rid of it pretty quick, too. Oh, you know something really stupid that I could do? I could set my cruise control for 5 miles an hour and drive forward, and my boredom will go down. So, alright, let's make sure we're straightened out here. There we go. This gets rid of our character's boredom. Large leather, crude, we just need to split it in half now. So the recipe is, just need a knife. Actually, large leather, crude, I'll add a line break. And then this is how you get your medium leather. So let's make this arrow a little bit less ugly. Oh, boredom's already gone. We're good. Okay. Let's see. Can I make this a little bit clearer? Yes, absolutely. All this effort that we've been doing here on the whole right side of this flowchart has been for one part of the furnace and forge, the large bellows. And now, was it Control-Shift-N? Shift-Control-N. There we go, new layer. I'm getting better at Photoshop just by doing this. So this is how we get our 2 medium leather. By doing all this shit here on the right, this gets us this gets us a large leather and crude. Then we just need a knife to cut it in half and get 2 medium leather. And then we follow the rest of this crafting recipe to make large bellows. And then we've got, or to make 2 large bellows. So that's how we get 1 and 2 large bellows. So it might be a little hard to track all this, but I've got clean arrows, or I've got sort of clean arrows pointing everywhere. Oh, like I said, I'll clean this up even further and make it a hell of a lot less convoluted. Actually, if we stretch it just a little further, I think it might actually be... Okay, I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. Let's move everything down just a little bit. We don't actually need too much more room. We're coming down the home stretch on this bullshit. Might not seem like it, but we actually are. And now we are going to open the canvas up even further to make this 6440. Why not? Who cares? Who cares, right? I'll optimize it further later, so I don't have to worry about that too much. All right, here's our kiln. Because you can do the kiln first if you want to. In fact, that's usually what I do. I usually do the kiln first. So it makes perfect sense to go ahead and do that. So now what we can actually do is, if you want to do all this chronologically, because some of this stuff you can do out of order, which is why it doesn't necessarily have to be everything linear. In fact, I would encourage not trying to do this linearly. I would encourage just like, I mean, we could as a separate part of this, we'll establish a full bill of materials so that you know what to look out for when you're looting. We'll definitely do that. Level 2 carving, 4 tree branch, knife. This is for the medium handles. I need to specify that, so we're going to move the medium handles to the top of this bill. There we go. So for 4 medium handles is required to have level 2 carving, 4 tree branches, and a knife. And then the large leather crude gets us the 2 medium leather. But before I connect that, we can move... Yeah, we can, so we can just do everything horizontal. That makes... I mean, it still makes sense. You just need to know that if you're on the right side here, that you're kind of moving top to bottom until you get to the large leather, and then it's right to left briefly. Okay, that at least I feel like this would be a little bit easier to keep track of here. Is that everything? I can't believe no. Okay, no. We forgot something really important. Believe it or not, we've actually forgot something unbelievably important, and that's the blacksmith anvil. We have forgotten the blacksmith anvil. We are not done yet, not even close. But we're getting there. We are making. I mean, of course, we're making progress. But I'm going to put the blacksmith anvil at the very bottom of this, because it's the last thing it's usually the last thing I make before I build the forge. I'm going to redo this arrow because it's really ugly looking. The large bellows. So you can actually use... so the large bellows and the wooden bucket are separate... the wooden bucket is completely separate as well. I need to move that as well. So actually, hang on a second. I need to move the stuff that we have not yet created a workflow for. That needs to go closer to the bottom. That makes sense. Okay, there we go. So bucket of clay cement. The one bucket of clay cement that you make, you only need it comes with 4 charges. So you only need to make 1 for both of these. When it comes to buckets of clay cement, you'll be using them up for other things a lot more frequently, but for this specific project, 1 bucket of clay cement's enough for both. There we go. Large bellows, I'm connecting that as well, because we're building the recipe on the whole right side of the map will build us 2 large bellows. So that is how the forge and furnace are connected in terms of what you have to do to build both. But definitively, you have to build the furnace before the forge. And another thing is you actually do have to build the kiln before the forge as well. Which is kind of why I've been moving the kiln around so much. Because I don't necessarily know exactly where it's going to fit into the flowchart in its final form yet. Because the flowchart keeps expanding a little bit as we remember everything we need to do. And I'm actually going to invert this. There we go. Alright, there's our kiln. And I've inverted it specifically because it makes sense to put it on this side as sort of its own thing. Because like I said, you can do this separately, and I recommend doing it separately. Now, by the powers of the kiln and the furnace combined, that's how we build the last thing that we need for the forge. The wooden bucket is kind of its own little thing. If we back up a little bit, I can show you exactly what a wooden bucket it looks like, because it's different from all the others. And it's also bigger. It's different because it's bigger. It's useful because it's bigger. I actually like building. I like having one of these for watering crops. It's one of the largest water containers that you can just kind of carry around. It's so heavy that I actually can't arbitrarily pick it up. Your inventory size limit is 50. You can't pick up anything if it would go over 50, with only a few exceptions. This bucket weighs 30 because it's got 20 liters of water in it. Each liter is 1 encumbrance. So the total bucket when it's full is 30 encumbrance. And my current resting encumbrance is 22. I literally can't pick it up. But if it was empty, I could pick it up and then fill it, and then use it to water crops while hurting myself by being over the encumbrance limit. Let's make another set of meal while we talk here. Let's also not waste gas. Another frying pan here or something. I have a whole bunch of frying pans. I should have just made a big whole bunch of recipes at once, but I was laser focused at the time. So we're just going to take a quick break from our recipe work, or from our flow chart, to feed ourselves here. I'm not putting too much thought into this. I'm just adding a little bit of whatever's big. We're going to have a lot of leftover mushrooms because every time we use up a mushroom, there's a little bit of leftovers. To the point where we've got some leftovers here that give 0 nutrition, which is still one of the stupidest things about cooking in this game. We got plenty of eggs because we recently found a couple of extra chickens. And even eggs have leftovers now, because of course they do. Alright, so there's four different stir fries, each of them with 4 different material, 4 of them 4 by 4. We'll just start that cooking up. And we will keep an eye on it while it is cooking. And wooden bucket. Let's also open our crafting menu here. I like to think of this as large wooden bucket, because otherwise the crafting menu doesn't differentiate it between a wooden bucket and a carved bucket. This carpentry level 2, unfortunately. Saw, plank, nails, wire, small handle, iron band. Oh boy. Fuck. Yet another thing that can be challenging to find if you don't know exactly where to look. One of the most reliable ways to find iron bands that I know of, without having to resort to making your own, which is kind of what we're doing here. We're trying to skip the primitive forge. That's the whole point of this guide, because I don't like making things I don't need. Primitive forge, I made one when I came out here because I forgot a few things, specifically tongs. If I had brought tongs, I wouldn't have needed to build this. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Now, alright. To make the wooden bucket, oh, all 3 of those are, okay. Oops. To make the wooden bucket, we're going to expand a little bit further to the side here. Here we go. To make the wooden bucket, we need 4 plank, 4 nail, small handle, iron band, wire. Wire is warehouse loot. Wire is just warehouse loot. That's the sound of it being done. Let's have a bite of stir fry because we're hungry. All these came out to be 60 fries. That's actually great. I will go ahead and rename these. 60 fry. If you're not familiar, your character degrades 60 hunger a day. So if you take, if you only intend to be out for a whole day, and you take a food item that has 60 hunger reduction, that's your daily bread. So I'll just put those straight into my backpack. There we go. All right. So we're adding a wooden bucket to this flowchart here. Copy one of the other things that already requires carpentry. Oh, I need to add really quick to the large bellows. We need carpentry level. We need carpentry level 1. Like I said, not usually a difficult thing to get, but you want to be aware of it. And all right, iron band, small handle wire. Carpentry level 2. Hammer, saw, 4 plank, 4 nail, wire, small handle, iron band, small. And it needs to be 2 iron bands, small. Now, where to get iron band, small? There's several ways to do it. It's more obscure than it should be, in my opinion. Let's move this over here. Let's just make something new. It's fine. Let's just make something new. New layer and make a little. This is how we get the wires, specifically what we're doing here. You want to loot it from warehouse. There's ways to make it. I don't like them. I would never try to make it from scratch. I would always just loot it. If you have warehouse loot, there's many other places to find it. In fact, I should expand this a little bit. Loot from warehouses or basements or I think you can find it in garages. Yeah, warehouses, basements, garages. So warehouse, basement, garage there's overlap in those loot tables a little bit. Now, small handle, that is something you craft. There's many ways to get small handles. Most of them require carving level 1. There is one way you can make a wooden rod by sawing it into handles. That doesn't have any requirements. I'm just gonna put the word carving for small handle because there are so many different ways to get it, and your situation may mean that certain ways are easier than others. So I'm just gonna put as a requirement to make a small handle, just carving. You can find it in warehouses too, but carving is a little bit more reliable. Carving level 1, or just saw a long stick. That'll get you your small handle. And then now we're thinking about the 2 iron band small. That is going to. Okay, the most reliable way to find it. You can find it. Technically speaking, iron band small can be found in warehouse loot. There have been a couple of runs that I've done where I've never found one in both Electromax and Master and Fatco. Therefore, I'm not going to say that you should loot a warehouse to find it, because it's possible you'll loot multiple warehouses and you might not find it. It's that rare. Well, not that rare, but it's that unreliable. So to get these iron bands, the most reliable method that I've found currently is welding apart burnt cars or just wrecked cars. Even at welding level 0, I think you can still weld apart a burnt car. I think. to be entirely honest, I've never tried without being higher level welding, because you get more materials when you pull apart burnt cars if you're higher level welding. But I think you can do it as early as low level, maybe even level 0. I don't know, though. This is one way to get iron bands almost guaranteed. I don't think I've ever welded apart a wrecked car and not found at least 2 iron bands. Yeah, 100%, Richard. I do believe that the welder mask and the welding torch, and I don't know if there's a level requirement to welding apart a burnt car. Like I said, I've never tried without being at least like level 3 welding. I'm just going to put level question mark. You may need to level up welding. You can level up all this shit right here, welding mask, welding torch, as well as propane tanks, and just leveling welding in general. You can usually, even the welding books can be found in warehouses. So I would say warehouses, basements. I have found propane tanks and welding torches in garages too. So warehouses especially, most reliable, but basements, garages too. And that applies to the welding torch and the welding mask, and leveling up your welding. Materials to level up your welding can also come from any one of these sources. So, yeah, welding, leveling, if you need to get a level requirement to rip apart a car, I don't know. Welding torch, welding mask, you'll almost always find at least one in a warehouse. Oh yeah, you're guaranteed to find at least one welding mask and one welding torch in a warehouse loot table, even if it's been looted and trashed. Because on our way here to Louisville, if we look at the map, on our way into Louisville, we passed a warehouse. This blue item right here, right in front of the military checkpoint. Oh no, sorry, so sorry. That is just an office building. It is the black one here. This is a warehouse right in front of the Louisville checkpoint. On our way here, we hit this, but it was looted and trashed. And yet, despite being looted and trashed, still found 2 full welding torches. Several empty, as well as also several empty propane tanks. But we need just 1 full welding torch and a welding mask to rip apart a wrecked car. And of course, this being a military checkpoint, wrecked cars were all over the place. Wrecked cars you can find all over the place on the map. Any city you spawn in, you'll probably see a wrecked car somewhere at an intersection. If you want to try to identify them between wrecked cars and just cars that are really heavily damaged, you're looking for the dents, like a visually indented door that will separate a wrecked car that you can weld apart from a car that's just mostly damaged to the point where it's sometimes hard to visually distinguish them. But yeah, welding torch, welding mask, wrecked car should get you at least 2 iron bands small. So I need to invert that arrow. So that's how we get our wooden bucket. Now, the last thing that we need to think about is the blacksmith anvil. That's the only thing we have not yet talked about, because we need both the kiln and the furnace to put that together. Why is that moving together? Did I do that on the wrong layer? No, we're good. Okay, here we go. So, furnace and kiln need to come first before we do the advanced forge. Here we go. This should be enough room. So, the kiln needs to produce crucibles. What is it, 2210? We need to have a bite to eat and then go to bed. And, I forget the exact material requirements for this, actually, so we're just going to take a look. We're going to take a look. We just built our kiln, actually. It's clay. I know it's clay. Now, of course, this is a level 1 pottery recipe, so Another challenger has entered the fray. Actually, I'm going to pause the game when I tab out next here. So we got clay, and then clay crucible. That requires a unfired one. For that, you need a pottery wheel. Lighter source, log. Pottery wheel is yet again one of the things that you don't. You just need masonry right now. I think it used to be easier to craft this. So stone wheel, small stone wheel. There's another thing we need masonry for. So it's a good thing masonry is already in our workflow. Masonry level 2 for this. So I know I said that we only need to be masonry level 1 for the furnace and forge to get the stone blocks. But for the forge itself, masonry level 1 for both the furnace and the kiln. But for the forge itself, we need to be masonry level 2, because we are going to need to put together stone wheels for the pottery wheel. And the pottery wheel is a necessity to build the forge itself, because we need to build the blacksmith anvil that needs a ceramic crucible. So, stone wheel and small stone wheel are just masonry recipes that require large stones and stone chisels. So we should already have a stone chisel and a yeah, I'm gonna assume that we already have a masonry level 2 chisel. And the hammer can be a stone hammer or a claw hammer. So I'm just going to say hammer. And then 2 large stones. I will show you momentarily where to find large stones, because I've already mentioned them once, but I didn't actually show you where you can find them. But yeah, you can find large stones just out in the world. The only tricky thing with large stones is they weigh 40 encumbrance. So they're one of those. It's like picking up a fridge. Your inventory size limit is 50, so you need to have less than 10 encumbrance worth of stuff in your inventory to pick up a single large stone. So that's just a note about large stones. We'll look at that a little further momentarily after we add to the workflow where we need to put these. So masonry level masonry level 2, hammer, chisel, 2 large stones is a requirement for both the small stone wheel and the stone wheel. And what else for the pottery bench is... pottery wheel, not pottery bench. That's a separate thing. We should not need this. I don't think we need this for this particular workflow. I always make it just as a part of my base construction, because you make other pottery things with it, but you should not need a pottery bench for anything in this particular process. I think you just need a wheel. 4 planks, stone wheel, small stone wheel, and 4 nails. Now we're going to do a bit of a double arrow here. Oh, I drew that on the wrong layer, didn't I? Oops. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Photoshop problems. All right. So this specific recipe is for both of these. To get 2 large stones for the small stone wheel and the stone wheel. You know what? I'm just going to custom draw this. There we go. Now all of this put together gets us a... I'm going to make big text for this because this is kind of one of the slightly more major ones, because we're going to need this for a couple of things in addition to the... pottery wheel, because we're going to need to use this a few times to level up our pottery first. This is how we get a pottery wheel. All of this, this is how we get a pottery wheel, but then we need to use the pottery wheel to level up the pottery skill just a little bit. And I don't... Okay, so there is a trait you can take. I would never take it personally, so I'm going to assume that people haven't taken it. Because if you have taken it, if you've taken the... I think it's called Artisan. If you've taken the Artisan trait, that gives you pottery and glassmaking, I think. So you can... Yeah, sure, you can take that trait. I would never take it. If you have the trait, then you can just skip part of this guide. So that's not even... We don't really have to take that into consideration necessarily. Unpause briefly. Advanced kiln. We need to fire a clay crucible. Okay, so the tricky thing is we can't see it. The large clay crucible unfired needs to be made from the pottery wheel, which I don't have. You know what? This is I'm building a base here. I'm building a base here, and I need a pottery wheel in it. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just literally do that right now. Let's go get a... We're going to follow part of this guide right now. We need a large stone. 2 large stones, actually. And in order to pick up a large stone, what I'm going to be doing is taking off several of my heavy weapons, so my pistols, my sword, my revolver, and I'm going to leave my backpack on the ground here. And in doing so, my carry weight is almost low enough, but not quite. So I drop the revolver on the ground, I drop the sword on the ground. Okay, my carry weight, resting weight, is now 9.94. Remember, your max carry weight for regular items is 50. So in order to pick up an encumbrance 40 item, you got to drop to below 10. So we're like literally just below the limit now. So we can now go pick up a large stone. This is what a large stone looks like specifically. You're looking for the wide one that sticks up a little bit. So this is the large stone right here. I'm going to right click on that, hit remove large stone. Now if it's too big to fit in your inventory, you'll still remove it. It'll just appear on the ground. But since we have enough room in our inventory, it went into our inventory, and now we just equip it in our hands so that we're not dying of being over encumbered. And I'm going to bring it over to a crafting surface over here next to the grind wheel and just leave it on the ground right here. And then I'm going to go get another one because I need to. I think I saw another one over here. Yep, here's another one. Oh, how did that happen? Okay, so I accidentally picked up a large bucket of clay cement. That must have been in my hands this whole time. Oops. In any case, I got to drop that so that I'm below 10 again. Now I can pick up the large stone, and now I can just straight up put the carved bucket of clay cement back in my inventory. Stupid, but it works. Now, even though I have taken off most of my weapons, I still have a claw hammer on my belt. So I am not actually... It might look like I'm vulnerable. I'm not. I'm not vulnerable right now. I have short blunt level 10 and a hammer on my belt. I am not vulnerable, even though I had to drop most of my stuff. So, we've now got 2 large stones. What do we do with them? We need to break them into masonry, make stone wheel, and small stone wheel. Now, stone wheel uses a full large stone. The recipe to make small stone wheels uses 1 large stone to make 2 small wheels. No other way to make small wheels that I know of. Yeah, so we just got to get, like I said in the flowchart, we need 2 large stone, masonry level 2, hammer and chisel, and then 2 large stones. And that will get us a small stone wheel and a stone wheel. So let's just make those now. Fast forwarding because it takes a while. Alright, so it dropped the stuff on the ground because I was too over encumbered to carry it. I drop one of the stone wheels on the ground right here, come back, use it later if I need it. Equip the small stone wheel in my hands and take the large stone wheel with me. And where do I want to build my pottery bench? I want to build it next to the water source. because you do need water. It doesn't really matter how you get it, you just need water. So I'm going to build the pottery bench like right here, I think. Yeah, so I'll drop the wheel here. And the small stone wheel I'll drop here. And 4 planks, 4 nails. Shouldn't be too hard to get those. Hey, look, some logs on the floor right here. Oh, look at that! I can't craft at night because the flashlight crafting is still broken. It fixes itself if you... Oh, am I not... No, I got the tools for it. My whetstone is fucking broken already. How did that happen? Fuck. Like I said earlier in this stream, there is something very wrong right now in this specific moment, this specific patch. There's something very wrong with certain condition, certain item conditions just being used up way too fast. I don't know what's going on with that. And I don't know if it's a problem because I'm continuing an existing save or what. But that's the second whetstone we've gone through in just a couple of days. Unbelievable. I've gone my entire character's lifespan so far without using up a full whetstone until now. And now we just used up one in the past couple days. So like I said, there's something very, very wrong with condition degradation across the board. And I can't quite put my finger on it. Like, if I could articulate it better, then I would. But I can't. So we're just going to have to say there's something very wrong right now. Instead, what I'm just going to do is take a couple of planks from here instead of trying to saw more. So I got my 4 planks and 4 nails, and my hammer's still in my belt. Now we can make our pottery wheel. And I shall put it next to the water here. Now, the pottery wheel occupies 2 tiles, but you can freely move through... No, you can't. Well, in that case, I'm going to rotate it. I thought you could move through the bench part, but you can't. Fuck that. I'll pick it up and move it. I'll put it right here, then. So this way it's still next to the water, but it's also not in my way. I need to be able to move through this area. So, yeah, that's the placement. Now, pottery wheel. You need to sculpt a crucible. This requires pottery level 2, along with some clay and some sand. How do you get to pottery level 1, sorry. How do you get to pottery level 1? You gotta sculpt some more easy to sculpt stuff. So bowls, pots, teacups, mugs. The pottery wheel is your gateway to get to pottery level 1, and then crucible is what requires pottery level 1. And we need a crucible to proceed with what we're trying to do here. So pottery level 1, let's tool this a little bit this way. Alright, so now we start anew. We need lots of water. But one bucket of water will probably be enough, because in order to sculpt some of these things... Yeah, okay, so it's not actually required all the time. For example, you can sculpt a bunch of bowls using just 2 clay each and like a 1/4 of a liter water each. I think that's actually how I leveled pottery to 1. Well, I read the book first. I always read the book before I try to level. But even if you try to do it without reading the book, I don't think it's too hard to get 75 experience and get to level 1 pottery. Just by getting a bunch of clay and a bunch of water and just sculpting a bunch of bowls. And that's what you need the pottery wheel for first. So we got our pottery wheel in this flowchart. I'm going to say let's get a bucket of water and clay, 2 clay, or let's just say, like, I don't know, it's going to be different for everybody. So you need clay. I'm going to put XX clay because I don't know exactly how much we're going to need for this, to be honest. XX clay and sculpt a bowl, clay pot. Actually, mugs. Mugs. Oh, okay. Mugs are the cheapest recipe because it only requires 1 unit of clay each. So you'll have to do this many times. You have to sculpt many clay mugs. But this is the cheapest recipe to grind experience with. So right now, in the current iteration of the game, just get a whole bunch of clay. I'll just put like 20 or so. It's always good to get more than you need, but I'll put 20 as like a and then clay mug, sculpt. And this is going to get us specifically to pottery level 1. I'll clean this up a little bit more, but the basic. Add this another simple line. And this gets us pottery level 1. And then what we need is to sculpt a crucible specifically. There are 2 types of crucibles. There's a crucible and a small ceramic crucible. I actually don't know 100% off the top of my head if it matters how you combine them, because the way they've made it now is it doesn't... Each crucible, once you start using it to smelt iron, each crucible is used up... It has like a certain number of charges in it. And it doesn't matter where those charges come from. You can get the charges from like having several small crucibles full of iron or several large crucibles full of iron. I prefer large crucibles. So I always do just a sculpt crucible. And in fact, we only really need like 2 or 3. I'm just going to do 3. That feels good to me. There's, like I said, there's other ways of going about it. But you do need more than 1. I know that for sure, because you need more than 1 because you need to fill a large crucible up entirely and then like part of a small one. Sorry. We would have to look back at my footage to know exactly, and I'm not doing this again just for the sake of demonstration. Needless to say, if you sculpt 3 crucibles and just keep filling one up until you can make what we need to make, that's probably the best way to think about it. So pottery level 1 gets you the ability to sculpt clay crucible, or just sculpt crucible. It doesn't have clay in the name. Recommended, not small. That's my recommendation. Remember, there's multiple ways of going about this. I'm showing you what works best for me. Maybe large clay crucible is too heavy for you because you take somebody with really low strength. I don't know. I prefer large crucibles. Small ones, I don't even know exactly if there's anything you can do with a small one you can't do with a large one. And large ones have more room, so I just go straight for large ones personally. So we use the pottery wheel to sculpt crucible, and I recommend 3. I know you need at least 1. I know you need at least 2. I recommend 3. So we to sculpt a crucible, we'll need a bucket of water and at least 2 clay. And this is where we switch from clay and water to clay and sack of sand. So if we're going to do 3, then we need 1 full sack of sand and 6 clay. and then we need to fire it at the kiln. I know these arrows are ugly. I'm just going for what I can make the fastest. Because like I said, off stream, I'll clean this up and make and put a link in the description. This the whole point of me streaming this is really just so that you can see exactly how much effort I have to go through just to visualize how to do this. It's a little silly, but again, the devs are balancing this as if. Hang on a second. Are these? That's the same layer, because I'm a doofus. Now it's a different layer. Still a doofus, but at least we fixed that problem. Anyway, Photoshop problems. Now that we've got a crucible, we've got a kiln. I'm sorry, we've sculpted 3 crucibles, we've got our kiln. Now what we need to do is go to the kiln and fire the clay crucibles that we've sculpted. 3 ceramic crucibles. And in order to do that, you need to fire it 3 times. That requires 3 lighter uses, or match, whatever. And charcoal. This is where we start thinking about charcoal. You guys ready to add more complexity to it? Because we're not done with that yet. We need to. We got our clay crucible, but we need. Okay, so we can actually just straight up use logs. So we don't technically need to start getting charcoal yet, but we do later. So we might as well now. It is way more efficient to use a unit of charcoal than it is to use a whole ass log to fire a clay crucible. So what we're gonna do is pause it, because we should have paused it the whole time we were doing this. We're going to move everything up a little bit here. Thankfully, getting charcoal right now is pretty easy. If we actually look at my base as reference here, I'm going to go this direction because I need to go sleep again, and I need to go over here anyway. So we're going to put the sword back on, the revolver back on, the bandolier back on, and then the backpack back on, and then the stuff that I put into the backpack goes back on my belt. Every time I want to pick up something heavy, I gotta do all this dumb shit. I'm glad I checked, though, because I do need to refill my M9 primary. Forgot to... There we go. Refill my water. And I've already got food prepped. We eat a quarter of one of these 60 fries. That gets rid of our hunger noodle. Take a little sleep. And we are looking at how to get charcoal, because that's something we need. We need 3 charcoal. I'll go ahead and add that now. Right outside of my base here, this ugly looking thing is a charcoal burning pile. In order to burn charcoal, you need to get logs or planks, large branches, or like 9 large tree branches. Basically, I'm just going to put into the flowchart that we need a shovel, and we need, because that's all we need to make this. We just need a shovel. I don't have a shovel on me right now, but if we look at the crafting menu, charcoal burning pile, we just need a shovel of some kind. The last one I used is a entrenching tool, so that's why it shows it right there. But all we need that, it just need that in order to make this, and then of course then we can start burning the wood. So on the chart, I'm going to put shovel Now, I'm going to use large text for this as well, because we're going to need this a lot. Charcoal burning pile. Just need a shovel for this. And then, I'm just gonna put down another little bit of a meme here. Just chop some trees, lol. Because that's all you really need. It doesn't matter necessarily how you do it, and every time you chop down trees, you'll get a mixture of logs and tree branches, all of which can be used in certain amounts to get yourself some charcoal. So it doesn't necessarily matter how exactly you get the wood. You just need some wood. Here we go. Just chop down some trees, lol, burn wood, charcoal burning pile. Right now, you don't need anything else to burn the wood. I fear what this is going to look like someday. Like I said, I'm showing you how it is right now, and I'm catastrophizing about what it could be someday. Someday, it is going to be bad. Because I've seen what they did with the leather drying rack. If that's what they're doing, I'm going to assume that what they did to the leather drying rack is going to come to everything eventually. Right, so right now, you go to the charcoal burning pile, bring some wood of any flavor, 2 logs in this case, and hit craft, and you get charcoal. That's way too easy. That's way too easy. The devs are going to make it fucking harder. They're going to add a time requirement. They're going to add a lighter. They're going to add a fire source requirement to start the fire. So this is going to cost a lighter someday, and maybe it'll take a full day to burn charcoal. If you're in the anime and you've seen Demon Slayer, Tanjiro comes from a family of charcoal burners. Back in the day, and the Demon Slayer is set in Taisho era Japan, so this is like the 1800s. So that back in that far back, charcoal burners were actually like an actual profession. So Tanjiro and his family did this for a living before the events of Demon Slayer. So it's not out of the realm of reality to expect there to be a time requirement. Thank God there's probably not going to be a skill requirement. Fuck me if they add a skill requirement to this. Tanjiro was able to start burning charcoal for the family when he was like literally a child. So there's not necessarily a reason that there should be a skill requirement for this. I do foresee maybe someday they'll make it so that charcoal burning piles like this one, maybe they operate much slower than a charcoal burning barrel, for example. Because if we type charcoal into the build menu here, we can use barrels to make barrels and stones will make a charcoal burning barrel. Currently, they're functionally equivalent to a burning pile. Burning piles are easier to make right now, so that's what I do. That's what we're putting on the guide. But someday, if we're thinking about the future here, someday it'll probably be easier to, or someday it will probably be more efficient to get your charcoal burning some other way. So just think of charcoal burning as something subject to change. That's how I like to approach it. Think of it as something that's probably currently easier than it's eventually going to be. Because this shit isn't hard enough, right? All this shit right here is not fucking hard enough. It needs to be harder. Sorry, I don't mean to get too mad about it. I do like this game. But goddamn, these devs want to make shit harder. Fucking take the L. Or fucking learn how to be satisfied with what you've built. These devs need to do that. They really need to take a satisfaction pill. Coming from me, that's really fucking saying something. Because I'm, okay. That's a bit of an irony statement. Because I'm one of those guys who's a bit of a perfectionist in his artwork. And video game design is an art. So, I don't know. It's a thing. The charcoal we just burned, I'm putting it on the ground in front of the forge, because that way it'll be accessible. Anyway, sorry. I get a little heated when I think about what the devs are doing with this game, because Like I said, and like I started screaming, I probably peaked the microphone, but this is not hard enough. And I gotta stress, this is not hard enough. It's gonna get harder. Deep breath. It's okay. So when I say it's gonna get harder, I feel like the devs are tunnel visioning on NPCs and multiplayer, and we are, us people who are playing the game right now in its current form, we are hurting because the devs are tunnel visioning on multiplayer and NPC balance. We will not see NPCs, human NPCs in this game for years. It will be more than a year from right now when I'm talking about this, October 11th, 2025 at 3:40 p.m. in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. It will be years before we see human NPCs in this fucking game. I mark my fucking words, it will be years. More than 1 year, possibly 2, before we see human NPCs in this game. Multiplayer, I don't know. The devs know that if they need to make money as a studio, they need to get multiplayer in their fucking game. So I do actually expect to see multiplayer show up a little bit, maybe less than a year from now. And that's an optimistic estimate. But yeah, sorry. Bro is never going to play Project Zomboid without getting a little salty. It's just not happening. Okay, I get salty about everything I play, but still. Zomboid is unique insofar as it's so close to being good, but the devs are going down rabbit holes that don't need to go down, and it bothers me so much to see them doing it, because I know that they don't need to. They don't need to be spending whatever resources they're expending on making charcoal burning harder, which I know they're doing. I fucking know they're doing it. I know not right now, this instant, it's a Saturday, but currently in the project files, in the uncompiled Java of one of the developers of this game, I don't know which, one of them has a whole bunch of unfinished code for how to make charcoal burning harder. Guys, it's a waste of fucking time. You don't need to do that right now. You need to do other things right now. There's more important things than that. And yet, that's what they're doing right now. So, what are we going to do about it? We can't tell them what to do. They don't fucking listen to us. They won't even take a bug report from me. So, my opinion means fucking nothing to these guys. I don't know if anybody's opinion means anything to them. I guess when Reddit and Steam get loud enough about something specific, that's the only time the community's opinion matters when it comes to this game. And even then, I still like it. I know I get mad about this game. I like it on the whole. I really do. It just... familiarity breeds resentment. And boy howdy do I have some resentment for how good this game could be, but isn't, because of the specific hang-ups of this developer team. That's all. That's really the end of it. Like, I get angry because I know they can do better. And it makes me angry when I see people not do better when I know they can. Especially when it probably wouldn't be that hard to do better. But I digress. We're getting into pedantry there. We're really close to being done with this. We've got our crucibles. We need to fill them with iron now. We need to fill these crucibles with iron. How do we do that? We can actually look at our forge right now. And in fact, this is the best way to do it. You look at your furnace. Not forge, furnace. The furnace is for melting large amounts of metal into your crucibles. This is where we run into the problem of tongs. Because you can't do this with wooden tongs. Or, no. You can do a lot of things with simple wooden tongs. Simple wooden tongs can be carved with a stick and some rags. So, that's not necessarily a problem for this part of the guide, but when we want to get the blacksmith anvil. That's what we're doing before we get the advanced forge. We need a blacksmith anvil. We've got all the requirements yet, except for a forge. Except for tongs. We cannot use wooden tongs for the blacksmith anvil. When I saw this, I crashed out. I crashed out hard when I saw this, because fuck you. Fuck you, can we not use wooden tongs for this? Fuck you that wooden tongs break instantly when we use them in the first place. But extra fuck you for not letting us use wooden tongs to cast a blacksmith anvil. I mean, okay, let's just say that maybe wooden tongs break every time we do something smaller with the forge, that we're using wooden tongs instead of real tongs. Okay. How many tongs need to break in the process of building a blacksmith anvil? 7, 8, 10? I don't fucking know, and I don't really fucking care. Make it so that we can use wooden tongs to make a blacksmith anvil. I don't care how many it costs us. I would rather make 200 wooden tongs than have to make steel or metal tongs in order to make a blacksmith anvil. It feels arbitrary and targeted, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, it feels malicious. It feels malicious that we can't use wooden tongs to make a blacksmith anvil. That feels fucking malicious. Because if you don't happen to find some tongs out in the world, which can sometimes be hard, you loot enough warehouses, you should find some tongs. But sometimes you'll loot an entire single warehouse and not find a pair. That has happened to me before. So in order to guaranteed reliably find tongs, parse through multiple warehouses and at least 5 or 6 houses that have fireplaces. If you do that, you should definitely find tongs. That's a little tiresome, though. Not gonna lie. It was tiresome for us. That's why I ended up building this simple furnace, or the simple forge in my garage back there. I didn't want to do that, and I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that if I just find some tongs. If I remembered to bring tongs from Riverside, none of that would have been a problem. In Riverside, I have like 20 pairs of tongs in my tools stash because, you know, just sheer time and exposure and looting, I've come across plenty of tongs. So that it's not supposed to be a problem, but it was. Planning failure. Skill issue on my part, I guess. But the fact that it was an issue in the first place, that's on the devs. But like I said, we can't use wooden tongs. We got to use metal tongs. This guide is for the game in its current form, so we need to put tongs as a 40 charges. $40 charges of ceramic crucible of iron. And it doesn't really matter where those charges come from. Like I said, I recommend three large crucibles. You'll have more than enough. I think. Let's double check the furnace here. Smelt, cast blacksmith anvil. We need 32 uses, and I believe it's 20 for a large. So I need to update that really quick. I don't know where I got 40 from. 32 uses. I'm going to put a question mark there, 20 per large, because I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. 20 uses of a ceramic crucible of iron. 20 uses if it's full, which is why we need more than one ceramic crucible of iron if it's large. So it's like 1.6 ceramic crucibles of iron to make a blacksmith anvil. Now, where do you get the iron? That's why we're pushing the flowchart a little further. You need charcoal and just iron. It doesn't matter what kind of iron. The iron can come from so many different places. Smelt large iron item. If you look through the possible items here, look at all this shit. Weapons, iron blocks, iron bands, club hammer head, axe head. If we go to medium, iron bar half, broken iron pipe, chisels, punches, rake heads, shovels, tongs. We could use tongs. We could smelt tongs into iron to build the blacksmith anvil. And then there's medium plus. No, okay, now this is where you need to start raising your awareness of the differences between steel and iron. Steel and iron, there's a lot of differences between them IRL. There's a lot of differences between them in-game. In-game, it's not very clear-cut. So just make sure that you're focusing on iron, because you need iron for the blacksmith anvil. Like, for example, one of the things that I did when I did the anvil for this one here, I used a whole bunch of iron scrap. That's possibly one of the most reliable things you can do, is get iron scrap and then smelt a bunch of iron scrap into a crucible. I think 32 iron scrap into a crucible will get you your blacksmith anvil. So, if you're going to be smelting a car, if you're going to smelt a wrecked car, then you're probably going to get a whole bunch of you're probably going to get a whole bunch of scrap iron for that. So I'm going to make a new layer right here, and I'm going to also connect this over here. And then I'm going to put, in order to get a ceramic crucible of iron with 32 uses, I'm writing down here, ceramic crucible of iron, 32 uses. Fill 2 large ceramic crucibles of iron. That should always be enough. I put the asterisk because God knows how many times I've been wrong when saying that should be enough complexity for this game. So, what I'm doing is, this is going to cost a lot of iron and a lot of charcoal. In fact, I'm just going to put some notes here. Yeah, so there's just a note. This filling 2 ceramic crucibles of iron, I think every time anybody does this, it's going to be a little different. So in our case, in order to fill a ceramic crucible full of iron, actually that's what I did here. When I built this specific advanced forge, I pulled apart a bunch of wrecked cars and used a scrap iron, among other things. So this is where you start burning charcoal, and you start getting iron from different sources. So the ceramic crucible full of iron is going to cost a lot of iron and a lot of charcoal. The charcoal and the iron can come from all sorts of places, but we can get it from things that we've already started doing here. And then, quite separately, from the furnace, because that's where we're using the furnace to get these ceramic crucibles of iron. Ceramic crucible of iron, 32 uses. And this is where the tongs come in. We're on the last step. Believe it or not, we're on the last step. Oops. I should probably not be passing that much time in game while I'm just illustrating this out. All right. Okay, here's what I'm gonna change a little bit here. I'm gonna change this so that I hate it when Photoshop doesn't select the text layer. Like this is very clearly I should be selecting a text layer, but I'm not. It's making me mad, man. But I can't get mad at Adobe because, well, I can't finish that sentence. Oh shit! I just realized. I accidentally rasterized that. How far back did I rasterize it? There we go. Okay. So now I just got to go back and redo what I just did because I accidentally rasterized this text layer. I'm not retyping all that shit. So what we're doing here is we're just updating this so that what we want to do is just fill fill up 2 ceramic crucibles of iron. By smelting iron items. And this is going to cost you an unknown number of wooden tongs. This is going to cost a lot of iron and a lot of charcoal. Both can be found from different kind of places. You know what? I'm just going to... We've already seen that we can just chop down trees for charcoal. One good source of iron is scrap iron from wrecked cars. And we're going to be welding apart wrecked cars anyway. You also need tongs. Find them in a warehouse loot. I'm just going to say dozens. Build dozens of wooden tongs. Which break every time, lol. Okay, so there, this part, like I said, it's a lot less straightforward, but once you figure out the flow, it actually kind of is pretty straightforward. There we go. Fill up 2 ceramic crucibles of iron by smelting iron items. Like I said, this is going to cause a lot of charcoal, a lot of iron. So I'm not even going to bother trying to list the specific material requirements, other than the fact that you need a furnace, you need these fired ceramic crucibles, and that's when you start filling up 2 ceramic crucibles full of iron. This is where you kind of have to, it's always going to be situational. Everybody's going to get their iron from different places, and you're going to do it in different increments. Like, some people might be able to just get a bunch of large iron items and only have to smelt, like, I don't know, 12 large iron items. That might get you enough. Don't quote me on that, because I forget the exact number of charges that you get out of smelting a large iron item. So don't worry about none of that shit. Just keep smelting large iron items until you have 2 ceramic crucibles of iron. Then that is when you get your blacksmith anvil. And this is also where you need specifically iron tongs. Oh, and I didn't even talk about molds yet. Molds, I hate using them. But they're wooden mold is one. All right, let's delete this this arrow really quick because it's cross-firing here. Is it not complicated enough, guys? Pretty sure I lost most of my live viewers by doing this shit. It's all right. This is all part of Zomboid, and if you can't handle this, you're playing the wrong game. I hate to say it, I really do. This is a fun game, but trying to do everything yourself, good God. Yeah. But we're doing good things here. When I clean this guide up and make it a little bit more presentable, hopefully a little bit cleaner to follow, and maybe do a separate video on, cut out all the shit where we had to figure out how to do this. When I do all that, I'll post it to Reddit and get a bunch of updates and tell people about my live stream, and that's a Reddit safe way to advertise yourself. Be useful, and then just be like, hey, I live stream here, and people will come watch your stuff. That's 10 viewer live streamer advice right there. But I'm trying to build myself organically without doing shady shit. There's shady shit I could have done that would have gotten a lot more eyes on my content. I don't want to do that. I kind of want to build an audience legitimately, as legitimately as you can do. I'm still doing some shady shit, but it's very far away from anything that would bother my current viewers, which is most important to me. I don't do the advertisements, none of that nonsense. But any case, ceramic anvil mold, we need to figure out how to do that. That's actually rather easy. We just need a wooden mold and then a hand-operated press. Hand-operated press. Man, all right, this is getting a little too. I'm gonna need to just. I want to play the game. I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of doing this. So I'm just gonna put it down. Hand-operated press. It's a structure, and I think it's right now. It's one of those things you can just build with planks and nails. So I'm not gonna worry about the prerequisites. It's planks, nails, and carpentry, I believe. If you've gotten this far, you've got enough carpentry, planks, and nails to build this. So hand-operated press, and some clay. And maybe water, I don't know. I'm putting a question mark. I'm not building another hand-operated press just yet. I want to go do some other shit in the game. I've lost patience for this guide, but we're close. We're close. We're almost close. This is also a kiln recipe, but I'm not going to try to connect it to it. Hand-operated press with clay will get you a ceramic anvil mold. And a wooden So, okay, you go to a hand-operated press. You bring clay, I think clay and sand, or just clay. I don't remember. If you bring clay, water, and sand, you'll guarantee that you have enough shit. You see, okay, let me just talk about really quick why certain things when I say like 20 or so or water and sand. What I really mean is just get more than you need and have it all on hand. And it's a hell of a lot easier to do that than to plan for very specific amounts. That's kind of like when we get to this part, this is where I just give up on trying to get very specific amounts and just make sure that I have more than enough of certain types of items. Like, before I even bother with any of this shit, I will have collected a lot of clay, in the order of 100 plus. I would have collected, I would be in a situation where getting planks, nails, wood, all that kind of shit is easier than walking down the road. Before I start any of this, that's the state that I want to be in. God help me if I'm not in that state, right? But anyway, this is how to get our ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. Go to the hand-operated press, get some clay, get a wooden anvil mold, which you can build with level 1 carpentry, and a couple of planks and nails, I think. Let's check the crafting menu. Anvil. We just type anvil, wooden blacksmith anvil mold. It's carpentry level 2. 4 planks, 1 nail, saw, hammer. I don't have enough room to put those material requirements right now, so I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna put that there as a asterisk, to do. This part is to do, unfinished, blah, blah, blah. I'll come back to that later and clean this up. And then, like I said before, I'll put a link in the description, or in a pinned comment. I'll put a link to the cleaned up version of this. I'll also put a link to the timestamp when we finished talking about this, because some people are going to want to probably skip it. The timestamp is currently about 4 hours in. So I need to make a note of that. 4 hours in. 4 hours into part 47. We finished talking about blacksmithing. Okay, so yeah. We will save this and clean that up later. But yeah, welcome to blacksmithing. We only spent a little while, just a little while, figuring all that out. But hey, I made my life easier for future runs for playing this game. And I may or may not have helped some people by doing this live. By putting all that shit together in a Photoshop file, I'll be able to make something much cleaner. Like I said, pinned comment if you're watching this in the future. That's the long and short of it. I don't know how many of the people who watch my content will also want to watch me struggle bust through the creation of a Photoshop file where we try to figure out exactly how to get nuts with blacksmithing. Like I said, the whole point of our guide is actually to skip the intermediary stuff. Because if you want, you can build a simple forge first and work your way up from very, very, very simple stuff where you can't really do anything fun. I don't like doing that. Maybe the devs are going to force me to someday. Like I said, God help me when that day comes, but for now we can, theoretically, we do not need to do simple forges, simple furnaces, primitive forges, we don't need none of that shit. We can go straight to advanced forge and furnace by following this guide here. As messy as this guide is, it's technically complete, minus the to-do on the hand-operated press. Yeah, it's just 4 nails, 4 planks. And that's how we get this ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. That's how we get the wooden anvil mold. And then we bring the wooden blacksmith anvil mold along with some clay to the hand-operated press. That's how we get the ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. We have to fire it at the kiln. Like I said, can't get that on the guide in its current form, and I'm not going to sit here on stream any longer working on that, because at this point, that's just something I'm going to do when I'm in a lower energy state, because I can do that when I'm not. Right now, when I'm in a higher energy state, I'd much rather be playing Zomboid, actually playing the game. God help anybody who wants to figure out blacksmithing without looking at a guide like that one. There's many, many hours earlier on in my live streaming. Actually, no, there's not. I figured out the basics of what we have here. I figured out the basic procedures, the fact that we need a furnace before a forge and a kiln before a furnace, that we need medium leather, and we need to process the leather, and we need charcoal. I learned all the basics of that before I even started live streaming. So, technically speaking, I've never tried to figure this out from scratch on live stream before. I may have recorded myself trying to figure this out, because before I started live streaming, I actually, I just recorded myself playing Zomboid, and just talked to myself like a lunatic the whole time, and that's kind of how I practiced before I started live streaming. It might sound a little silly, and it probably is a little silly, but I find that to be more amenable to what some other streamers would tell you is just turn on the camera and get started. No, I recommend a little bit of practice so that you can, or at least if you're going to do it the way I do it, where you just literally just stream your entire desktop instead of a specific video game. If you're going to do it the way I do it and do that, I like to do that because, especially for games like this, it helps with transparency and showing other things that go on outside of the game itself, like looking at other websites and whatnot. But I recommend practicing if you're just going to desktop stream instead of streaming a specific game. Some people only want to stream the game and just have their audience get to look at absolutely fucking nothing if they're going to tab out of the game and do something else. That's not how I like to roll. If I'm doing something on stream that's relevant to whatever whatever's in the stream title, you guys get to see that. That's how I operate. And that is going to take some practice so that you don't accidentally have some dumb shit pop up on screen. I'm usually pretty good about making sure that that's not a problem for me. What the fuck, dude? None of these guys were here yesterday. I think we've got respawns already. Welcome to Project Zomboid. You get respawns on a major POI after just a couple of days. Oh, nice. I did that intentionally because if there's respawns in this area, I'd like to pull them out of the woodwork and have them congregate in the parking lot for me. My sword probably needs a sharpen, but my whetstone that's in my backpack or in my Alice kit is busted because of the condition problems. So I'm just gonna toss out the whetstone. There's literally nothing more I can do with it. I should have one in my glove compartment, but I don't. I don't have one in my glove. It's not in my glove. It's in my passenger seat. So I'm going to take the one from my passenger seat and put it on my Alice kit, and then just make a mental note to replace the one that's in my van. The wood saw that I carry around on me all the time is also on its last leg due to the condition bullshit that's going on right now. So saws aren't too hard to find, but Now, when I'm using handguns, even in the current, I wait until they're really close, because, well, it's also because it's raining, but also because I don't like handguns right now from any sort of distance. I think of handguns as basically a melee weapon that has a really nice swing speed. Because if you try to shoot at a zombie from anything further than almost point-blank range, even right now at aim level 8, good luck getting good kills doing that with a handgun. Long guns are much different, but right now we're not rocking any long guns. I don't see anybody trying to join the party, so I think that was just a very small little group that respawned in the parking lot, or migrated, I don't know. We were away for just a couple of days, and that was enough, apparently, for either a respawn or a migration group. I don't know, and to be honest, entirely honest, I don't fucking care whether it was a respawn or a migration group. Either of those are fucking annoying. Speaking of fucking annoying, at least now it'll despawn. This is a different one from the last one we saw. And they're always going to reappear as long as there are still zombies in the buildings, because I believe what causes this, and I don't know for sure, but I only see these happen, these silly glitched ragdolls that are just T-posing sideways in the middle of the air. I only see that happen when there's very large POIs, like this one, the hospital, that are multiple stories high. It's probably why not many people have reported them as bugs, because, you know, how many people are fighting their way into large POIs like this from the outside in? I don't think very many people are doing that right now when they're playing Build 42. A lot of people who play Build 42 are just doing the normal starts and hanging out in their starting towns, or, you know, maybe they're going in the direction of Louisville, but this has been a problem for several builds now, so I want to imagine that I'm not the only one who's gone all the way to Louisville, or a 3-story POI outside of Louisville, which are actually kind of rare. The only other place where I've seen enough zombies in a multiple-story POI has actually been the sanatorium, not too far from Riverside. That's where we first started seeing those. It was kind of that was why I was kind of associating the spooky glitch ragdolls with the whatchamacallits, the spooky sanitarium. But anyway, look at this. The crossroads here. Where are these guys coming from? I want to say that this is a group of migrants from somewhere, but where did they spawn? Okay, so if they're respawns, where did they respawn? And by what rules said that it's okay for them to respawn within a couple of days? It was only 3 days since I was here last, tops. And if they're migrants, where did they come from? And what mechanic led them to come here? These are the questions that I have. And again, I did not start observing this until about 6 or 7 months into the game. At that point, that was when I started seeing groups in Riverside just kind of showing up out of nowhere. Because by the time I was about 6 or 7 months into this run, I had cleared Riverside in its entirety multiple times over. And that's when I started seeing these groups showing up around my gas station and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had learned to expect to see this. But I still don't know if it's accurate to call them respawns or migrations. I don't know. Are those three moving at the same speed? I think they are. I don't know. So, Bloody, I talked about that briefly. If a farm has been looted and trashed, all the cows will be dead. I have never seen, to the extent of my knowledge, I've never seen a non-looted and trashed farm late game that has living cows in it. I've never seen that to the extent of my knowledge. If I have completely glossed over it. So what does that mean? That means I have only ever acquired cows by finding them early game and then keeping them fed and watered. Does that mean that cows can only be found early game? I don't know if I could say that for sure. I just say that thus far, I've only ever reliably found them early game and don't know if they even are possible to be found after the first couple of months. Because after 2 months is when you get to the dreaded looted and trash threshold, where, as far as I understand it, the looted and trash threshold is like 2 months in, you start seeing a 50-50 chance of every building that gets looted in to have already had all of the loot deleted and all of the animals killed. And that applies to everything. Everything. That applies to every building in the game. Whether it's your local small home or a fucking military surplus store. There's a 50-50 chance after the first 2 months. At least that's kind of what my understanding of it is. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but that absolutely lines up with what I'm feeling right now. I don't know if I would say rush, but I mean, you know, if in your current, where you're at in the game, where you're at in your skill set, if it feels like a rush to get something done in the first month or so, then yeah, maybe. I would not call it a rush necessarily, but I do like to secure cows before I do my map exploration. So it is just by dint of what I currently do in my playthroughs. It is kind of in my playthrough, or it's in my gameplay flow to get it done in the first week. Always in the first week. She aimed at the ground briefly there for a moment, and I don't know why. I was trying to aim at him here, and then she aimed down for like a brief moment. I have no idea why. We need to reload before we engage this guy. No. So when I should rephrase. After 2 months, Looted and Trashed is a story. I should explain the story system really quick. Whenever you run into, like if you see a bunch of zombies eating somebody on the ground, that's a story. If you see a car parked somewhere with a bunch of blood on the ground and like a doll on the floor and like a first aid kit and some bandages on the floor, that's a story. Stories spawn in as you first load the area. So, if we look at my map, I have never been any deeper into Louisville than further down this road after 1st Street here. So as we explore further down 1st Street, there is a chance for stories to spawn. We could see the story where, like I said, if you see a bunch of zombies eating somebody on the ground, I call that the lunch break. We could see that happen as we go further in, because that will be the first time we've ever gone to that area. That's the first time we've ever explored that map area. Whenever you are doing your initial explorations of an area, that is when, yeah, you could say set pieces, yeah. But that's when the story system is triggered, is on initial exploration. So the Looted and Trashed mechanic is technically a story. At least that's how it currently works to the extent of my knowledge. And the chances of it increase to such an extent where the current... God damn it. I hate it when I have to relocate, because then my accuracy goes to shit when I'm moving. But anyway, about a 50-50 chance for that story to trigger on every single POI that gets loaded in after 2 months. So, just to kind of recap, it has to be something you did not explore already. So actually, this is why if you... I know you actually commented on part 1 of this character series. It really long part, obviously. We went like 10 hours for the first run. But one of the first things I did, like within the first week I got started on this, was just driving all over the map. And that was the biggest reason why I did it, because we loaded in a bunch of places within the first week, when the chances are some of the lowest for it to be looted and trashed. So then, when we come back to those places that we explored, months later, many months later, and I've still not gone back to Irvington. I've still not gone back to Irvington. When I go back to Irvington, there's a bunch of places I explored within the first week that I know now are not looted and trashed. So, this is a little gamey. I don't know if it's always going to be like this. The devs clearly want loot to start fucking disappearing for no reason, so maybe they'll decouple the looted and trash mechanic from the stories system. They might do that in the future, in which case what I'm currently doing, by just going out and exploring the map early, so that I can make sure a bunch of important places are not already looted and trashed, they might get rid of that. I don't know if that will always work. But this is where I was on the main highway when I decided to stop what I was doing at the time and make some bombs. And I've made those bombs. What do I need to use those bombs? Give me a moment to eat. And then we are going to... We've got the bombs in our backpack. 2 remote fire bombs. we've got in our combat bag here, we've got a whole bunch of, we should have a whole bunch of detonators, but we don't. Where the fuck did my detonators go? Huh. I guess I wasn't carrying them around in my primary bag. Okay, we gotta stop by our base again really quick. This will give us a chance to check the main highway as we go further back. If there's respawns in the hospital parking lot, there's probably going to be some in the main highway. See, the gas station's to the north. We've already confirmed that that's okay looking for now. Yeah, see, I don't know if this is a respawn, but this is an easy kill. I just pull out the spear. And I'm okay with doing this here, because there's no trees to the left and right of me. If you poke a bladed weapon through a fence, any fence that you can do it through, that's about a 1-second animation lock. So if I choose to do that, it's going to be because I'm able to confirm that there's nothing to the left and right of me when I approach the fence. That's not the case for the fence up there. So that's why I'm not just running up to that fence and just poking a spear through the fence to kill all the zombies that are on the other side. I'm not doing that for multiple reasons, but that's one of the biggest. I cannot confirm that my coast is clear to deal with that animation lock. And look at this. Look at this. We got some motherfuckers right in the highway where I thought we might. I hate being right in this instance. I think she had... What did she have? A hatchet. Just a good old-fashioned hatchet. I'll take that, gladly. Okay, same problem here. I do not have a left and a right that's clean, so I'm backing off. And it's also same situation. I discharged intentionally because I didn't know all these guys were here, and I wanted, if they were here, I wanted to get them the fuck out of where they were so that I can deal with them out in the open. We're backing up just a little bit because that's not like a full respawn or anything, but that's enough to want to relocate a bit. We'll just use sword to deal with these guys here. And I'm staying on the other side of the highway. Staying on the other side of the highway to keep out of auditory range of the fence smacking, because otherwise my stress will build up to 100. And when my stress is at 100, I'm firearms ineffective. See, we got 6 stress from just hearing those couple times that they smacked that chain link fence. I've already bitched about this earlier in the stream, but I will never miss an opportunity to bitch about that. It is so fucking stupid that your stress builds up that fast. That should have been fixed a long time ago, but the devs are just fucking ignoring it because, well, it makes our lives difficult, so what the fuck is their rush? Hey there, get over here. And I don't want to hear, I know, anybody watching my stuff who's prepared to glaze the devs of this game would have tuned out a long time ago. But I just want to say for the record that if anybody here is wanting to defend the devs and being like, oh, this is an unstable build, they're not making it so it's supposed to be playable. Dude, they spent literal years before making this public because they wanted to make it playable before making it public. So don't hit me with any of that shit. They want this game in the Build 42, despite the unstable label. They still want it to be mostly playable, because otherwise nobody would fucking play it so that they can get their free playtesting, right? We're playing this right now because it's mostly playable. So we can't have anybody, we cannot ever acquiesce people saying, oh, it's unstable, don't let silly things like that distract you. No. The devs want this game to be playable. So when something comes out that makes it really hard to enjoy the game, they should take that into account and fucking fix it. It's in their best interest and ours. So I don't ever like let anybody glaze early access developers to such an extent that they're willing to defend something that's almost unplayable. As early access involved people, we are quite literally doing a public service to the games community by playtesting it like this. And, well, in my case, I don't report bugs anymore because they don't fucking listen to me when I do. But in the ideal circumstance, they would, you know, I'd post a bug report. If these were the Clan Folk developers, right? The Clan Folk developers, when I posted my first bug reports or my first feedback, the lead dev of the game immediately replied to me, like within hours of my post. This is not unfortunate. The Indie Stone is nothing like that. The actual developers of the game haven't interacted with the community, as far as I can see, for longer than I've been playing it. Yeah, I don't think the devs of this game have gone anywhere near the community for years. They go through their they go through the Jannies, the mods. They go through the community managers to get their feedback, which is also probably why the devs are kind of out of touch. They're kind of out of touch, and it takes Reddit making a very big noise about something for the devs to even notice that's a fucking problem. I have made no attempt to conceal my disdain for mods and Jannies. They do it for free. Why do they do it for free? They're pathetic losers who want power, and that's the only way they can get it, is by having power over a small community who needs somebody to remove the really low effort stuff. But they become hammers who look for nails, and they start hammering things that don't need to be hammered. Of course, I took it a little personally when I started this series, this actual series you guys are watching right now. When I first started it, I made a post on the Steam forums for Zomboid. I was like, hey, I'm starting a new character today, and when I live stream, I try to explain what I'm doing so that it makes it a little easier for new players to learn the game, maybe. I don't know if you're into that. That post was deleted within moments of me posting it. It was an advertisement. Because the community managers of this game didn't... They took one look at it and, this guy's some streamer trying to shill his channel. Like, yeah, okay, maybe I am. I'm also trying to, you know, show people how to play this game. We literally just spent 2 hours on stream coming up with a guide to try to show how the blacksmithing system works. But no, a community manager in however many seconds that was, like 20 seconds after I posted it, a community manager spent 20 seconds, probably didn't even look at my stream, and was just like, nah, this is some ad, and just fucking deleted it. I have no recourse for that, by the way. There's no communication. I don't know which moderator did it. They hide behind their little anonymity veils. So it was just a monitor of the Steam community. Could have been Lemmy, could have been Nasco, could have been Sully. I suspect it was Sully, to be honest, because Sully is... yeah, I have opinions about Sully. I've never actually interacted with Lemmy, but I've interacted with Sully, and Sully Sully definitely does it for free. Let's just leave it at that. Sully definitely does it for free. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are doing a little bit of highway cleanup on our way back to base. After trying to set up some remote bombs at the corner of a fence that we need to clear, but we failed because I don't have my detonators, because I'm a doofus. I forgot my detonators. So we're going to go back to base, but also on our way back to base, we're just patrolling this highway. We're in southwest Louisville, so respawns and migrations are a constant pain in the neck. But I do believe that we have cleared out that group. And it's coming up on our bedtime, so by the time we get up the road here and get back to base, and then do a little cleanup, we'll be ready for bed. Alright, here we are back at base. We're, like, literally off the edge of the map for our main base here. The stuff that I've got back there is all really just temporary. This is where the main base is because it's off the edge of the map, and therefore out of range of any of the respawn migration bullshit that we just dealt with through a patrol. That's why we do that. Now, you guys may have noticed that the music system sounds a little off. That's because the game's music hasn't been playing for a long time. It has not been playing for a long time. We're literally just playing the exploration music on a playlist in the background right now. The music stopped playing like 20 minutes into the stream, and it's been broken ever since. Like, you guys don't believe me. Look at this. Audio, music volume is set to normal. Music library, music access, all of it's official. And it just stopped within 20 minutes because, again, bro's gonna get salty about the devs again, sorry. The devs of this game open it for 5 minutes to test the latest thing they've been fucking with, and then they close it. They don't play their own game, and they don't have any play testers on staff, because that's what we're here for. So the devs don't know that shit like this breaks 20 minutes into playing the game, because they don't even play their own fucking game for 20 minutes. But I digress. It's not necessarily that's a bad thing, right? And I've talked about the Clanfolk developers before. Clanfolk is just it's a RimWorld style kind of a cozy life sim. It's think of RimWorld without combat and a little bit closer to The Sims, but it's an okay game if you're into something like that. The devs of that game probably do the same thing. They probably don't play their own game necessarily long enough to test certain features, but they listen to the people who do play the game long enough to do that. Like me, I only played the game for like 2 hours before I made that post on their forum. And the lead dev of the game literally came right to me. He was like, "Hey, thanks for the feedback. We'll look into this and this and this. And hey, would you consider playing the unstable version?" I just broke down laughing when he said that. He's like, "Hey man, we could have really used you on the unstable branch because we only have a few people. Clanfolk is a much smaller game than Zomboid, so they only have a few people playing the unstable, and I specifically chose not to." Because Clanfolk, I play when I want to have chill time. I just play it for the chill. I don't want to be a play tester. I just like to kind of chill when I'm playing it. So when I gave the feedback, I was given the feedback on a major version update that came out of their unstable equivalent. And to see the lead dev of a game saying, "Hey man, can you join our unstable branch?" I don't know if I don't remember exactly what emotions I felt when I read that. It was a little bit of laughter and a lot of something else, like a mixture of depression and anguish and satisfaction. Satisfaction because it's nice to hear somebody who's an actual developer be like, "Hey, your feedback is useful, man. We could have used it a little earlier on." Versus over here, when I try to interact with the Zomboid devs, they ignore the bug report that I posted back in May. Again, tobacco. Go to Steam forums and do a search for tobacco in the bug reporting area specifically. Did I spell that wrong? I don't know if I even spelled that right. I would have to dig back through my my post history to find it. I've talked about this before, but back in May I posted a rather detailed bug report. Well, not a detailed, just a very straightforward bug report that tobacco is literally impossible to grow. It to this day, what is that? 5 months later, IRL, tobacco is still impossible to grow. They've done nothing to change it. They have to change one number. They have to change one number to fix it. And I guess they didn't see it. But if they didn't see it, what did I do wrong? Why did they not see it? I followed their formatting for the most part. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And that is what Black told me on giving the devs feedback. Right? Because if they're community managers, the ones who do it for free, if they're community managers who go out there and manage the community, if they're not looking through the bug reports and actually finding something useful and passing it off to the devs, then why are they even there? But I'm not gonna go down that line of thought any further. Remember, they do it for free, so we can't be too critical of what they do. In any case, I am here for the detonators. Here we go. Remote controller, long range. Also, I need the one that's linked to my noise generator. So if you're not familiar with Build 42, and yes, we're getting back to the game. We're done talking about the devs. If you're not familiar with Build 42, you can make noisemaker traps, but then you can make remote detonators for the noisemakers, and you can separate them into channels. So right now, I got this remote controller long range linked right here. This is linked to the remote noise generator, and then I've got another remote controller long range that I'm going to link to the firebomb in my backpack. Just one of the firebombs. Thank you very much. I have never tried to set off a bomb that is still in my backpack. And to be entirely honest, I don't want to try. Because knowing the devs of this game, they would make it go off. I'm not going to. So I right-click on the remote firebomb, one of the two. The other one's still in my backpack to make sure they're separate. I click the link to remote controller button. So now the remote firebomb is now linked to the... oh, this is going to be confusing. I am going to have to separate the controllers because there's a 5-digit channel number that separates the controllers. I usually like to go by the first and last numbers because it's easier to parse. In this case, the one that is linked to the noise generator is 68259, and the one that's linked to the firebomb is 64402. So I can't even use my usual trick of just going by first and last number. Yeah, I know. That would be the most ridiculous way to die. And I would not put it past that being a possibility. So I'm just going to separate the bombs and detonators into separate bags. And that will do for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with one bomb. I'm going to wait until the rain is done again. We had a whole day that we could have done that, but we were looking at blacksmithing because that was something I wanted to do. But we lost a day there. That's okay. We are just going to have to wait out this rain for a little bit longer. In the meantime, what we're going to do is we've got a little bit of time overnight here. I think I'm good on food for at least another day. Yeah, I've got like 1.5 more of these 60 fries. I'm going to lean towards the community managers, but it is the devs' fault that the community managers are necessary in the first place. So in my humble opinion, the correct answer is both. And the reason for that is community managers would not be necessary if the devs were not so... Okay, maybe that's going a little far. This game is popular. This game is very popular. It's one of the only games that I play right now that is not just extremely niche. There's a lot of people who like this game and would probably want to play it if it was not so buggy and unstable. I think my entire friend group technically falls into that category, although I may have turned them off of this game. I alluded to this earlier, but my friends think that I'm addicted to this game, and they're not wrong, but also I wish they would be a little less critical of me for it. I'm doing what I find to be fun. I could criticize my friends for what I perceive to be their addictions, but I don't. My homies are the Warhammer painting the minis type. They do that a lot. I guess their justification would be that, you know, we're always buying new minis and painting them, and then we're taking them to tabletop games, and we're having fun, which, you know, almost all of that can be applied to Zomboid, except on occasion the having fun part. But then also, of course, Zomboid right now in its current form is not multiplayer. And so I mentioned that because all that side tangent is to illustrate that the game in its current form that we're playing is not multiplayer. So maybe that's probably why the game in its current form is just such a turnoff to many people. I mean, that, you know, I don't think that's a secret. That's not a secret. We wouldn't have to use any brain power to figure that out. The game is, a lot of people want multiplayer. Look no further than how many people on the Steam forums are just constantly asking, multiplayer win. But yeah. I was going to do something with those M14 magazines, but they're not currently loaded because I didn't open another carton of 308. I don't remember if there was a specific reason for that. Oh, no. You're not wrong in the slightest. It is, there is some merit. There's some merit to the assumption that I might have an addiction here. But I've calmed down a little bit. Like, I'm not... Anybody who follows my streams regularly will know that I almost didn't stream at all last week. There were extenuating circumstances, but this is not... I'm past the point where I'm playing this game every single day for multiple hours a day. At this point, I'm not playing Zomboid any more than most normal people would play a video game that they really, really like. But because for a little while there, I was doing 12-hour days back-to-back playing this game because I was enjoying myself. Yeah, it is valid to say that I was addicted then, and of course, this can always explode back into that sort of thing if the devs fixed a bunch of stuff. But I mean, today I've been going for about 4 hours, 30 minutes. I'm going to continue for at least 2 more hours, maybe a little bit more. That's not that much worse than what somebody who just really enjoys what they're doing would do. But at the same time, there is a point to that. It feels like they've gotten to the point where they just perceive Zomboid as just this all-around negative thing for me to touch. You know, as if it was heroin or something. And it's not that bad. You know, it is... There's absolutely some merit to the suggestion that I might be doing this a little too much. But there's, on the flip side, it's... In its current stage, it's nowhere near as bad as something that would actually classify as an addiction. The DSM, and I only minored in psychology when I went to university way back in the day, but the DSM has some pretty strong guidelines for when something can be considered an addiction. to such an extent that I don't think video game addiction is necessarily a thing in the medical sense. It's just in the social sense. Absolutely, people. And the gambling addiction is a thing, I believe. Gambling addiction is an actual medical thing. And unfortunately, there are lots of video games these days that there's a gray area between whether it's gambling or actually just a video game with a little bit of gambling in it. Thank whoever came up with loot boxes for that. Fucking Blizzard and Overwatch making it popular and shit. But yeah, I digress. I definitely have a variable state addiction to this. You're not going to hear me say that I don't have an addiction, but at the same time, I will dispute the severity of it. If it was objectively interfering with other things in my life, then I would absolutely reconsider. But right now, I don't have a lot going on in my life. Now, on the flip side, my friends may have also misattributed Zomboid to certain times where I've had to flake on them. Right? One of my buddies came from out of town recently, and I wasn't able to make it because I had a doctor's appointment that morning, and they may actually have attributed that to Zomboid. I don't know how. I literally told them, but it's like one of those things where like you see your friend disappearing into something, doing something all the time, and then you like, okay, he didn't show up for this. He's probably off playing Zomboid, right? They want to blame Zomboid for the fact that I failed at planning. I can't necessarily blame that. They want to get angry at something that isn't me, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they are angry at me. I still talk to them every day, so it's not... Yeah, but, you know, you don't necessarily want to be like, hey, man, are you mad at me? Nah. I don't do that kind of shit. There was something I was thinking about building, which is why I started sawing those logs. We're not quite ready at the stage where we want to be putting up the main walls of our base or anything. As you guys can see, we've got a very unfinished structure here. We're definitely nowhere near building walls. Was I going to start doing more floors, though? This is 12 by 12, I think. 10, 11, 12, yeah. And 12 by 12 might be a little small. Might be a little small. It might be fine. But I've been doing bigger and bigger. And I would actually go as far as to say as, if anybody watching, if you've seen my Riverside base, I think I went a little too big with my Riverside base. If only for the fact that I started running into problems with the game considering the inside part of my base inside. Like, I had to go through a whole troubleshooting process to figure out why the game didn't consider the whole thing indoors. I never even came away with that with a really solid answer either. It was just the simple fact that it was too big. So last time I went too big. Now this time I may be overcorrecting. Maybe I'll expand it just a little bit. But in any case, it is now 4 a.m. I'm going to sleep now. I'll turn the lights off, then I'll sleep. When I wake up, I do need to step away briefly. I will go step away IRL for less than 3 minutes or so. And then when I get back, hopefully the precipitation will be done. If not, we'll reassess and maybe do a little bit more patrolling. Because I want the precipitation to be done if it can be. So that the firebombs, if the firebombs don't have as much explosive value, and we have to rely on the fact that the zombies are going to burn to death, I would prefer there to not be precipitation that'll put them all out. Right? So the rain that we had and now snow, we may need to wait for that before we can start using those firebombs. But in any case, I'm going to step away for a minute and a half, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And when I get back, we shall probably do some patrolling. I shall catch you then. Yeah, that's true, buddy. Very true. Alrighty, we are back. We are back, and it is raining instead of snowing. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and test one of these bombs, because if we do, we'll know definitively, actually better than definitively, we'll know for sure if bombs like fire bombs are less effective because of the rain, or if the detonation process itself does enough direct damage for the bomb to be useful. That's what I would like to figure out, so this is probably an okay time to try that. And if it doesn't work, then so be it. At the very least, we'll know for sure that the fire won't be spreading very far. Walking Dead, actually, okay, I've never played it, and don't spoil it for me because I actually kind of want to play it. I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things about it, and the people that I've talked to about it have liked it. And therefore, it's kind of on that, it's not even in my Steam yet, but it's one of those things that I do want to try someday. So I actually would say that I would recommend it, if only because it sounds really good. And people who I trust pretty well, people who I trust, whose opinions I trust, have said that it's pretty good. So actually, if you're asking whether to try it, I would say go for it. Because most of the people who I've ever talked to about it have had a lot of good things to say about it. Particularly from the side that it sounds like it's really emotionally impactful. That you have to make some really rough decisions. And you get to know the characters that you have to make those decisions about. And that sounds like something very compelling to me. You know, playing this game all the time, whenever I play this game, I always think about, what if I just, you know, drove further down this road and saw some dude getting attacked by zombies? How would I react to that? Would I just save him because it feels like the right thing to do? What if he needs my help a lot and I don't have the resources to take him on? Would it be more merciful to let him just die there? Or would I, because I mean, you know, how do I know he's not been bitten? Do I want to save him and then get attached to him and then watch him fucking turn into a zombie? That's some really compelling organic storytelling that you could have in a game like this. And I do believe, I don't know, like I'm pretty sure like it's all like pre-written, like there's no random NPCs in that game. Like it's an RPG. You're playing as somebody and you've got a set story that you're following, I believe. So it is, you know, after your first playthrough it'll probably fall off, but that's one of the things that I think about a lot when it comes to this game, is the storytelling potential, just by the environment itself. There's a lot, and I know the devs know that, because there used to be NPCs, but then they took them out because they were pretty poorly implemented, and now we get to wait many years before we see them again, but I've already cried about that, y'all know that. That guy had an office key on him, so I'm taking that. Oh yeah, no, if it's like if it's a story choice, let me find out. I'll find out. Hey, I might even play it on stream someday. I can't make any promises because I've got there's actually a backlog of games that I want to try someday. But yeah, I might actually stream it someday if that's something that people are interested in. I'm definitely interested in it, but I don't know yet if it's because I don't necessarily think that I would, at least not in my current state, I wouldn't do an RPG. But I might get to a point where I want to try it, and in that case, yeah, I would absolutely want to, or I would consider it, at least. Alright, here's our gas station base. I don't think I left anything here that I would need. Just gonna take a quick peek, make sure. That... no. No, we're good. Is there anything I need to leave here? No, we're good. I don't really need to be carrying this around at the moment. And this gas can, I'll leave it behind to be filled up later if I want to do that. Oh, okay, fair enough. I have, I've never played Until Dawn, but I have actually, I have actually watched Markiplier's entire playthrough of it, and I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoyed it specifically because there's at one point Markiplier in his playthrough of Until Dawn, he got an ending that he didn't want, or a character death happened that he didn't want, and he decided that he was going to go back and replay the whole game because he got something happen that he didn't want to see happen. And it was like when he was sitting there just looking at it, he was like, and it had changed to a different character, and he was like, fuck you, dude. And he cuts off the stream, and the dude's name is the same name I have IRL. It's like, fuck you, dude. And I'm like, I laughed really hard when that happened. I'm going to use that clip of him saying that someday. I'm going to use that in one of my other videos. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Our crossroads are not clean. Who could have ever predicted this? Kick walkers in the shin. Okay, that's cool. I'm always down for more ways of fighting something that is allegedly as stupid as a zombie is. I mean, Zomboid has got the truly innovative concept of just pushing zombies down on the ground. As silly as it sounds, not a lot of other games have this. Today's beverage of choice is Bailey's Chocolate Irish Cream with Fireball Whiskey. It is a Saturday after all, and it's 5 o'clock. So that's no. I'm not one of those guys who says you can only drink at 5 o'clock, but absolutely, I will mention it if it happens. All right, here's the group that we need to kill. That's the group we need to kill. I have been waiting for them way too long to just break that damn fence. I am convinced it's not going to happen anytime soon. So I'm going to reorient the van a little bit so that I can observe the progress of the fire over there and go in either direction if I need to. So how do you use a firebomb on a remote detonator? Well, first what we're going to do is set a remote noise generator. And then we're going to set the remote firebomb directly on top of the noise generator. Now what we're going to do, after we set them both, we're going to turn around and run away. The noise generator is going to keep the zombies congregated next to where the bomb's going to go off. And then we're going to set off the bomb after we've seen a couple of them congregate together. Because right as soon as we back away from the group, we've already lost track of them. Like, they're still there. Yeah, see, so they're popping in and out. We can't see them very well, and they can't see us very well. So the noisemaker is going to be to keep them grouped up at the edge of the fence there. Now, as soon as I run up here, they're going to start smacking the fence and making my life annoying. All right, armed and set. Armed and set, backing off. First, I'm setting off the noisemaker. That's the 6800 triggered. The noisemaker is now going off. I'm backing up further. I'm now out of range of the stress. But look at that. You see, they're still hearing the noisemaker and walking in this direction. Backing up just a little further. Because remember, if I'm in audio range of them smacking the fence, then my character gets stressed. And the whole point of this operation is to avoid my stress constantly going to 100. So the noisemaker is still going off. You see how this zombie is reacting, and now she's not even moving because she's already close enough to it. I don't know exactly how many are grouped up there, but look at that. There's another just appeared out of nowhere that we couldn't see before. And they're kind of getting a little closer, a little closer. We're going to give it just a little bit longer, and then we're going to move up and detonate the bomb. I don't know how many we'll catch, but I would like to see. All right, putting away the detonator for the noisemaker. Here's the detonator for the firebomb. All right, here goes nothing. Oh shit! I was just outside of range of that. Okay, we've learned some very unfortunate things here. First of all, we've learned to stay as far back as possible from that. Second, we've learned that the explosion didn't translate through the fence at all. And there's our stress going up still, even though we're outside of auditory range, so... Okay, so the explosion did not go through the fence. The fire is now going through the fence, So some of those zombies are going to catch on fire, but then the rain's going to put them all out. So I don't know if we necessarily learned what I wanted to learn from that. We did learn that the initial explosion, for some reason for that, maybe it's because of this specific type of fence, but the initial explosion did not go through the fence and kill them on the other side. So whether that's a glitch or a feature, I don't know. We, on a chain link fence with the aerosol can explosive, we successfully blew it up and killed a whole bunch of zombies on the other side of the fence previously. But with this firebomb, look at that. They're still on fire and spreading. Okay, so that wasn't necessarily a failure. We did learn that for some reason the iron fences do not allow explosives to go through them. Oh yeah, Richard, pretty decent timing, because we just started messing with the bombs, and we've learned that. Okay, so the fire went out. The fire from the bomb went out pretty fast, and it spread through the fence just by spreading. And now these zombies are on fire, and now they're going to continue burning, and it looks like they're not going out. So that's good. I mean, I can just chill here for a minute. And all those zombies that were giving me a lot of trouble on the other side of that fence, they're just going to fucking cook. They're just going to cook. We're going to let bro cook. I mean, we're just going to chill here for a bit and let them cook. Let them burn. Yeah, I would say it worked out. Not quite the way I wanted it to, but not bad. I wonder if the placement on the edge of the fence had anything to do with it. Because last time what we did with the aerosol can bomb is it was parallel with the fence, as opposed to in the corner. I don't know if that affected it necessarily. But when the bomb detonated, you can kind of see the tiles there. The tiles, some of them are on fire still. These tiles here, for example, the radius of the bomb that immediately set on fire was all out here. Nothing inside the fence immediately caught fire. Because if it had, you would see some of these hedgerows would be on fire. I would laugh really hard if the hedgerows blocked it somehow instead of the fence. I don't think that's what happened, but I would laugh really hard if that was what happened. Look at that. There's even some fire all the way back there now. I don't know how that... I guess a zombie that was on fire that we could no longer see wandered back there and then set a fire on the terrain. But yeah, in any case, I'm going to cut the engine, actually, and we're just going to chill here for a bit. I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to fast forward until I stop seeing fire, because that feels like a good thing to do. I mean, like, we want the zombies to cook, and it takes a while, unfortunately, for zombies to burn to death. In fact, it takes so long, it's a little silly in this game. I don't think it takes an entire hour for somebody to burn to the point where their body should no longer be capable of moving, which, again, we're assuming that zombies are not operating by the laws of thermodynamics and just need to have functioning muscular systems or, like, connected tissue. I'm pretty sure within an hour, if they're just constantly burning, that it would burn away enough that they would no longer be functional, but I don't know. The theories for this game have not ruled out the supernatural. Despite everything in this game being all super realistic and this, realistic that, the devs have refused to rule out supernatural explanation. And in fact, they continue to allude to it. It's God's punishment for man and shit like that. I'm personally, I don't really care whether zombies are supernatural or you try to do a hard science explanation, which would be very difficult. I don't really care. The premise is fun in and of itself. That's a good question, Bloody. That's a good question. Yeah, I have no idea. The devs clearly thought that Build 41... now, yes, there were people who complained that Build 41's default settings had too much loot. Yep, there were people who complained. And I guess if the devs listened to them, they got exactly what they want. So, I don't know. I do not know. I don't know if that was never something that my friends and I complained about. That's the most I could say. When my friends pulled me into Build 41 for the first time, I never once thought, hey, we've got too much loot. maybe that's because from the outset I've always been thinking of like, okay, we've got all these canned foods, this will last a few months, what about after that, right? I don't know if people who think they've got too much loot are just incapable of thinking for the future. But if you have a whole bunch of canned food, that's not going to last you for any longer than it takes for the canned food to get eaten up. If people are just thinking like, oh, I'm going to get bored before I eat all of this canned food, then that's your problem, dude. Take your low attention span somewhere else. Don't make so the devs of this game, which this game is really fucking... You all know what I'm on about with this game. Don't take your problems and just make it somebody else's. That's... Yeah, Richard, 100%. That's, Well, okay, so there are reasons to complain about default settings, but that's also, like, you have to ask yourself, why is the default setting that way? And then make your case as to whether it should be that way or not. Because one of the case for default settings is all about new players getting into the game, I think. And, of course, developer vision. Those are the two things I think are most important, right? If you just start a new game in Zomboid and you click all the default options, you'll end up in Vanilla Apocalypse, which is what I'm playing right now, minus the stat bar mod. I've talked about that before a while. I'll never play this game without a stat bar. But, even without a stat bar, most of the default settings for this game are... I don't necessarily know if I would call them tolerable for a normal person, but tolerable for somebody who this kind of a game would appeal to, I would say, maybe even with a few asterisks. Because, again, I don't think this game would be popular at all if it wasn't for mods. Mods are what made this game popular in the first place, and then multiplayer just blew that out of the water further. If there were no mods to this game and they just added multiplayer, sure, it would have gotten just a little bit more popular, but that would be like multiplying 3 times 3 as opposed to 3,000 times 3, right? Multiplayer added a whole bunch of people, or multiplied the existing player base. But if it was already low because there weren't mods, then it would have been equally low. Multiplayer and mods, I think, are both multiplicative effects on the potential popularity of a game. Alright, we had good success with that. We definitely cooked a whole bunch of zombies. Not all of them, but enough to make this tiny corner of a fence no longer a problem. Mission success, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, look at that, look at that. We got another big group, but this group is so tightly clustered. This group is so tightly clustered that there's probably a survivor zombie in there. I don't see groups cluster that tightly normally under organic circumstances, so I actually think that might have been a survivor zombie event. Or, I don't know, we've already been up here this way, so we haven't explored that area for the first time yet, or we already have explored that area for the first time. So I don't know, we're gonna go in here and start cleaning up a little bit, but we've got to be very wary of our escape routes, because we don't know how many zombies are in this graveyard area. I predict a lot, but they're probably... It's the grouping that I'm worried about. Where are the big groups here? I don't think there's going to be an easy way to find out for sure. Right, no, that makes sense. I mean, this game is way above its, what's the best way to phrase this? It's outside of its, the game's consumption of graphical resources is far beyond what it should be for what you're seeing on the screen. I don't know of a more pithy way to say that. My words have failed me for that, but this game, for what you're seeing on screen, you would think that this is a game that is like, you know, one of the older ones that's been optimized for older machines that should be able to run, new machines should be able to run it like a cakewalk. But my computer, I've mentioned this before, my computer is the best you could buy a couple of years ago, which I would go as far as to say that it's just one generation behind the current best that's on the market. And even I still sometimes get frame rate drops when I zoom all the way out. Which, I mean, make of that what you will, right? Are we playing a cutting-edge game here that really needs 24 gigabytes of VRAM and 24,000 CUDA cores? and 128 gigabytes of RAM. I sometimes forget my processor specs. What is it? It's like 420 gigahertz, something like that. 4.57 currently, base speed 4.20 gigahertz. Is this really a game that should be using 25% of that? Maybe, I don't know. But there's also just the question of optimization. When you're designing a game, optimization is something that comes after you've cleaned up all the game mechanics, generally speaking. Because optimization is kind of like an iterative process. Save games are always a good example. Save games, you usually want to optimize them after you know what you're trying to save. And if you're constantly changing what you're trying to save, then it doesn't make sense to optimize them yet, because then you'll have to go back and undo and redo the optimization process. And yeah, it's just... I was talking about this when I was playing Terra Invicta yesterday, but the save files for that game are so absurd that after just like the first 4 years of the game, you could go up to 50 years in that game, by the way. After like the first 4 years, uncompressed, your save file's like 40 megabytes. And it's just constant, nothing but plain text. Lines and lines and lines, JSON array objects that are like 20 lines deep. And the smart thing would be to optimize that a little bit more than just zipping it up into an archive. But it doesn't make sense to do that until you're done designing what needs to go into that optimized binary chunk. If you think about games like The Sims, you could open up the save file for a game like The Sims. You would have no fucking idea what you're looking at. You would need a third-party tool to decrypt, not decrypt it, but just to figure out what the game's binary system is saving. Alright, you know what? We're going to put on some combat music here. We're going to put on a little bit of combat music because this chill music has run its course for a minute, and we're about to fight a large cluster. It may only be like 20 zombies or so, but you know what? I made this loop, and I like it a lot. So we're going to listen to it. This is my combat. I do think this game will eventually reach something called 1.0. Whether that will actually be something that the community agrees is a finished project, that's something I cannot answer and don't even want to think about. I do think this game will reach a 1.0, but will that 1.0 just be the devs being like, all right, we're done with this game, slap a 1.0 project so we can move on with our lives? That's what they did to 7 Days to Die. I don't know if that's what they'll do to Zomboid, but 7 Days to Die and Zomboid are very often compared to each other. They're early access zombie survival crafting games that 7 Days to Die was in early access for like, I don't know, 12 years. And then it came, they slapped a 1.0 on it and started selling DLC. And now they've barely changed it for the better since then. There's a whole story behind that game. But anyway, we're about to start doing some big combat here. Bite to eat first. Targeted a ground zombie there for a moment. Where I saw somebody down here. I'm doing a circle around this tree. Now we're good. Ammo check. Oh, perfect timing. I need to reload. Some of these zombies heard that gunshot. They're going the wrong way. That fingering. Okay. As I feared, there are some big distributions here. I was expecting some pockets with big groups, but they're just all over the damn place. So let's force them to group up by doing a little bit of firearm discharge. And 5, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Still one left here. There, got him. 2. Main engine start. Deploying. Reload. 14. 13. 12. 7. 10. 9. 8. Still alive. No? No, still alive. Got him. 7. Still alive. 6. 5. Anybody else still alive? No, we're good. 4. 3. I know how to count, I promise. I'm getting a little too cocky here. Getting way too cocky. Way too cocky. Yeah, it's this tree, but I'm also getting too cocky. I need to be aware of these damn trees. 1, right? 2. Now 1. And reload. Oh no, no reload. That was, we have no reloads left. Hey, look at this. Flonky's mobile. No gas, no engine, no battery, whatever. Okay, so we only had like about 40 or 50 zombies to deal with there, but did my music come back? Maybe it got a kick. Okay. Anyway, I noticed something that I wanted to point out. Look at this. This corpse right here is not burned. What does that mean? Also, the grass is burned. What that tells me is that the initial explosion actually did translate through the fence and kill some zombies on this side of the fence. We just didn't see very many. We didn't see very many. Also, look at all the way back here. Look at this zombie's corpse. This particular zombie's corpse was here already. This guy right here with the red glasses. We killed him just now. But this zombie's corpse is here already, and look at the burn on the ground. I wish I knew exactly where that came from, because I don't. I don't know if that was the initial explosion, which was all the way over here, by the way. If that initial explosion translated all the way over here somehow. I don't know. Because usually if this zombie died by burning to death, I'm pretty sure its corpse would not be so intact. It would be a pile of ash like every other zombie over here that we killed. But yeah, we've got some answers. It does go through the fence, but we've also got some questions. Thankfully, we do still have, I think the noisemaker is still there, and we've also got another bomb, another fire bomb to use. So we can try that again if we find another big fence with a bunch of Zeds on the other side of it. We'll figure out what's going on there. For a second there, I thought I heard the game's music cut back in, but I don't hear nothing. Do you guys hear anything? I'm just running around clearing all the corners now. It's kind of hard to like articulate this, but every tree is a corner at this point, so we're kind of circling around trees that are falling off the block line of sight and keeping a wide berth. I mean, you just got to think about trees as if they're as dangerous as the corners that you would see inside of a tight cornered building like this one, because they are. I mean, they really are. They block they block your line of sight of zombies on the other side of them. Neat. These curtains here on the wall, you can pick them up. They're nice decorations. They're pretty hard to find, those particular kinds of curtains, anywhere else. What about the crosses? Can I use those? Oh, I can't put crosses on my wall. What is this? Religious discrimination? Whatever. I think we're okay with this place for now. If there are bigger groups, they haven't come up to the fence yet, so we're going to wait until they come up to the fence and present themselves as a problem before we worry about dealing with them. And in the meantime, I shall put on some of my chill music again, since otherwise I'll forget to, and then we'll just play in dead silence, which is nowhere near as entertaining. This game has great music. I just wish it would play more. Alright, we are now finally starting to edge towards unexplored territory for the first time in a while. I have myself a little drink here. Still lots of iron fence mileage here. Louisville, ladies and gentlemen, an unexplored area of highway, and there's only 2 zombies. For some reason, I get the feeling there's a big mass swarm of them somewhere that we haven't just seen yet. In any case. Surprisingly quiet up there. I do seem to see a bit of a group here, kind of messing around in these woods. I'm just going to use the sound of the engine, draw them out if I can, because I don't want to make too much noise. Otherwise, we'll wake up people on the other side of this fence and just lead to another situation where a bunch of zombies are smacking a fence, and I don't like those situations. If I can avoid them, I will. Opportunity to level my short blade. Trunk of this thing's got a couple of sacks of dirt. I'm taking those not because I need the dirt, but I'll take a few sacks, absolutely. I don't have any sheeps to shear with the electric shears here, but I'll take them anyway. I don't need a scythe, and I can make one if I need one, so we're done with that. If you run across a heavy-duty vehicle out in the world, it's always worth taking a look in the trunk. Never know what you might find. Like in this case, just an empty sack, but I could always use one, so I'm glad I got that. None of the other vehicles here are heavy-duty, so I might check their trunks anyway, because gas cans, I could always use a couple more of those out here. Rubber hose. Ain't nobody got time for that. Hey, look at that, a gas can. Always down for more gas cans. Doesn't have to be gas that you put in them. They're a 10-liter that doesn't have a lid, or doesn't need a lid. Take a wrench, it's free steel. Be wary of these trees. They're hard corners that zombies can come straight through. I don't even know if I have a jack out here for the vehicle workshop outside of my my kits, so that's nice. Let's have a bite to eat before we engage. Not bad. I mean, for a church, pretty light. I guess everybody was at the cemetery for a funeral. I noticed, I didn't point it out when I saw it, but I did notice some fresh, quote-unquote, freshly dug graves. That was probably indicating that there was a funeral event of some kind gone wrong. What do we have here? Perfect Potato Co. Are there any potatoes in this van? I don't know, the lock is broken. Whenever you see a door with the lock broken, I'll usually just take the door right off. I took the hinges off. I took the door off the hinges. Or whatever the hell Kanye says. Hey, look at that, chips. I see a surprising lack of potatoes in the potato van, but I got chips. I'll take chips. Why did I equip this wrench? Why does this wrench have condition damage? Does vehicle work now cause condition damage to your tools? I mean, I guess, but... Ooh, look at this. This is a perfect condition windshield. I'll take that. I didn't even intend on looting this house, but I wanted to look at the van, and now I want to look at more things. I'm not going too much further deep into this. I just wanted to check the garage while I'm here. Hey, look at that, a large hook. I was talking about this in the guide that we were whipping together. Large hook is what you need for a butcher hook to get your leather. And, well, we walked into a looted and trashed garage and already found one, so... Mark my words, I've said this before, I'll always mention it when it comes up. Eventually you're going to need a large hook and a chain to tow vehicles. Right now you can just tow vehicles just by driving up next to them, but... the devs are hard at work to make our life more difficult in that regard. Trust me there. We left our van all the way back here because I've been on foot. We just got hit by fatigue. What I need to do while I'm out here and just kind of looking at things, I need to check a residential house, ideally one that hasn't been looted and trashed, and just see if I can grab a pillow. my gas station doesn't have a pillow and I don't have any spares. Of all the things to not have spares of. Wasn't quite expecting pillows, but hey. That's Zomboid for you. Every once in a while you won't have something that you want. Alright, we are doing an M9 restock, because we just burned through all of the magazines we had on hand. So there's 3 spare mags for the Alice kit, and here's a fresh mag for the actual primary itself. Toss the other empty one back in here. Put my detonators back. And I'm also going to go recover my... oh, we're full. We're full in this bag. I had before, I had a separate bag just for explosives. That kind of fell by the wayside. So I'll just put them straight into the trunk for the moment. We do have a lot of 38 special. I forgot about this, but I think I'm actually supposed to be using 38 special more often than the M9, if I can manage. That's okay. We've only expended a few magazines. But I'm keeping that in mind because we need to distribute the ammo usage. If we just use a specific caliber, then we'll drain our stockpile and be stuck in the middle of Louisville with a certain caliber of ammo missing reloads. I would like to avoid that. Now, I think my spear is also kind of low on condition. No, it's alright. Ish. How's my sword? It has taken a few sharpness hits. Only 1 condition hit. Let's see if we can sharpen it. Sharpen was successful. It looks like only certain weapons are suffering from sharpness problems in the latest patch. Thankfully, swords are not one of them. Now, this house has been looted and trashed, and I don't see any beds immediately that have pillows on them, so we're gonna bypass this one, maybe the next one, and just edge up a little way to see if we can't find a non-looted and trashed house. And or one that's been looted and trashed and has a pillow. Hey look, a non-looted and trashed house. 2 of them. Hello, Hazan. How you doing today? Oh, I saw you earlier. Welcome back. Pillow. Got one. We'll check around and see if there's another one, but otherwise we got one of the things we want. Hey, there's a key to that dart out there. Had another nightmare, did we? That's alright, it's the middle of the night for you. You're, I think you're +7. +7 hours from now is, yeah, early morning for you. Like, super early morning. Way too dark. Ooh, is that that's a perfect condition brake for for heavy duty. I'll always take that when I see one. Of what we see here, welding rods are guaranteed, yes. Nuts and bolts, sure. Wire. Hammer is going to my main hand. Backpack going to my offhand because we're full. The only reason I'm paying attention to this house is because it is not looted and trashed. Therefore, actually might spawn some pretty decent stuff. Hey, look at that heavy chain. Tire pump. Small punch and chisel set. I don't even know if I have one of those at my armorcraft station. Leave those in the gas station with the rest of the reading material that I might need if I get super stressed again. Alright, just want to check the bedroom and then we're out of here. Hey, look at that, 2 pillows. There we go. We are no longer at a dearth of pillows. Got what we want, we're out of here. I mean, you can't leave a pot of stew right in front of me and tell me not to get a free pot. Yeah, look at that, some canned food. Okay, now we're out of here for realsies. Just right down the road, straight to the gas station, which we now have a pillow for. Not having a pillow was actually leading us to us having about, I don't know, 5 or 6 more fatigue than we otherwise would have had. We just haven't really noticed the downsides of that, because usually by the time it would hit us, we were not in the middle of combat at that point. So we, I don't know, we successfully moved up a little bit. We don't need to keep going too far, because, I mean, this is Louisville. We take it cell by cell here. The last thing we ever want is to overextend ourselves in Louisville. I have lost a character in this game recently, in recent memory, just a couple months ago, Barb the Builder, rest in peace, sweet princess, after 104 hours, and that was because I overextended myself in Muldraw. If I can overextend myself in Muldraw, then Louisville, we're gonna be as paranoid as humanly possible, because we do not want to overextend, ever. Alright, I think I can empty the rest of this sink if it's not already... It's been emptied, so let's see if I can pick it up. It might break. It did not break. Let's see if I can put it down over here. I can. Okay. I wasn't sure if you could put it on this facing. Now, we do not have a pipe wrench to plumb it with. So when we find a pipe wrench somewhere, which won't be too hard, we'll bring one from the other base if we have to. Let me put the mirror. How about I put it right in front of the stove? Why not? Imagine going into the men's room and finding a bunch of tissues in the trash. Yeah, I'm gonna delete those. About 22:30 is our bedtime. So we're just doing a little decorating until we run out the clock. Why did I find 2 perfume bottles in the trash can of the men's room? Interesting. Interesting. 1 perfume bottle I would never even bat an eye, but 2? Okay. Fair enough. Somebody really wanted to smell good, I guess. Or something. We use whiskey as a cooking ingredient around here sometimes. Even though it's an empty bottle. And then, of course, We are ever so slowly making progress on breaking out walls that we don't want anymore. Oh, and we got ourselves a broom now. And we recently found a bucket. All we gotta do is grab a, next time we see one, just grab some bleach, and we'll be able to actually clean up some of this ugly crap. That would make me happy. I'm gonna live anywhere. Might as well live somewhere that looks pretty. Where would I put it? Are we out of foodstuffs for the moment? I think we are. Oh no, we just found a whole bunch of chips, and we do still have another bite of the stir fry. Excellent. And bedtime. Let's just get a pillow on that bed. That's what we went out of our way for earlier. You see, it looks like there's a pillow on the bed, but no, that's just a part of the bed's art design. There's no actual pillow on it. Now there is. Oh, interesting. So by destroying that wall, it also destroyed the corner. I guess I might as well clean up the rest of this then. Now, if I destroy this wall, will it mess up the corner? It got rid of the ladies' room sign. I mean, I guess that's okay. It's not the. I mean, it's the ladies' bedroom. It's not the ladies' room. Whatever. Fucking. I'm not too mad about it. I'm just confused. Why would you make a sprite on the wall contingent upon an adjacent wall? Or whatever. Odd decisions, I suppose. Not the best spot for things, but I'll take it. As a overnight activity, we'll cook a little bit of something up with the canned food we just found. Right? Do we even get the canned food? Where'd it go? Oh, it's still in here. Of course it is. Can't add canned fruit cocktail to anything interesting here, it seems. That's unfortunate. Can I make a salad? Fruit salad, maybe. Yeah, okay. Can't add peas to a fruit salad. I guess that makes sense. Alright, enough time has passed. We can use the sledgehammer again without muscle strain going to 1,000,000,000. Alright, let's put that away. Alright, maybe I will actually move that. The storage rack doesn't look that good out here. It doesn't match right. I'll go ahead and put the large metal shelves back where they were. It does make sense after all. Alright, all the rest of the furniture to be stored in our fridges. I would have to drop some stuff to put those up. Might as well. Now, normally I wouldn't hesitate to put down a single fridge. These are not single fridges, though. They're doubles. At least now I can carry them. Look at that. Nice and clean. Well, I'm not even going to finish that sentence. We need to clean the floor before I can actually say that out loud, but until then, objects have been nice and evenly sorted. It is, I mean, it's just a field base and a gas station, but it's also home for now, for the moment, for the next day or two while we're out in the field. Oh dear, we had a nightmare. Well, what are we going to do? I guess we'll just wake back up and fuck around for a minute. Wait for the nightmare problem to go away. Now, while I've got all of my stuff detached, I'm gonna go grab a fridge really quick. That'll give me enough time to burn off the nightmare debuff. We're just gonna go steal the neighbor's fridge. And like I said before, I'm not gonna use the fridges that were already there because they're double fridges. And the only time I would ever need a fridge at the gas station base is just to store some food while I'm actively in the area, which I do actually have some. I just made a fruit salad. Fruit salads barely last longer than a day if you don't fridge them, so this is, I wouldn't go as far as to call it necessary, but it's not unnecessary. Like I said, I said this before, I always have a hammer on me. No matter what I take off of my person, there will always 100% of the time be a hammer on me. Non-negotiable. I'm pretty sure I already looted this place for the most part. Oh, not the garage. A respirator actually might be useful in the not-too-distant future. Respirators are something you can put on to take a little discomfort hit, but also remove the corpse smell entirely for however long the filters last. Once the filters are gone, I think it's actually still somewhat equivalent to wearing a dust mask. So even without the filters, a respirator is actually going to do a little bit, but the filters are what makes it good. Hopefully that was long enough to sort out the nightmare problem. Where would I want to put the fridge here? Huh. I didn't leave a spot for it. Skill issue, for sure. You see, I can't necessarily shift that over much further because otherwise I'd cover up the fossil sign, which actually I kind of like the fossil sign. I'm not gonna lie. It fits the aesthetic. I wouldn't hurt to put it over here, I suppose. It's a little bit out of the way, but it is what it is. Alright, back goes on the backpack. And the weapons. Suppose I should start a bag, something like that for stuff that needs to go back to the main base. I'll leave it on the floor right here in the middle. Everything else I need to slave for disassembly. And that stuff is going to go into the bedroom here, in addition to the stuff that goes in this bag, or this bin is for local use. One of those pillows is going to, or both of these pillows are actually going to go in my van. Where did she go? back to bed. Since we didn't get a full night's sleep because of the nightmare. Alrighty. Back to work on the main highway then. What time is it? About 5, 6 p.m. IRL. Doing alright over here. A little bit of fog, looks like, today. Let's grab that fruit salad we made. Thick fog today. Thick fog is not necessarily conducive for clearing areas, but it doesn't hurt us too much to just stay on the main highway. Alright, so we want to see Waverly Street up here, and then after Waverly Street, that is unexplored territory in Louisville, with thick fog. Silent Hill mode, full swing. Our spear is going to need a new handle in the not-too-distant future. So it would behoove us to find a sapling somewhere at some point. Funny thing is, I don't think we actually have an axe in our field kit right now, because we left it on the ground over there because it needs to be replaced, and I forgot to replace it. That's okay. Just need to keep aware of the situation with the spear. Oops. You know what? Let's move this car out of the way. Also steal its radio. About all it's good for right now. A little bit of gas in the tank too. Not that we really need it. Okay, we are now at unexplored territory. I do believe that coming up here, train station access on the other side, that's where we're going to start seeing the football field, and then after that is the, I think is going to be the LSU, Louisville State University. That is one of the primary targets of this entire operation. It's more of a journey than a destination, but coming up on a big old milestone in that journey. And I already see some Zeds to the north, so what we're going to do is we're just going to back up a little bit, and we're going to see what that brings down on us. We are going in full turtle mode. We're taking nothing for granted, because otherwise, if we just start plowing down this road, we'll get zombies plowing right up behind us. And that's no good. I don't want that. Just about to run out of water, so I need to keep that in mind. I have plenty of water in my backpack, because this has been happening a bit lately. Alright, we're switching back to 38 Special now. And we're treating our gun as a melee weapon because of the fog. I mean, it's a handgun, so we would be treating it as a melee weapon either way. I don't like these trees. That's actually why I'm shooting. Shooting very specifically to see if there's anybody on the other side of these trees. We'll bring them out this way. I don't know if anybody watching right now would have been watching earlier when I was talking about flint and other ways of getting it. But here's an example of a flint node on the ground here. I don't have anything to break it with, but if I had a club hammer or a pickaxe, I could break it open and get a whole lot of flint. That's just another one of many ways to get flint. I do think that when it comes to just ease of access, foraging is probably more reliable than having the right tools and finding a flint node in the right spot, unless you're going out specifically and looking for flint nodes. And look at that, we started pulling people from the other side of the street, which I have no idea what's even over there. Backing up a little further. Yep, see, this is why. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid because of the friggin' woods up here. Now, why did that happen, everybody? Why did that happen? Why did I swing at the zombie that's face down on the fucking ground instead of the one that was directly in front of me and winding up a melee and winding up a bite? Your guess is as good as mine. My guess, well, my guess for whatever it's worth is that there's still a lot of targeting problems with this game. But it's functional, it's playable, we just gotta always be even more careful than we otherwise would be. And so we are. Yeah, look at all this shit. That's more than I thought. We tooted the horn and didn't get nothing compared to this. I'm predicting that the discharging of the gun drew some people from much farther away. The M36 is a 5-shot revolver, optimized for concealed carry, so always keep that in mind when you're using this. That was a brutal kill. You see, look at this. We got this jerk up here to the north. He doesn't know where he's going. All he heard was a sound in the general. So he started going in the direction. See, the way I'm handling ragdolls right now is just imagining, when I see them ragdoll, I'm just imagining they're still standing upright. Because that's kind of, at least as far as I understand, my educated guess right now is that the game just sometimes just fails, or actually all the time really, is failing to treat ragdoll targets that are on their fucking ass, like that one right there. Y'all saw that I did an upright swing, as if it was on its feet right in front of me. And that, I think, is the chief problem that we're running into right now with ragdolls. Okay. Not bad. I mean, not bad insofar as all that discharge, and we've only got a couple of really slow shamblers left. Yeah, see? Upright stab. Even though she's on her face on the ground. Whatever. Look at that. What's our ammo count? We're down to 8 rounds in the bandolier. And we don't have any more loose 38 special. Somehow. I might have fucked that up. Or we were coming up on the home stretch of being done with that one. In any case, we do have quite a bit of 9mm and some 45 auto. Let's put the 45 auto into our bandolier and replace our backup. We'll place, well actually, let's, we'll do some 1911. Yeah, we can do some 1911. Attach that to holster right. Got some 1911 magazines here. Oh, we don't have very many 1911 magazines, so no, we're not doing that. We're just going to stick with the holsters. They're going to have M9, and then our big iron time. If only I could do big iron more often, but we would we'd chew through our ammo a little too quickly if we did. Spent a lot of time doing big iron already. Okay. Alright, gotta be aware of both of these guys here. Now, the big iron that we're using now is significantly louder than the M36 that we've been using. Might not sound different to you guys. It doesn't even sound different to me, but I know for a fact that it is louder. Insofar as you could just think about it logically in terms of caliber and powder packing. 45 auto are definitively larger rounds than 38 special. I don't think I've never fired either of them IRL. I have fired IRL, I've done 30-06, I've done 223, I've done 22 LR. I think I've done 9mm once. It's been a very long time. I don't own. I'm not gonna talk. I actually don't think you're allowed to talk about firearms that you actually own on stream very much. Like, I know there's gun tubers and everything, but you'll notice that whenever the gun tubers live stream, they don't do firearms. They talk about other people and they watch footage of it. But when it comes to actually live streaming, YouTube's got some really weird rules when it comes to like displaying firearms, and maybe even like, and they're all specific to live streams. Like, it has nothing to do with videos, and I don't know why. But yeah, I don't own any of these calibers. I'll say that much. I don't own any of those. I don't know. What I do own is not in this game. And what I'd like to own is not in this game either. I don't think violating any rules to say that I would absolutely love to own a 50 cal Action Express Desert Eagle. Desert Eagles, whenever you think of the word Desert Eagle, some people think they're all the same. No. They come chambered in many different calibers. Specifically, I want the 50 cal Action Express version, or 50 AE. Not really because it's not because it's economically efficient, and not because it's combat efficient. I just fucking want one. It's not even. It's rule of cool. It's literally all it is. This, I think, was a lunch break event. I'm getting this guy out of the way so I don't ruin my tires by running over his ass a bunch of times. Whenever there's a corpse smack dab in the middle of the road that I'm not expecting. Yeah. Okay, we are out of water in our main bottle. Swap it for a backpack bottle here. And I'm moving on up now. It's kind of an uneventful day. We're not seeing any major explosive hordes right now. But further down this highway is LSU. And like I said before, I am expecting multiple thousands from the main building alone. And I know nothing about the tertiary buildings. I just know that, just logically speaking, LSU is bigger than Ekron Community College. And Ekron Community College, which I've hit multiple times in the past, has at least 1,500 total. Sometimes probably more. I feel like most recently when I hit it, there were a little bit more than 1,500. Like they just kept spilling forth. When we actually get to that point, we'll benchmark ourselves. Right now we're at 21,533 kills, and we are approximately 16 months and 20 days into the game. When we get to the point where we start fighting the LSU horde, we'll tally where we're at, and then we'll take a look afterwards once we've hit the main bookshelves. Okay, bloody. Yeah, have a good night then. I shall catch you in the future. Now, what we've got on the right side here is a really, really long wooden fence. And what we've got coming out of our speakers is a playlist of music that is a little too short. Let's add a couple of more tracks here. And that's it for exploration, so let's scroll back up here. Only one way. I don't think I have that one. And then I'm gonna, after I start this next track, I'll set it to shuffle. There we go. Now, normally with the way the game's music will play when you're not actively in combat or something, what it's supposed to do, which it's not doing because it's broken, is it is supposed to just it like gives you a little time to simmer between tracks, and I can't really simulate that just using VLC without going really far out of my way. So I'm not worried about that. We're just going track to track as we have it. Now, what makes things complicated now is that fence is on this side of the road. So if I were to start tooting the horn to bring some people out of this forest up here, which I know there are some, not even a question. This is as far up as we've gone so far. There's absolutely going to be possibly very large groups in this forest, just like there were previously. If I were to toot the horn here, what we would get is the same fence problem we had before, where a bunch of zombies come up and start smacking the fence, stressing us out, instead of coming out to fight us properly. On the flip side, we can make holes in this fence much easier than we can any other fence, so maybe that can be of benefit to us. I'm gonna use this street light as a point of reference so that I remember where I made the hole in this fence. Now, as soon as I finish doing this, I'm gonna turn around and run very quickly, because I don't know if there's a zombie directly on the other side of this, and I'd rather not risk that. Okay, not bad. All that really did was make it so that they technically can pad their way to us if they need to. I don't know how many are on the other side of that. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't really fucking care. I just need to make sure that if there are big groups on the other side, that they can just get to us instead of grouping up and wasting everybody's time by smacking their face on the fence instead of coming to fight me like a zomboid. I see that group. I am expecting to have groups from multiple directions. This is a forest after all. Can't see anything going on around me, and there's the fog. I'm not going to toot the horn anymore once I'm back on the highway. But until then, I'll come over here and we'll see what comes at us. Also, while I wait for them to catch up, I'll check the trunk of this truck. Some twine, a couple bricks, concrete powder. Cool. Oh, leather gloves. I don't think I need those. Coveralls. Don't really need those. I'll leave them on the ground. Alright, here's our first contender. We're using the big iron so that we maintain a noise profile, so that anybody in the area should hopefully continue coming our way. Normally, I would use the ambulance, but like I said before, I'm not necessarily interested in pulling everybody from the other side of the road. Just whoever is close enough to be annoying, like these guys. Now, at the very corner of the screen, I don't know if anybody caught that. Very corner of the screen, I saw some people coming our way from that way. That tells me potential backfill. So, look at that. Look at that. We are surrounded. We're very surrounded right now. It just doesn't look like it because of the fog and the trees. So we're backing up a little further. And we're making it so that here, the wooden fence is basically a non-factor. So let's get surrounded from every direction and let's kick on some tunes, shall we? Let's kick on some tunes. So I see even more people behind me now, so. I'm gonna make some noise. Hey, look at this, backfill. Everywhere we look, backfill. I was afraid of this. But now we're dealing with it now before it becomes a problem. Now here's my strategy for this. Attack, fall back, attack again. We don't actually need to use the gun for noise profile now. There's the big old groups I was looking for. Look at this. Didn't notice this guy. Fucking backfill, man. We got about 2 more hours and then the fog will let up, but then of course we've got fatigue after that, so got a little bit of life left in us for now. Check. 7. Alright, I feel good about this side. We've had it down here blaring for a while, and we're just getting some slow ones left now. Oh, hello. Some, quote-unquote, some. Come on, come on. Okay, and once again, more backfill. We're still surrounded. Backing up a little further. This is Louisville, ladies and gentlemen. Take a few steps forward. We are backtracking quickly. Ammo check down to 0. Reload. 13, 12, 11. Come on, get up. One of you, get up. 10, 9, 8. Not good. Very not good. Goes the siren for a minute. Ammo check. 4, 3, 2, 1. Reloading. Big iron. North through the trees. More backfill. One of these trees, maybe two. Okay, not bad. Moving back up a little bit. Oh, look at all that. We got a crowd, boys. We got a crowd. Still not clear on our 6, which is not good. Hello there. Back to the big iron for now. there's the, that's what I'm looking, that's Louisville right there, boys. All right, siren's going back off for now. Ammo checked magazine-wise. We got one full left. Let's grab a little bit more where that came from. Shit, I thought I reloaded. Dumbass. Why you leave one in the chamber? Backing up with the van. Ammo check. Door check too. Damn it. I was wondering why I had extra magazines in my bandolier. It's because I forgot to put this forgot to put my saw back where it's supposed to be. Okay. Oh no, threaten me with a good time. I got extra magazines. See them fanning out to the north a little bit. Zombie attempts at flanking. Now we get that ammo check. Good thing we did. We're at 0. Hey, there's a hiker. And there's everybody else. Okay, further to the north. Ammo check. 2. He's still alive over here. Reload. Might have enough room to put that saw back now. Yeah. Oop. Right. 13. 12. 7. Not bad. Moving up a little further now. Doing here is I'm in this area for just a minute so that all the zombies that are in this residential area will follow the sirens to where I'm at right now so that they can go through this area through the fence here instead of getting bunched up on a specific fence. Kind of wish I could cruise control in reverse, because I would if I could. Whew, almost backed into that. Oop. Accidentally reload. Negligent reload. I did negligently reload. Whatever. Just means my magazines are disorganized now. Hello. Yeah, we're falling a little further back than that. And we're cutting off the engine because the gunshots would be more than enough now. In fact, we're going to have a sip of coffee. Ammo check. 11 left. You all ready for another big old group? 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Backing up. Reloading. Let's use up this spear, shall we? Starting to see him from far left. And I ain't talking about the political persuasion. These zombies don't discriminate. One more left, slow. We're getting a lot of slow now. There goes my spear. Ammo check on the M9. Did we just reload it? Yeah, we just reloaded it. 14, 13. 12. Alright, here goes nothing. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switching to backup. Switching to the backup for the backup. Backing up. I cut it a little close there. We ran out of big iron, and I wasn't quite expecting to run out of big iron. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna try something. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna try something. I was gonna try a bomb. I'm not gonna try a bomb because it's a fire bomb. Ammo check. We've got 1 round left. Other M9 is going back on the belt here. That one's still alive. Not anymore. One round left in this one. Hold on a second. Why is there only 1 round left still? Switching to the backup because I think I'm out of magazines. 14, 13, finish off. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. This is why I put a hole in the fence. They're still using it. 3. I need to expect that there's more to the north now. 2. 1. And they keep going. 0. I'm trying to reload now if I can, but it doesn't let me, so we're completely out. So we're falling back, getting more magazines. And there's that reloaded. Looking good. Okay, the zombies have kind of stopped, and we're going to fall back now. We'll resume this tomorrow. We did great tonight, but we need to get some sleep. Don't want to be fighting all night. It's better to fight during the day. Pretty good. We did great today. It's a shame that I can't do fun stuff like that when I have more live viewers to actually maybe keep them around. I did have a higher concurrency earlier when people were dropping by and seeing what's up while I was autistically hell-bent on mapping out the whole forge thing. Bloody through a challenge, and I just had to take it. That's alright. We accomplished something. That's always a good thing. We are now headed back to the gas station, had a little nap tonight. We'll do some more of that tomorrow. That was fun. We should still have plenty of ammo. I may go back to the main base as an overnight activity and take a look at the other calibers that we have access to right now. Because, I mean, as we're getting closer to the, the actual LSU. I don't think we were quite within range of it. I think we didn't quite get as close as I thought we were. That's okay. We're getting closer as we keep going up that highway. We're getting closer and closer. Hands are still shaking. I enjoy myself when this game has got a good combat loop. There's problems with it, of course, but I'm at a state right now where I can handle the problems for the most part. All those silly little mistakes that I made during combat are all things I'm accounting for at this point. I'm accounting for mistake forgiveness in my distance calculations for everything I do. So if the zombie's coming at me, if I shoot at it, if I miss, almost every time I shoot, I still have chances to fall back if I miss, or, shoot again. More often, I'll shoot again. If anybody finds the fact that I count my ammo annoying, I apologize. I'm not going to be able to get over that. It's a little too late in my life to just hard code magazine counting into my brain. I'll tell you what. If I have a son who gets interested in video games, I'll expose him to Arma early on. I'll expose him to Arma and make sure that he learns how to count magazines early on while he's young and while it's easier to learn things. Me, I've spent way too much of my life playing video games that just automatically do magazines for you. Call of Duty, 7 Days to Die, basically every other game I've played. But yeah, maybe a future son of mine will be exposed to Milsim in his teenage years, while he's still able to learn things easily. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll show him that I made this plan. It's good to think about the future, even if it doesn't even look that good. I'm 35 years old and I don't have a family. That's not the nicest thing to be thinking about all the time, but I think about it a lot. There's a lot of people think that it's easier for you if you're a guy to start a family later on than it is for a lady, and that's true. Technically speaking, that's true, but it's also not that. It's also not a non-factor. It has been recently very strongly correlated that certain conditions are actually linked to both maternal and paternal age. So you think you can wait until the end of your life to have a family? Don't, because you can't. Unless you want to deal with harder to deal with children, because that's a potential thing you got to deal with. Something that I read that just really fucking terrified me was the percentage chance for Down syndrome, based on multiple studies with thousands of participants, and how it correlated with the age of both parents, and how it went from like a 1 in 20,000 chance if you have a kid in your 20s, to something like a 1 in 20 chance if you had a kid in your mid-40s. I mean, of course, it's everybody knows if you wait until your 40s to have a kid, you've made many mistakes. But I don't know. Maybe it's just millennial narcissism, but people in my generation seem to think that we can wait until the last minute for all sorts of things. And families are not one of them. It's easier when you're young, if for no other reason than the fact that you have more energy when you're young. I'm experiencing that in another side of my life right now. I've been covering overnight shifts, and I used to be able to cover, I used to just be able to flip my sleep schedule like that, no hesitation. It's nowhere near that easy anymore. And speaking of things being easy and difficult, we're right in front of my base. This is my main base, by the way. And what? Okay. Remember my idea about building in the river to avoid respawns? It wasn't good enough. Now that's because we have a generator running over here, but still, it wasn't good enough in the slightest. Whatever. We've come to expect respawns in this game, and I've taken steps to mitigate my exposure to them. And it blows my mind that those steps were not good enough. It blows my mind that I have to... I'm here at the middle of my own base right now. A place that I very thoroughly cleared when I first got here. A couple of months ago, I should say, for the record. I got here a couple of months ago. It was like October, I think, when I got here. I don't even know if I've been here a full month. I could be misremembering. Thankfully, animals are actually pretty good at zombie detection, better than us. The fact that they've stopped running around like morons means that this side of the base is probably fine. It is the other side of the base that I'm a little concerned about now. Because if there were zombies right here next to my generator, what does that say for the rest of the woods back here? We're just going to run through the trees where there's nice little gaps between the trees and see what we see. Because if they were right there, then who's the fuck to say that there won't be more up here? This is where I'm skeptical that we're dealing with migration zombies instead of just fucking respawns. How do I fucking know? I don't. I have literally no idea. And I don't know if I'll ever figure that out. That has been an open question for the past several hundred hours that I've been playing this game, and I've got nothing. I still don't understand whether... It doesn't feel like migrations. That I'm just going to say it that... I'm going to say it as much as I can... As much as I've learned, it does not feel like migrations. It feels like these guys just fucking materialized out of nowhere. That's what it feels like. And sometimes when you're designing video games, you gotta kind of just go by feel. You can't necessarily be like, oh, no, actually, no, they actually came from another place in the map, you just didn't see them. Dude, I have killed everything in like a 200 cell radius of this base exhaustively a month ago. If I'm seeing things now, after only being away from this area just a couple of days, it doesn't feel like they just kind of migrated in from a nearby area. Because what fucking nearby area did they migrate in from? And what mechanic led them to just migrate randomly in this direction? Is my generator making enough noise to attract them from 1,000 tiles away now? I don't think so. I don't think it has anything to do with the generator noise. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think the devs are just respawning people and just gaslighting us into thinking, oh no, they're actually just migrating from nearby and you just missed them early. No, dude, I'm pretty sure they're just poofing out of nowhere and you're just being obtuse. But I don't know. This is just pure feels over reals right now. And the reason I'm going with that, normally I'd be the kind of guy who'd be like reals over feels, but no. Feelings matter. You're playing a video game to have fun. Fun is a feeling. This is not fun. It's not fun to come back to my base and just find a piddling amount of zombies, a dozen zombies, just annoying me. That's annoying. It's fucking annoying. Nobody likes to be annoyed. But every single zombie is a potential to end my 410-hour run, so we always got to think about it in terms of that. The devs want us to die. This is how you died, remember? This is how you died. Whatever. Y'all know what I'm about. I don't have very many live viewers right now, so anybody watching probably knows what I'm on about. Anyway, magazine work right now. 3 full magazines in the Alice kit. 2 empty magazines in the backpack going back in here. Most of the rest of the crap that's in my backpack is now going to be sorted out here at this place. I'm going to leave the lights on all night tonight because, well, normally I don't really think that I need to, but now, with those random zombies appearing, sure, yeah, I'll leave the lights on. I'll be able to sleep if I have a nightmare and wake up and step outside, right? Can't trust my surroundings after all. Like I said, y'all think I'm going a little paranoid by building in the river. I didn't build far enough into the river, apparently. Y'all just saw it with your own 2 fucking eyes. Or 1 if you have an injury. It's just like... I didn't build... Last time when I built my base on the river, I realized pretty early on, oh crap, they're wandering on up and they're moseying on into the river where I built my base. Now, I built my base in the river, but I didn't build it far enough into the river. It's all so tiresome, it really is. I need to do something with those bricks, not put them in here. I have a destination for bricks. Electronics are what go in here. Oh, there's some bleach in here. I'm taking that with me because I want to clean up the gas station a little bit when I get a chance. Found some concrete powder. I don't really know what to do with that, but I have some now, and it's a building material, and I want to build stuff, so cool. Oh, I got a bowl right here. Let's make a salad. Make a shroom salad with these leftover shrooms. We just added a whole bunch of shrooms to the salad, but now we're going to get like nothing when we eat it because shrooms are stupid right now. But now we got rid of all the leftovers, so that's fine. I literally can't even eat this salad. I literally can't even eat it. That's how weak those mushrooms were. I'm not putting too much thought into this. I'm just adding something hefty and then some mid stuff and then calling it a fry. And that way all four of these fries came out to be something in the mid. Toss these in the oven along with the eggs here. Toss the eggs into the salad because the eggs cook quick. I'm gonna thaw out some of this kale. And maybe another helping of rabbit meat. I probably should have closed the door, but if there are any zombies in the area, they would have hit me by now. Alright, these all came out to be about 40, so I'm just going to take them all straight in my backpack. We're a little late getting to bed, but that's okay. Got ourselves some food cooked up.
Hello again, my name.
Oops. Clicked on the wrong thing there. Alright, want to do something with these bricks. Everything else that I have is going to stay on me for now. Alright, let's think about what caliber we want to use next. We've got a lot of ammo. Literally, these vehicles right here, some of them are, these two are, the vehicle here, this trailer, this vehicle, and this one, these two are full. This one is like half full of nothing but ammo. So ammo that we want to use is, we just want to figure out what caliber, that's all. Bunch of 44 mag here. I'm not really thinking about 44 mag right now. Let's do another round of 223. I feel like 223 right now. Because we're not doing big groups just yet. We haven't quite reached the LSU yet. Now what I'm going to do is open this box of 223, put the whole box into my bandolier, and then fill the remaining space in my bandolier with 38 special. So that way we're switching between the 223 and the 38 special. And then of course, as always, we've got our 9mm as backup. Plenty of mags for that already. And then for the 223, we've got an MSR 700. Currently the only gun that uses it. I would love to have a cartridge-fed, or a magazine-fed semi-auto rifle that would shoot 223. I know plenty of those exist IRL, but, I mean, in this game, all we got is a bolt action here. Now, I started eating into my coffee, but that's okay. We still have most of it left. I do kind of feel like I should grab some coffee and get a coffee machine set up at my gas station base. My current flow kind of feels like what I need to be doing is going back here when I need to resupply on big stuff, and then when I need to resupply on small stuff, that's what the gas station base should be for. I haven't quite established a good flow for that yet, though, so soon. Eventually. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the fresh ingredients in the fridge here that are not in the freezer and bring them with me to the gas station, fire up the generator there so I can last a few days out at the gas station without having to resort to abandoning my, or without having to resort to non-perishables. I will also stop by the chicken coop. Actually, no more cooking utensils here. Whatever. Oh no, somebody just died. R.I.P., I guess. And you know what? Let's build another axe. And we need the pipe wrench, because we need to plumb the, we need to plumb our gas station base. This wood saw that I'm carrying around is about to go, and I have several hacksaws. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave the wood saw here and replace it with a hacksaw that I have in the cabinet here. Hacksaw can actually do more than a wood saw. I think a hacksaw can do anything that a wood saw can do and then some. So if you're thinking about what to use first, I usually just carry around a wood saw and save my hacksaws for spot crafting at an actual base as opposed to out in the field. But fine. Put on some chill music until we're ready to fight again. And just in case we need them, a couple of boxes of nails. Because we have the ability to make our own nails here, so we don't need to stockpile nails at this particular location. We have not eaten too much into our supply of swords, so I'm not worried about reforging any swords just yet. The one that's on me may need to get broken down soon, but the ones that I have to replace it are, we got plenty of those. Oh, look, yet another ragdoll. Never get tired of those. Oh, we're going a little far. We went past the gas station. I would like to drop some stuff off at the fridge there. And then we shall move up and continue. Oh, damn it. I forgot those fucking corpses are there. I need to be a little more careful driving through the crossroads here. Who knows how much damage I just took to my tires. Literally keep my streets clean for that specific problem. This pile of crap was supposed to go back to base with me, but I forgot. Oops. Alright. Got another firefighter axe head here, just to rebuild that whenever we're set. You know what? Since it's snowing, I'm going to toss this bucket outside so that it'll fill itself up. It's really slow to fill up when it's just snow. But maybe the snow will turn to rain. Happens all the time in this game. Alright, we got our pipe wrench now. We can plumb the sink. Fresh water straight from the roof. I want to switch the 1 liter bottle into the 2 liter here because I want to use my 2 liters for water storage and my 1 liters for bombs. Because that's, you know, I usually need more, more water than I do gasoline for bombs. I keep thinking that there's more stuff I need to sort, but not really. Most of what I need to sort is just, I need to get this carton of 223 out of my backpack. Into the trunk it goes. Put 2 of these spare 2 liters of water in the trunk, so it's actually eating up quite a bit of trunk or backpack space. I don't want to say that we're prepped, but we can get started. And I don't want to say that we're prepped because there is snow and fog right now. So our visibility for long-distance shooting is shit. And what do we have on us right now but a bunch of long-distance shooting? It is what it is, I suppose. No live viewers right now. It's we're not doing anything particularly special at the moment. I mean, I'll be doing some fighting in a minute, and that'll be special for me and anybody else catching the replay. Shout out to you folks. You're the real MVPs. Let's open up this 556 box. Do a little something with it, maybe. Alright, so we do have an M16. I don't expect we'll be using it too much. Not in this weather. In this weather, I would rather not use guns at all. But we'll have it on us. Who knows? Maybe the weather will clear up nicely. I have no reason to believe that'll be the case, because usually if you get fog in the morning, it'll go away by noon, and it's noon right now. So I expect it'll be like this for the rest of the day. Sadly. It's not the worst thing in the world. That just means we're going to be doing a lot of handgun instead of long gun. How is our M9 looking right now? Good. Looking good. Someday I'll make use of this last round here. Today is not that day. Now we do still have the shotgun and a full bandolier of shotgun ammo. That is for another time though. This particular track actually goes quite well with the fog. I expect there to be more Zeds in that corpse pile there, so we're masking up now. And 38 special for the moment. Not going loud with the van because there's no need to if we're going to be discharging, and we don't want the biggest of parties on us right now in this fog. I'm doubling back a little bit because the road that leads into the residential area that we were starting to clear up a little bit. This is it, isn't it? Or have we not gone far enough? No, we haven't gone far enough. It's Central Lane right here that we edged down this road for a minute, blew the siren, pulled some people out of the residential area, and then backed up. And we were just doing nothing but Ghost of Louisville. Yeah, sounds about right. But that's exactly what we were doing there. Now what I'm going to do now is put my helmet on and my bone gloves and my bone choker so that our armor baseline is nice and nice, because we are in really low visibility situations and I feel more protected now. Never want to rely on it, but never want to not have it if you can have it. Just don't want it holding you back. Otherwise, if it didn't hold us back, I'd wear full plate without ever giving it a second thought. Here we go. Look at this. We got a group coming out of there, and a group, or just at least a one-off. And I do hear somebody scratching at the fence. We'll see just how bad my aiming is right now because of the fog. I think we have a little bit of wind in addition to the fog. So I've got an 8x scope on this thing. So anybody, this one should be in my optimal range, but look at that. Look at how bad that is. I would never even loose around under that circumstance. So we picked the wrong caliber. At least the wrong caliber to have on our back right now. I'm literally just going to put that away. Oh yeah, no problem. Like I said, nothing particularly compelling at the moment. Just want to switch a different weapon on my back. But, let's just put the mace up there for now. We need to rebuild another spear. We got another spearhead. Okay, Bandolier is now loaded up with 38 special. So we're gonna do our 38 special as a melee weapon. Interesting. Right as I fired that round, there was one of those meta event gunshots in the background. I'm gonna keep the ambulance with me as good as I can in this situation. Yeah, it does. That's kind of why I'm turtling a little bit here. I think I can do exactly what I'm doing with the 38 special. I can do that with the rifle too. I can just wait until they're point blank. I'll just take the scope off. But I'd rather not use a rifle for that for now. If I can just, I don't know. I'm thinking about it because I'm gonna run out of 38 special not long from now at this rate. This is not sustainable for a Louisville, a segment of Louisville. This is not sustainable because I wasn't really planning on 38 special. I was gonna use the 38 special as my sidearm and use the use the 223 as my primary. That's why I brought a whole damn carton of it. I have an idea. I don't think I'll do this instant, but at some point in the near future, when I step back to my main base, I'm gonna consolidate all of the calibers that I kind of want to use in the near future, and put them all in a single van as opposed to having them spread across 2 vans and 2 trailers. I'll consolidate what I kind of want to use in the near future, into a single vehicle, move that single vehicle to the gas station. That way it's a little easier to switch calibers without going all the way back. I just picked up some hearing protectors that I randomly found, and now I'm wondering if I wear those when I come up on a fence full of zombies smacking the fence. If I wear that and I intentionally reduce my hearing capabilities, will that reduce the stress gain? Because I don't think it will, but it would be really funny if that actually works that way. Logically speaking, it should. I mean, if okay, loud noises bother me, yeah, I sympathize. In real life, I get bothered by loud noises. So give me some headphones that reduce the loud noises and maybe stop the stress buildup. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, we cannot assume that the woods to our left are secure. In fact, I need to reorient the van for a quick getaway just in case the woods are pathetically insecure. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do the thing that I was just saying about. I'm gonna use the rifle after all. Just gonna take the scope off of it and use it as if it were a handgun. The fog is starting to clear up, but that's because it's getting to be the end of the day already. It's not necessarily because of any other reason. Now we just take the scope off. Who knows, maybe we'll put it back on in the not too distant future when the fog goes up. We'll have a little bit of clear shooting before the very end of the day. I mean, hell, we might even have a decent shot right now. Let me take off the mask, because I know that anything that gives vision impairment reduces your capabilities with with aiming, actually, in general. Alright, we're actually putting the scope right back on really quick, because I do want to see if this, now that the fog is letting up. Yeah, that's still bad. That's still pretty bad. I'm not even gonna bother with that. It should be a fraction of that. It's not that we're too close or too far away, because we're getting pretty much the same result for everybody over there. So off comes the scope for now. God help us the day the Indie Stone adds scope calibration to be a thing. Because in real life, you got to be very careful about scope. You can't even just put a gun into a container and expect that it won't get jostled a little bit. All right, here goes nothing. Getting Heroes and Generals vibes now. This is how we played Heroes and Generals. We used nothing but bolt action, or at least that's what those of us who knew what we were doing would do. Unless we were forced into constant close quarters, in which case that's what the M1 M2 carbine was for. and the random headshots that don't necessarily make sense. Backing up. One problem with the 223 is that when you get big groups coming at you, oh yeah, speaking of big groups, let's put on the combat music, shall we? I'm actually going to put that scope right back on now. Too close. I am the Gunblade. Ammo check on the main M9, down to 4. Now we're getting to better effective ranges, dealing with slower shamblers. This is where the rifles actually shot. Oh shit. Hate the perma-rat guys. Ah, right here. Oh shit. Down to 4 in the M9. 3, 2, 1, 0. Reload. Yeah, I'm really hoping that. I think I'm actually a little too close right here. The 8X is powerful. We're starting to get stressed. That means there's zombies smacking the fence that I can't see. Annoying. Let's just fight up here a little bit. We're about to get hungry, so I'll have a bite. Hit vids. Oh, this is just this is the kind of place that I expect to see at Riverside right here. Neat. It's not even looted and trashed. Is it not set to loop? It's not set to loop. For some reason, it continues playing after the end. Neat. Terrible effective range right there. Ammo check. 9. 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Reload. Oh shit! I knew that would happen. I didn't think about it though. 14, 13. We lost crack down to 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. Reload. Both. We are at a 223 now. I'm going to switch to a slightly smaller scope. Should have a 4 times, don't I? Oh no, I just have a 2 times left. I'm going to use that. Do a little 2-2. bad. Gonna go get the van, move up. Oh shit. I accidentally started sprinting and I missed that bush and instantly tripped. It's alright, we're good. Apple Moon Downs. Downs what? Down syndrome? Hello, everybody. I'm new here. What's going on in this thread? Starting to feel like a defensive position. That's a lot of zombies. I'm gonna take the scope off. Or no scoping. Don't be a hero. We're not heroes. We're just dudes. We're just a dude working with a chick to clear out a massive swarm of 10,000 zombies. We're not nothing special. Just because we're still alive doesn't mean we're not moments away from death. This is how you died. Getting a little bit of tension here. Seeing some more from across the street, backing up a little further. falling back. I was just curious to see how long I could make that last. The stress is starting to get to me, though, from the being too close to the fence. Ammo check, because we did a lot of panic shooting. Oh, we're out. We're completely out. Glad we stopped when we did. Gonna knife this one. Or sword, rather. Not bad. But it's the end of the day now, so we're gonna go ahead and fall back. They're not going anywhere. They'll be there tomorrow when we after we sleep here. I am actually feeling not too bad about using that rifle closer to nighttime, and then just using the view cone of my chest flashlight as a range indicator. That actually, I felt like I was getting into a decent groove with that. I like it. Cute hat. I'll take it. Alright, now reloading the M9s, both of them. Empty magazines, goodbye. One leftover round from all the panic shooting into the mix there. Opening another box at 223 for the Vandalier. Handy knife put away. I don't think I'm gonna rescope that until maybe tomorrow morning. I can use a 2x scope. The 8x just feels a little too situational, because, like, you know, we don't necessarily have quite enough open space to make an 8x feel like I should leave it on for any amount of time. There we go. 3 M9 mags for the Alice kit. And I'm actually going to take a few spare M9 mags for the backpack now that we've got a bit of a bigger section of groups to be fighting now. So we'll load up a little heavier. Last thing to do now is take off the heavy armor, because we are sleeping. We don't want to get stress build up overnight. Sweet, some of the corpses are starting to disappear from this. See this big wide open space right here in front of the gas station? I'm starting to feel a little bit like I should do the exact same thing. But honestly, these defensive positions don't feel quite as necessary as they used to. Maybe they're still a little bit helpful, but killing zombies upright with handguns doesn't feel like as big of a problem as it used to be. Like, it was a problem just the other patch, but the latest patch does actually feel like if a zombie is getting close enough to me, I can at least use my handgun as a melee weapon. Or, you know, something approximating a melee weapon. Alright, everything is reloaded. Let's hit the sack. Now, I've been staying hydrated IRL, so I actually have to step away briefly, replace my water. I would sit on the bed, but I can't. If we had rest, we just sit on the ground. Yeah, be right back. Yeah, we definitely got a lot of lurking going on in the parking lot. We've done some pretty good stuff. I think I'm gonna do one more day in game, and then we'll call it after that. I don't think I need I don't particularly feel compelled to do a full day stream or anything like that. In fact, I was just talking about this earlier. My buddies are a little bit worried about me when it comes to Zomboid addiction. So I would like to be able to definitively point to it and say, hey, I'm not putting too much more time into it than you guys are into your hobbies. Which I think for this week at least has largely been true. So maybe I can maintain that. Who knows? It's not like I feel like I have a problem or anything, but then again, addicts never do. So I'll try to be conscientious. I guess that's the best I can do. Doesn't hurt to be conscientious. Never does. Except in relationships, you can be too much anything in a relationship. We have enough surplus water. I'm going to go ahead and wash myself. I'll leave the clothing as is, but I don't like having zombie blood on me at all. It's a superstitious thing. I'll be honest, I am entirely surprised. I am very surprised that the devs never added a mechanic to the game that would make it so that if you sustained an injury while zombie blood is on you, that it would cause a potential for infection, like actual zombie infection. I know the devs are not watching my stream, so I'm not worried about accidentally giving them ideas. But so don't tell them that I said that, because otherwise I almost guarantee that would become a thing if. No, on the flip side, the devs have probably had so much time with this game that they've probably already considered things like that, but just in case they haven't. I do have a 4x scope. I just didn't have one on my person. I don't know. I feel like the 2x is actually feeling pretty good right now. We'll see how that plays out tomorrow morning. Oh, I know. Well, okay. We only have an hour left to work before it's bedtime, second bedtime. I know what I'll do. Something I can do in an hour. I'm gonna smack open a couple of these fences. Make it even easier to traverse the local area. Got a sledgehammer. Never hesitate to use it for potentially useful things. Doing this will actually allow me access to the hospital just a little bit easier from the gas station right here. So I can, if I feel like I don't know, maybe looting the hospital is an overnight activity, I can do that now relatively easier than I could before. And in fact, if I cut out another section of fence, then I would be able to do that even easier. I'm going to pass a little bit of time to let the muscle strain go away, and then do that again, and we'll call that a successful overnight activity. Technically speaking, this entire area is my base area, so we're just cleaning up our base area is all we're doing here. Speaking thereof. Oh, where'd it go? Ah, there you are. Shadow shows their true location. What do we call this? We're going to call this one duplicating Dupinder. Yeah. I think that was a female, so that's duplicating Dahlia. Yeah, duplicating Dahlia. Oh, it's already 4 a.m. Let's hit the sack. Can't wait to see what kind of adverse weather we'll have tomorrow. It's been a couple days straight now. Let's make us a couple of things to eat, because I think we're down to one. Yeah, here's our 40 fry. This is 40 fry A. We're going to make a B series really quick. Honestly, we didn't actually bring as much ingredients as I thought we did. Almost everything else in the fridge right now is leftovers, minus that egg and some rabbit meat. We're going to need to forage a little bit, I think. And actually, I'm going to do that while this stuff cooks. Yeah, these ones are full, so I'm gonna set these to cook, and I'm gonna see how good my internal timer is. We're gonna go forage a little bit while that's cooking. What's our visibility right now? Minus 4% for the weather. That's not bad. You could probably come out of this little forest here with some mushrooms. Already got some spice. There's some shrooms. Poison shrooms. Caterpillar. If only there were fishing opportunities in the immediate vicinity. Not really. Plenty of shrooms, as always. Just gotta know where to look, and that's how your foraging skill goes. Look at that. Not even to the halfway point. In fact, I have enough time to add the oregano to this. Season it while we're cooking it. That's some gourmet shit right there. Shrooms into the fridge. I don't know. I don't even know if I need this flint nodule, but I picked it up, so I'll toss it in here. That is the sound of almost being cooked. I'll go ahead and gear up. Helmet on. Bone gloves on. I left my necklace on all night, but I never got too uncomfortable. That's cool. I don't think I'll leave it on permanently because it will eventually make me unhappy. But for now, I'm good. I'm doing back-to-back combat day by day. Looks like I got a 45 and a 30. Not bad for leftovers. That's pretty much all we brought with us. I was kind of hoping I would have remembered to bring more than just leftovers. I swear I did, but I guess not. Alright, so I have been listening to quite a bit of this game's combat music. Not that I dislike it, it's great, but I'm actually going to put on a little bit of something that might tempt fate, as it were. I'm going to put on some 3C2. This is the track that was playing when we lost Barbara. I'm not a superstitious man, generally speaking, but every once in a while I feel like maybe I should avoid certain things that just, I mean, even if for no other reason than the fact that, hey, that's a bad memory right there. But no. I'm gonna actively challenge fate for a minute here. More like for a couple of minutes, because that's how long the song is. Magazine. I picked up that tire iron because now, as you can see, yet another base stocked with vehicle repair equipment. I don't even know if I'll need it, but if I do, it's there right there now. And I'm feeling pretty good about this today. That's how it starts, of course. I'm feeling good. Feeling cute. Might go die to a bunch of zombies. And 3C2. I love how the second highest result is 3C2 as an error code. Or some people have an address that has 3C2 in it. That's also funny. There it is. We'll wait till we get into combat. Great song, I love it. I'm just a teeny bit superstitious of it. Just a teeny bit. That's a cop. That's a cop. She even had a bulletproof vest. Not that I particularly need one yet, but I'll take it. Yeah, we're pretty good right now. We don't need to top up anything. Alright, I'm gonna slap on a 2-time, or maybe even a 4-time scope. Yeah, 2 times feels better, because 2-time scope almost feels like I'm still good, even if they're, like, getting a little too close. With the 4 times and the 8 times, I feel like my crosshair just widens so much that I don't even want to loose around. So yeah, we'll do 2 times. That feels good. I'll go ahead and put the 8 times away. Because you see, the 8 times is great for cleanup. It's great for cleanup, because if you spot a zombie all the way across the big old field, all you gotta do is whip that out and boom. But, if you got a lot of zombies coming at you, like we're going to be having coming at us soon here, they're going to get to you long before you can actually hit them all. And you're going to have to keep falling back, and you keep falling back, you're going to lose whatever wide open spot you may have that you were causing you to shoot in the first place. So it's just unsustainable for large groups. Ooh, look at this. Look at what we got up here. We've got a low fence made out of iron. This is the church, though. The church is just a little too far back. It would take way too much effort to draw them all the way back here. I'm gonna actually focus on this side road a little bit, because the side road feels a little bit more tenable than the getting too close to the fence over there. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Yet another fence. It's not like we can go too far without running into fences here. This is a very offensive place. I do see some dudes out in the road to the south there. Let's go hunting. We should have the 2-time scope on our rifle already. Let's try to sight this a little bit. How does this feel from this distance? That's not going anywhere. The 2 times is absolutely nothing for this. How about this distance? We're about halfway across the field, and it's not really contracting much. All right, feeling good about that. Let's get started, shall we? Hello. Jump scare moment. She's not getting up. never try to shoot prone targets for some reason. Even if their head is facing you, it just doesn't work. She's got an axe on her. North, back it up. I don't know where this last one is. There he is. I took a random swing and I hit him. That's a pile of zombies that have been hit by a 223, I guess. We are out. We don't have any loose boxes, so I'm falling back. Need to eat anyway. We parked the van up here. Yeah, there's the groups. Waiting for these guys. This is the group we assembled with the siren just a minute ago. We don't have a good line of sight because of the tree right there, so... I haven't ruled out a defensive position right here, but I also haven't decided on whether I actually want to make one. I had a feeling I would hear something behind me sooner or later. Let's see if we get something a little more jovial here. Where's all of my other music here? Oh, you know what? You know what? I don't have very many live viewers right now. I can get away with playing this. To remove the Zomboids, shall we? Get that 10,000 yard stare from killing all the zombies. Hear a live one. I think we're good. Ammo check. Hat. Honestly, this is more effective. Just using the 223 as a melee weapon. Might as well. It's not... I'm not getting a lot of one-shots from a distance. It feels like maybe 1 out of 5 I'm getting a one-shot on. Everybody else is getting knocked down, and I gotta put more rounds into them. This is a great theme for a 223, because it is a bit of a corny weapon. I sure hope there are no dark connotations to this song. Yeah, that was pure luck. I rolled the dice and I came up good. I'm getting stressed. I'm getting stressed. That means there's people scratching at the door, or they're scratching at the fence over here, and I can't really hear them easily. IRL, I can't hear them. My character can hear them fine. I missed that one. Whatever. We're still getting stressed. I gotta keep my distance from those walls. Oh, hello. That's a little much to be surrounding the ambulance. We're whipping out the M9. Alright, we're feeling good about this. I'll go ahead and... I don't want to subject my longtime viewers to too much of Zomboid removal. What else could we, Come on, give me something good, YouTube. I know your related feed. There we go! This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. YouTube knows me. It does, for better or worse. I always forget, I think it's actually better if you're doing like a hand-fed weapon. Just hold down the aim key while you reload, and you don't have, you don't lose your sighting. At least anywhere near as bad. I don't know why that targeting fucked up there for a second. And get my ambulance clear. This is not a good place to park it. Okay, we're getting a little surrounded. Backing up further. I don't know why I'm not using this as a melee weapon. I might as well. There's no point. It's just, it takes so many shots to kill targets at a distance with a friggin' rifle in this game. And aiming level 8. I don't know why I didn't shoot at her. Oh, because this one right here. I didn't hear her. We're out. It's one nice thing about rifles and whatchamacallit, rifles and revolvers, because you gotta load them round by round. It's always easy to tell when you're about to be out. Honestly, not that bad for expending an entire box of ammo. I'm getting stressed again, so there's definitely a bunch of zombies on the fence right here. I do like how open this particular area is. It's not bad, just gotta be wary of the few trees there are. Like the one directly to the south of me there. Looking a handgun. See what else we got up a little further this way. I can't help myself sometimes. Oh man, I've been zomboiding a little too long. I want to see what's in this van. It's the first time I've seen this one. Of course it's locked. Got some wine. Nice. Not bad. Somebody had a whole bunch of groceries for catering there. Most of it was spoiled, but there's a little bit of non-perishables. Finger food and whatnot. parking lot, I think we pulled a number of them out of here. I don't know if we got all of them. I don't even know what else is here in this parking lot. This is a big parking lot, so there's probably a big building. And you know what they say about big buildings? Big zombies. Something like that. Boy, right this way. Keep most of this place traversable by vehicle if I can. So I'll do my corpse piles next to other obstructions like buildings or whatever. Speaking of obstructions. Away from my van, losers. Okay, we're getting slowly surrounded here. That's no good. We're falling back a little bit. The highway is always a little bit easier to fight on. It's just the damn fences. Ammo check. Use another box. Oh, hello. Okay. I'm in control, I promise. So much for keeping this road traversable. I guess this one's an exception for now. Get off of my van. I have a feeling this knife needs no, it doesn't need to sharpen, it needs to be replaced. Oh, look, we're back to the damn fence. Whatever. Hurt on my 6. Yeah, fast you there. I never even did an ammo check on the M9 after the latest dump. Good. See another ragdoll there. Still alive over here. I don't know. Back it up. I actually need a bite to eat. Boy, I'm trying to eat. Fuck off. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on a second. Sorry. I just had a key on my keyboard get popped. Yep, all 4 nubs on the keycap for my F key is now gone. So there is another key that I won't be accidentally hitting again anytime soon. I don't use the F key very much for video gaming. My flashlight right now is 5 on my mouse. So I'll replace that later. Y'all heard that, right? It wasn't just me. The game's music cut back in for like 0.5 seconds. And then it's gone again. That's alright, we listened to enough of Robotnik dancing to unfitting music for a minute there. Come on, YouTube. You know that I'm in the mood for music. Give me something to like. It's giving me all sorts of nonsense right now. That's alright. I wasn't quite expecting to have to play my own game. Or, I'm sorry, play my own music for the entire time, but I basically have so far. Most of the time we used the game's music itself. Yep, that's all I got for now. I mean, I have a lot more music that I would like, but what I usually think about is stuff that I know for sure won't get hit by copyright. After all, I am trying to do the whole YouTuber thing right. So I always pick either video game soundtracks or just music in general that I know is not copyrighted, or doesn't get enforced copyrighted. I would laugh very heartily the day that Love So Figgy decides to start enforcing their copyright on 3C2. It's a Japanese group, and what have we learned from Nintendo? The Japanese are some of the most culturally litigious people on the planet. If they get the ever so slight whiff that you're infringing their copyright, boy, they're worse than the United States in every regard. Ah, okay, here we go. Camouflage zombie. Gotcha, bitch. Not bad, not bad. We pulled the big horde apart, basically, and dealt with it piecemeal. There's a few more over here. We're almost up to level 9 aiming. We're still a little ways out, but we're almost there. If we were getting together some mega swarms and using the shotgun, we could probably get there. Won't be too long before we get some mega swarms here. Come on out of there. I have an idea, and it's a wacky idea. And sometimes wacky ideas are the best ideas. I don't really have a good way to test it right now. But I just had a thought. What if we used natural obstacles in big open areas like what we got right here? These crashed cars right here are natural obstacles. Zombies cannot path through this little wedge here. So this is like an L-shaped gap that they have to path around. We can make use of that a little bit to create a little kill box. I mean, if we got even more vehicles, we could do even more of that. I know I'm not the first one to have this idea. I've seen pictures of people using cars to flow zombie movement. But it's a lot of the things that people have been doing with cars in older builds of the game aren't quite as relevant now as they used to be. Not that it's not possible anymore, but I see a lot of people who do the stupid thing of letting zombies pile up on their cars, and I'm like, that's probably not something you can do anymore. A zombie smacking your windshield takes, like, I don't know, 5% of its durability. You really want to let that go on for very long? I don't think so. I do not like zombies touching my vehicles. And that's probably because I'm playing Build 42. I don't think that was a thing before. And look at that, out of ammo again. But that's actually perfect timing, because we are more or less done with today's activities. I'm actually just going to go ahead and put away the MSR 700 now. I have an M16, but I'm not using that. That's kind of just for if I happen to see a situation where I could use a really rapid shooting killing. But that kind of situation didn't really come up. We did have a lot of zombies, but they were all really spread out, and there weren't very many opportunities to tighten them up. This sword is on its last leg. So I'm actually going to go ahead and toss it into the trunk for reassembly, for later reforging, rather. Take this steel sheet right here. We have fun here. Hello, on my 6. There you are. What else we got here? Just coming from that way, many multiple from that way. Interesting, their distribution. I won't be shooting anymore tonight, because I actually do kind of want to tamp down on people showing up. I'm gonna see what I can do with that wreck. Because being able to turn wrecked vehicles that are like kind of T-boning each other, turning a T-bone wreck into a defensive position would actually be an amazing skill to build. I would love to be able to build that up, because they're wrecked vehicles T-boning each other like this all over the map. So you could, being able to turn that into a defense position, sure, hell yeah. But we're going to need some materials. Let's grab a log or two here. Get out one of my backpacks in the secondary hand. Where all these guys come from? Fast shamblers too. They just kind of they're just rolling up. I guess they've been busy elsewhere. Same with all these guys. They're very slowly coming directly in this direction. What could be leading to that behavior, I wonder? Where did I park? I don't want to forget where I parked. All the way over there, I think, actually. Yeah, that's right. I'm risking my life to pick up a log off the ground. That's what we do here. Running. We are now running level 8. Holy crap. To be running level 8 without any bonuses to running, I feel good about that. And here I thought I parked up here. I actually didn't. Where did I park? That's not good. I don't want to forget where I parked. I've been kind of zoning out a little bit and getting in the combat flow. And that has led to something really stupid happening. Something really stupid called he forgot where he left the vehicle. It's alright. I'll just leave this bag here with my logs in it, and we are gonna... I'm pretty sure if it wasn't up here, then it's either down here this way or down here that way. We'll find it. It can't have gone that far. Look at that, all the way down here. Because I'm a doofus, that's why. But we already knew that, didn't we? For anybody joining, welcome. We're in Southwest Louisville. This may be the end of this evening's stream. I don't know 100% sure yet. I'm going to let tonight roll by, get a good night's sleep here in game, see how I feel tomorrow morning, and see what our ammo looks like, most importantly. Because right now, the biggest ammo bulk we've got with us is 223. You know what? As an overnight activity, we're gonna sleep at the gas station. But after we get our first sleep at the gas station, we are gonna do what I was saying before. We're gonna go back to base and get some ammo of different calibers, and just load up a little bit of everything into one of our haulers and bring the hauler to the gas station, so that we can just go as far as the gas station to restock on big ammo. heavy ammo comes off. Or heavy armor, rather. Alrighty then. If you're wondering why we have to play our own music, that's because the game currently, the music system seems to break like 20 minutes into launching a play session. So we've been doing that almost this whole stream. Let's put that comic book I just picked up into the shelves here. We might need it soon, who knows. And this time I'm not going to forget to bring all this crap I left on the ground back with me, because this is all stuff that needs to go back to my main base. Potentially with the exception of those rags. I might leave those here. All the rest of this coming with me. One box of these nails is going to go into my vehicle. And I've been meaning to rebuild a firefighter axe as a tool to use out in the field, but we'll see. I don't need to be running the generator at this point. If we're going back to main base, I'll take the perishables with me and we will shut it down. Basically, the rule of thumb I'm operating by now at this point is the generator for the gas station is running if we intend on fighting forward deeper into Louisville. But if we're going to go back to main base, then we need to empty out anything we don't need from the gas station, shut it off, head back to main base. And if it looks like there's zombies flying around randomly, yeah, that's life living near a 3-story building, 3 or more stories. If a zombie throws themselves off of a roof, they have a percentage chance to land as a ragdoll that is glitching out of time and space. Run into them and you crash the game. Alright, so main base right here, we've got haulers that are full of ammo, but the ammo isn't necessarily really sorted. That's our goal for tonight. We want to sort the ammo and fill up one of these haulers, and then we're going to tow it back with us to the gas station. So the gas station is also an ammo dump. Perishables in the fridge. Not low important stuff goes in here. Most of the rest of what I have is coming with me to the crafting area that's currently out in the river. Cows looking good. A lot of the stuff I picked up here, these iron bars and steel bars, it's just metal, scrap metal, really. So it goes to the forge here. Same with the steel sheet. Anything I need to sharpen? I don't think sharpening this sword is going to do much. It needs to get broken down. The current sword that I'm using and the knife. I mean, it's right in front of me. Might as well. Okay, everything else in my backpack can stay there for now. Putting vehicle parts in this van for now. Well, actually, no. This van currently has a little bit of everything in it. Vehicle parts, we're going over here? Yes. No. These cabinets are already full. I'm a doofus. Let's just put vehicle parts in the trailer then. I actually thought I had a destination for them, but not really. Those cabinets don't count. They're way too small for vehicle parts. Vehicle parts are huge. I don't know if I'm going to need more small handles, but we'll grab a couple saplings just in case. Alright, dismantling the sword and our knife. And by the fires of my forge, it shall be made anew. Punch and chisel set added to the kit here. Now we slap some handles on those items we just built. Put them on my belt and my weapon. Let's get them sharpened up. Yeah, I think I'll do another day. I mean, I've still got energy. I'm not burning the candle too hard right now. I'm having fun. Why not? Use a little cooking too. Not too many utensils here. You know what? I'm going to start carrying around a little bit more of this rope in the vehicle so that I can put together some of these stacks of logs. There's a bunch of logs on the floor outside. And if I'm going to be doing another defensive position, there's no reason not to go ahead and get some logs for that. I mean, sure, I can always cut up the logs in the field, and I intend to, but sometimes... I mean, it looks like we got fog today anyway, so we'll be doing some building for sure. And while that's cooking, I'm going to run back and grab some carton of 308 right there, and then 9mm inside. I'm going to go grab brain fart. I left something up here that I wanted. What was it? I literally could forge some more cookware, and I'm unironically considering it. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna make a cooking pot. I don't remember what I came up here for. There was something specific. Oh, rope, right. I don't need rope up here. I need rope on my person. I've been kind of just putting rope where I think I might need it someday, but no, I need it right now. I'm gonna go build some stuff. That's a full backpack. Looks like he came out with a 60 and a 45. Place. And toss these fries into the trunk since my backpack is now full. There's a bunch of food that I picked up that I just randomly tossed into the trunk. Most of that's from the vehicle. Let's get that out of the way, shall we? Also, these gas cans are going to be staying here. See, since we are basing next to the gas station for field work, then every time we're there, we'll just fill up whatever gas cans we get and bring them back here, put them on the ground right here, so that we have plenty of gas here at base. Stew's about halfway done. Big is this stew gonna come out, I wonder? 60. Nice. 60 is always a great round number because that's how much hunger you lose in roughly over the course of a day. I think it's a little bit more than that, but 60 is a good baseline for a full day of food. Third of the way there on that one. I don't feel like going out and doing work while... there it is. Done. Alright. There's another 45 stir fry. And that's all of the utensils that we have on us right now. Before we leave, we'll remember to empty the fridge of the rest of some stuff to leave at the gas station. We're also going to stack up some logs. We have a total of 6 rope on us right now. If we get 2 more rope, then that is enough to make a 4 stacks of 4, which is actually a good milestone. Now, of course, I have literal stacks of rope nearby, but that's actually the rope that I have stacked nearby is for massive logging operations, and I have like a very specific amount sitting there. Oh no, wait, no. Okay, 3 stacks of logs is actually perfect. Because that's a full military backpack. Make sure my aminals are fed. Fed, water is looking okay-ish. I'm gonna get them a little top up on water. Could have a bucket right out here, yep. And I believe my chickens have laid all kinds of eggs here. I shall accept them. These guys are good. It's the breeding pen. It's where the rooster is. For some reason, doesn't seem to be doing any work right now, but I'm sure it will eventually. Alright, let's get rid of our leftover food. The crap that doesn't have any nutrition that keeps polluting my right-click menu. Alright, opening up another... I don't have any more backpacks to open up. Not on me, at least. Plenty of backpacks in this container here. We went through a military checkpoint, so of course we got backpacks to spare. That feels good. Yeah. Oh, we just hit the point where we want to start putting on more weight. So I'm going to chug a stick of butter. And I'm going to go pet an animal, because chugging butter makes you sad, and petting animals makes you happy. So we offset the sads with some happies. The yin with the yang, or whatever. Pet the cow, because he's a good cow. And I get 20 happies, so that didn't get all of my happies back, but that's okay. I'm not a greedy man. We'll get happies from other places. In fact, we'll get some happies from some soda right now. Because I would like to clear out the soda from this by drinking it, and then we got a free 2-liter to be done other things with. I'm taking this car battery with me. I don't know if I'm actually going to need it, but I'm taking it with me. How are my generators looking? They're down to about 70%. They're fine. Alright, so the unlabeled military backpack that's going in the trunk now is mostly food. And now, let's sort out all of the ammo that we have in these 44 mag and 556 in there. That's the trailer. The trunk, we've got 308, 223, 308, 38 special, 44, 223, shotgun. A little bit of everything already in this. Is this already one of my kitted out vehicles? I think it is. No. .45 auto. I would like some .45 auto. Think I can fit one more? Yeah. That'll be tight. It'll be tight. I might be able to do one more. I take this out, then I can do one more. Alright, that should be an empty trailer. Or no, it's not an empty trailer. Not even close. We do have quite a fair bit of 45 auto in there. Less than 10 room left in the trunk, so I think we're done trying to sort through this. Did not want to do that, the crashing part. Alright, so we're going to take this down to the gas station and leave it there, and then quite separately at the gas station we have another mini vehicle that we found out in the field that we can actually use to drive back here to the base to go get our ambulance. It's not like we're going that far. I mean, I could probably run this and not be too upset about it, but if we have a throwaway vehicle, we'll use that instead. See, now that we have the hospital cleared out, it's not quite as bad. In fact, I'll go ahead and run it back. It's fine. The throwaway vehicle that I'm talking about, I might even want to use it for something else, so. Wait a minute, what about this vehicle? Did I ever hotwire it? The battery's dead, though, so never mind. Doesn't matter whether I hotwire it. He ain't got no battery. It ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we'll just run back, it's fine. It's not that far away. We're running level 8 now, after all. And that's partly because we just run everywhere we go. It is verifiably less dangerous to run through this particular part of the map at this particular junction because of the ragdoll zombies floating through the air. Threat to crash the game if we hit them with a vehicle, so... Spooky, scary, Silent Hill fog, and it's already past noon, which means we're going to have to deal with it with the rest of the day. We actually got so sweaty that we could get sick if we don't dry ourselves off, so we're drying ourselves off. It's alright. We're messy, we're not that messy. Alright, here we go. I know this place well, but I don't know it quite well enough to go full speed into fog yet. Actually hit E by accident there. It's alright, we're alright. Like I said, don't go full speed into fog right now. Alright, so this military backpack specifically is my M14 and a shit ton of magazines for it. When the going gets tough, we're going to probably pick that up a little bit, since it's already preloaded and everything. Oh yeah, and we picked up a bunch of eggs from the animal pen that I almost forgot about, so there's that. Let's get rid of those shrooms right now. We can just whip ourselves up together a salad. Alright, we'll come back, do a little more cooking later. I would like to go out and do some zombie killing at the moment. That's what I'm in the mood for, really. All right, you know what? I'm gonna open up that carton of 308. One thing that I was bitching about before, well, not bitching, but just kind of trying to keep in mind is that the when it comes to 308, your M14, every single magazine is a full box, because 308 is so chunky that a box is 20, and you can fit 20 in an M14 magazine, which feels a little weird. But I've never shot 308 before. I don't know how heavy or bulky it is. I'm assuming it's pretty heavy and bulky, but I also feel something feels weird about those numbers. I don't know. No more room in the trunk, actually. Got quite a bit of stuff in the trunk here right now. Okay. The trunk is quite full, but that's okay. That is exactly what we need to have right now. There's a trunk full of cool stuff to use. And of course, there's this backpack full of logs that is going to come out. That's going to free up room for things that we need to do. I'm going to remove that now, actually. All those calibers I brought, no 556 there, but we should have, yeah, we got a couple back here. So not only do we have the M16 with us now, but it is separate from the rest of the weapons and some spare ammo and everything. Trying to get as much loose stuff out of the way as I can right now. That ought to do it. So D Charlie here has got log stacks in it. And we head back to where we were before. And we are gonna start building a defensive position. We'll see how that plays out. Wait a minute. I'm at 52 fatigue at 1600 hours. That feels weird. That's okay. I guess we just didn't get too good of a night's sleep. Feels weird, but we'll be all right. We got a little bit of coffee we can sip. We have made decent progress. I look at that map and I see a smiley face on it. We're on a firearm moratorium for the moment until we make a little progress with the construction that we want to do, because there's no point in bringing down more heat on ourselves if we want to be building up a defensive position. The goal with the current design that I have in mind is to see how well we can do with omnidirectional approach, with the obvious assumption that we're only going to see so much from the direction that we're coming from. That's almost always a given with my strategies. Like the direction we're approaching from now, we'll probably see one or two come from this direction as they filter out and kind of spread around, but I don't expect to see massive hordes from this direction, which I feel like is an okay, safe-ish assumption to make. Feels good to have a new sword. It was really important to lock this vehicle before you ran away. Yeah, bottle. That's another bomb, potentially. Okay, what do we do with this? First, we put on a mask, because we're surrounded by ugly stench right now. What I'm going to do is push this car up a little bit. See if I can't get it more flush with the van. Now, quite separately, I'm going to push the van up just a little further to try to make a nice L shape instead of a T shape. Now, normally, my instinct would be to tow instead of push, but I don't feel like the precision of towing, or the lack thereof, is what I want right now. I want... when you're pushing forward, you have a little bit more control than you do when you're trying to tow. Alright, 1800, fog's finally clearing up. Okay. So, what we gotta do is go ahead and build this, and then we're gonna nudge the van up just a little further, because our goal is we want the zombies to go around the van, and then have nothing else to do but flop over this fence here. That's kind of what I'm thinking of in my mind's eye. How well will it work? I don't know. This is purely experimental, and the goal is to try to do this using just a T-boned car wreck. My hood took a little damage from that. It did a bit of a doof there. This hood was not going to be... I wouldn't say overdue, but I'm due for a full repair of that van anyway, so... I looked at this, but I never looked at how much trunk space there was. 175, nothing I really care. I'll take this gold pack, but nothing else I care about here. Look at all that. Seed packet, tobacco. I don't even need to say it. Anybody who'd be watching me right now is probably somebody who's watched me for a while. If you're new, welcome, but otherwise, most likely. It's a Saturday night, so most folks are going to be off doing other things than sitting there and watching video games, but hey, I mean, I'd be playing video games right now, so... Some of us know what we like and aren't afraid to do it. I'm just going to leave that there for now. Now, the firefighter axe head that I'm carrying around actually should go in my passenger seat. Because that's, I'm supposed to have an axe in my passenger seat, right? But I don't, the last axe I had in my passenger seat was on its last legs. I got rid of it. And now I've been carrying around an axe head in my backpack. But now it's fine to just have the axe head in my passenger seat, because that's where I have been getting steadily surrounded by just people wandering around. That's no good. Let's get rid of these guys. I'm going to take off the heavy armor now that the fog's gone. Alright, just to double check, make sure that what my theory is correct here. Alright, I cannot path through this. Therefore, if I was a zombie, my compulsion would be to do, well, my compulsion would be to hug the corner of this. And then what would I do when I got here? I wouldn't get stuck, would I? Surely the zombies are not that stupid. Sentence not often uttered. So I actually am carrying around a spare vehicle battery, of all things. And that is specifically because none of the vehicles in this entire parking lot have an operational battery, but now that I have one on my person, all I need is a bottle full of gas, and I can move around these vehicles a hell of a lot more easily than I'd be able to if I was trying to tow them. This empty battery that I just pulled out of this van is actually decent condition. So I'll bring it back to base, use my car battery charger. I have a special enjoyment for bringing dead things back to life in the realm of vehicles, or vehicles, machines, all sorts of stuff. I enjoy being able to just Now what I want to do is make sure that I can see if a zombie is gonna come up from this angle. So I'll do this. That feels good. Quite separately, I'll take that battery back out. Leave the vehicle key. Since I just happen to have the vehicle key for this, it was already in the ignition. So I'll just leave that in the driver's seat. Ooh! This was an electronics, or electrician's van, and he already had a crafted trigger in there. Crafted trigger is how we make our bombs. So that's cool. That's really cool, actually. We just ran out of daylight, so rest of the crap that is in here. I'll take that, and I'll take that. And these power bars, I'll dismantle them in the ambulance. Once again, another decent condition battery. It's just dead. Got 2 of those now. I don't actually have a specific spot in mind for another van yet, so I'll park it here for now as a placeholder and leave the gas and the key here, and we'll come back tomorrow, figure that out. For tonight, I need to, well, I obviously need to sleep. I never did get a chance to saw these logs, and now I've run out of daylight, so that'll be part of our overnight activity most likely. Now, what am I doing with this defensive position? I'm still thinking about it. But what have we done so far is we have blocked zombie movement in a bit of a wall here. And then we've got a nice little place for them to start flipping over. Just these 3 fence tiles right here is if they're approaching from this direction. So thinking about further disincentivizing approaches from other directions. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Because we've got a parking lot full of vehicles we can use to do that. So, definitely considering that. Now, I would laugh quite heartily if there really aren't that many zombies left in this area to necessitate a defensive position, but I have a sinking suspicion that we are now close enough to the university that if we need to, what we're currently building is going to be a part of our fight strategy for that. We may even need to build yet another fallback position from what we currently already have. We'll see. We will see how that plays out. I make no strong assumptions in that regard. And I don't have car battery chargers here when I really should. So what I'm going to do is place the batteries that I picked up. Because if this strategy that I'm thinking about right now, if this actually pans out well, then it would behoove me to actually carry around car battery chargers a little bit more often. But in any case, we got all that stuff together. We can go ahead and hit the sack now. Alright, overnight activity. I'm going to go ahead and rip apart the stacks of logs that I currently have. Actually, no, I'm not. I can't. If I do, sawing them into planks will reduce the storage capacity effectiveness. So never mind. We're not doing that just yet. What was in the backpack that I left on the ground? Was that an empty one? Can't remember. I would like to keep track of my backpacks. Is this empty or... Yeah, this is empty. This is going to become a backpack with beds in it. Remember, we cannot run into these ragdolls. It would be pretty bad if we did. Let's see, is this a live one? It was a live one, now it's not. I am stealing this vehicle's hood. Maybe even its battery, too. I mean, it's yet another good condition battery. Put one right in front of me, why don't you? Stealing its windshield, stealing its hood. Why? Because my ambulance has taken a few hits, and we're replacing them. Always easier to steal one than try to fix it. How is my left taillight specifically 0%? That's odd. I've never seen that happen. That's, I don't know. Maybe I took a very specific collision somewhere. I don't know. Very odd. Very odd. Not like taillights are even that important. It's headlights that are where it's at. So fresh, so clean. Brand new hood. What I'm doing while I drive past here is I'm actually picking up yet another hospital bed, and I'm going to bring it up into the field with me as a place to sleep in the defensive position that I'm putting together. What I'm doing right now at this particular juncture is just a little bit dangerous. I'm putting something in my main hand in a place where there could be zombies. Not recommended. I would normally say don't do this. But I'm feeling a little confident right now. Because remember, if you have something really heavy in both hands and you're just taking a tight corner and there's a zombie right in front of you, it grabs you, game over. You're extremely vulnerable while you're carrying a lot of stuff. So always be very mindful of when and where you're carrying very heavy stuff. Taking both chargers. Yeah, they're really hard to find if you're not looking in a very specific place. The number of military bags that I've found outside of military checkpoints, I can probably count on a single hand. There is the cops and military zombies event, where you'll see like a big group of zombies, and like half of them will be law enforcement, and the other half will be military. And there's like almost always one guy in those groups that is going to have a military backpack. Yeah, the big hiking backpacks are the second best, for sure. And I'm always down for those. Alright, we got our car battery chargers, and we got a medical bed to carry around as a field sleeping site. Field sleeping site, because, I mean, you know. What are we, if not just turtling our way across the map? Safe zone by safe zone. That's my approach, and I'm sticking to it. There we go. We got some batteries getting charged now. I don't remember if I looked to see exactly how much this uses from the generator. It doesn't use anything from the generator. It has to be, like, in the generator-powered area, but it doesn't seem to be actually using anything from the generator. That's kind of funny. Alright, just about second bedtime here. Can't add a trigger to the bomb here. What are we missing? We're missing just a couple of electrical parts. That shouldn't be too hard to get. course, I already took the radio from that one. Problem is, I left all my electrical parts back at base. We're just gonna steal a radio really quick from one of these cars. We only got one scrap electronic. We need two. Hit in the sack. It's, we tried. You know what? This clock that I left in here is a decoration. Failed to produce any usable materials, of course I did. Lol. These batteries are not like 100%, they're up to 71%. So all I gotta do is smack them into the vans that I intend to put them in, and then just leave the vans running for a minute. And I do still have one battery left to charge, so I connect that and I'll just leave it. Look at that, fog again today. We never get tired of fog here, do we? Of course not. Why would we ever get tired of fog? This is Project Zomboid. We've got to have spooky, scary fog every other day. Or every single day. Why the fuck not? I was really supposed to put some of these perishables that I'm carrying around into the fridge. That's half of the reason I'm running this generator out here, but I forgot to put most of it in there. So I'm going to hold on to these 45 fries for today, and I'll go ahead and toss the 60 stew and fry in here. Alright, ready to head back out. Here we are, back to the hot spot. Normally I would get out and kill a loner like that on my flank, but my hands are currently very full, and it would be some effort to fill them back up again, so... Oh, these bushes. Worse than Worse than what they did back in the 2000s. Am I going insane, or does the random selection of our shuffle mode really like this one particular track? It's on random. Actually, it kind of runs together. Interesting. There's one called Ambient. Yeah. You gotta have it in Build 42 for some silly reason. The music cuts out earlier than it ever did before. I ain't got time to be closing and restarting the game after just 20 minutes. We wouldn't have a very successful session, regardless of whether we're just playing or live streaming. I kind of love it when they die like this. I guess it is theoretically possible for somebody to die like this and never fully slouch over. It just feels so unbelievably unlikely that I chuckle when I see it. I did generally kind of want to keep a vehicular traversable area through the street there. I just kind of failed. Yeah, anytime you try to pick up a ragdolled zombie to drag it, it just resets its position to something laying on its back. Good old lerp. Interesting. What brought y'all to this specific spot, I wonder? Now, this little guardhouse is where I was thinking of setting up a place to sleep. Or guardhouse. It's I guess it's a parking cashier house. little sleep shack for us. What am I doing with this table? I had a thought, and I've already lost it. I'll just leave it in here. And we need to get that window nice and clean boarded up. That's easy, we just need some plank. This backpack is going to stay with this bed, because this bed I'm going to carry around and use it where I need it. This is not going to be here permanently. I'm second guessing myself on boarding up that window. I'm second guessing a number of things about this particular, because remember what happened last time. You can cause yourself many problems by putting yourself in a situation where there's only one way in or out. I've learned my lesson when it comes to being somewhere where there's only one way in or out. That's not good. So here's what I'm going to do. We are going to do the whole, I'm using this as a place to sleep, but we're going to do something to modify it. Plenty of nails on us right now. We just need logs. That's what we got this whole full backpack right here for. We got a sledgehammer. We're not afraid to use it. All I want out of life is more than one way in or out of a specific building that I'm going to be sleeping in. Most of the time, it's not a problem. See, like for a building as big as the gas station, I don't usually think about it like that because the gas station is so big that I should be able to see zombies from a long way out, and it's so big that the likelihood of a zombie going straight to the front door, as opposed to just wandering up to a window and starting to smack the window, pretty low. They're probably going to favor a window before they get straight to the door. Because zombies, if they like start walking past something that they can smack, they're just going to start smacking it. That's how they operate. Of course, we're short one hinge. We are unhinged, as the kids say. Okay, the stupid frickin' goddamn fucking barricade system that's supposed to automatically detect what direction to place the barricade from isn't working. Whatever. I'm a little salty about it. I'm not that mad though. See, now it just 3 is too much. 3 is too much. I gotta take 1 off. Whatever. Now we just need 1 more hinge, and then we've got ourselves a very good sleep shack. More than 1 way in or out, that's all I care about. You see, if there's just a zombie smacking a door, a single zombie, I'm not worried at all. I'll just open the door and kill the zombie. But we're in an area where there could be a hell of a lot more than just, ooh, look at this! Look at the, oh, this is a first thing for me. Jars of produce are completely rotten. So I'm just going to open these jars up and pour them on the ground. I have no use for rotten food. I do have use for jars, though. I'll gladly take those. I think this is some sort of survivor vehicle that I guess didn't survive very well, because there's some stuff in here I wouldn't normally find, like these car battery chargers. We got some pipe bombs and smoke bombs. And an ammo box with 38 special, 44 mag. Not bad. Always check your local heavy-duty vehicles. I can research the pipe bomb. Oh, boys, we just got so lucky. We can right-click and research the pipe bomb now that we found one. Oh, that's... Oh, I'm happy right now. I'm happy. All this time, all these other explosives we can make, but now we can finally make pipe bombs. Duct tape, thank you. Don't need a tire pump, but cool. Seat occupied. I guess there's some stuff on the seat, maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, look at all this. Look at all this. Neat. Whoever this survivor was, this is somebody after my own heart. Filling their passenger seat with duffel bags full of stuff. Didn't help them too much, and they put the wrong stuff in these bags. There's some dumb shit here that they didn't really need. Probably why they died. But I appreciate the attempt. Good job, guys. You're learning. Maybe someday you won't suck at this game. Alright, let's research this pipe bomb. Learned make pipe bomb. I am a happy man. It only took me 410 hours, but we can now make pipe bombs. And the fog's clearing up despite it not being all the way at the end of the day. That's very nice. I don't think I actually have a chest rig. I've never, like, really cared about getting one, but now that I actually have one. And this guy even's got a Bible. That's cool. Didn't help him, but that's cool. Maybe he should have read the other passage instead. The one about what'll happen if you try to poison and destroy my brother. Path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the something something. I need to memorize it. It's a good quote. There's a reason they used it in what was it, Pulp Fiction or whatever. And you will know my name is the Lord. I'm just gonna kind of stash some stuff that I've picked up here in the sleeping spot so that I don't forget about it entirely. I feel like if I put it here, I'll be least likely to forget about it. Getting pretty hungry. Let's have a bite to eat. I should not only have 146 storage space in the trunk of an ambulance. We're down by like almost 20 now, but that's all right. I'm waiting a little bit longer to repair it because you get diminishing returns on repairs, unfortunately. So it's better to just let it get a little bit more damaged each time you go for a repair. Alright, let's saw up just 2 logs and see what we can, I can make this work. Yes, I can make this work, and here's how. I'm gonna use one of the other vehicles in this lot as a battering ram. Does this one still have a battery in it? I can't remember. Yeah, this has got a shit battery in it and some gas. Whatever happened to all of my bottles? I did something with them. Well... Oh, I definitely need a gas container of some kind here. Feels extremely wasteful to just dump out water, and we don't have a fresh source of water in the immediate vicinity, so I'm not doing that. I know I got some bottles somewhere. What the hell did I do with them? I mean, I've got jars right here. Oh, the jars can actually store an entire liter. I thought jars were, whatchamacallit. They used to only be 500 milliliters. Now they can do a liter. Not that big of an improvement, but it's nice. I like it. This is a vehicle I do not have the key to, but I don't need it. Quite separately with this vehicle, here's what we do with this. We Abuski. Now, we've got a van wedged in between these little defilades here, so we've got a theoretically unpassable. Let's verify this. Feels pretty unpassable to me. How about on this side? Looks pretty unpassable up here. Looks pretty unpassable right here. How about over here? Still nice and unpassable there. Still nice and unpassable here. Now, normally, what normal human beings would build, or would do, is not use vehicles. They would just build like walls, barricades, just something to force the zombies to go around. You can't do that in Project Zomboid. No matter what you build, it doesn't matter. Literally anything you build, zombies will smack it. Instead of, well, unless they can go over it, which that's what the fences are for. There was actually some gas in this white van the whole time. Not that that's really important, but cool. I think I will do just a little bit of towing here. I'm going to see exactly how crazy I can go with the burned wrecks. Because, I mean, technically speaking, they're still vehicles. They're still vehicles. They'll still block zombie pathing. Now, of course, we've gone long beyond the remit of just using a T-bone wrecked vehicle event, but we never even had to move those from the start, so a little bit of work was done for us already. And I may be overdoing it. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. Now what I'm going to do with this is, well, I'm going to reorient the van and then tow it a little bit to straighten it out, and then I'm going to ram it the rest of the way with a throwaway vehicle. We got incoming ×1 here. ×2, looks like. The sound of my ambulance trying to tow something is actually quite loud. I did pick the loudest muffler intentionally. It's a combat vehicle, so that is partially functioning as intended. And I think some of these guys are just kind of meandering. I would like them to meander somewhere else, though. Especially because I do kind of intend to sleep here tonight, so it'd be nice to not have to worry about killing things right next to where I intend to sleep. That makes things a little complicated, the fence over there. I actually didn't think there would be too big of a fence between here and the next set of buildings, but, well, this is Louisville. Gonna have a lot of fences, I guess. How far are we from LSU? To be entirely honest, I thought we were a little closer. Chapel Mount Downs, access. The L-shaped shopping center is just over that way. I'm going to go ahead and pull up B42map.com. I was hoping to do some organic exploration, but you know, at this point, I would like to know exactly where I'm at and what's around me. Oh, we're actually past the that's not the football field. That's a horse racing field, I think. Something like that. As I expected, we are actually pretty close. On the other side of this fence, this is the fence we're looking at right here. That is a car dealership of some kind, surrounded by low fences. And then there's a tall fence, and then there's the football field. And then LSU. So I was correct, we're close to LSU. There's just some stuff in the way that I wasn't 100% sure about, so good to know. Hey, another crafted trigger. Thank you, game. Even a crafted timer. I don't yet really know a good way to use timers effectively, so I'm not really going to fuck with those. I would much prefer to have... Timers seem like the kind of thing you would want to use, like, if you're going to funnel a bunch of zombies behind you. Maybe. I don't know. Because can you control the timer? I don't know. Never tried. We're going to find out, if we can. So I got out to fight, and then I completely forgot what I was doing over here. Not that I forgot, I just got to come back and finish what I started. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to move this and then just use the plugged-in electrics vehicle to close the gap that is now here. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot more sense because trying to move the burned wreck is already hard enough. Trying to move it precisely is even harder. Alright, now all I gotta do is give this a gentle nudge with another vehicle to wedge it in place. Now this van is actually in a decent condition all around. I'm actually gonna leave I'll leave the gas in it as well as one of my batteries because I have several batteries right now, so I'll leave it as is. We just give the van a gentle nudge, and that should lock it in place. Can't go through there. Can't go through here, right? Yep. Still can't. I mean, every time we do this, we do like a nudge. We offset everything a little bit, so it's always good to double check. Yep, so right now we've got a pretty high coverage to ensure that they're only going to be coming through from these two directions for now. But then everybody coming around here. Again, I'm not 100% sure exactly what directions they're going to be coming from. I'm kind of looking for broad protection here, if I can pull it off. That's a different van. Kind of weird. We got a key to a different van by opening a purse that was in the glove compartment of this van. Interesting. Yeah. We didn't even need to re-nudge it. It's still in good spot here. Let's just double check that from the other side. Yeah, we're in business, ladies and gentlemen. Well, not 100% done yet, but we're I like it. I really do. I could be wrong. I do expect most of them to come from this direction. So a couple of fallbacks from that side. Maybe just one from this side. Now, about this last spot here, that's where my vehicle comes in. Yep. So this is also, I position my vehicle there in case I need to escape. So right now, as far as, I don't need to be sprinting, as far as I understand it, there is no way to just regularly walk out of this area. If I use walk to, my character will always try to go over a fence because that's all she can do. That's all anybody can do now that I've set this up. Walk to should auto path. So, the walk to system, I think, is going to just use the same kind of pathing that the zombies would use. So if I'm a zombie coming from this direction, and I try to walk there, look at that, look at what I do. A booski. Functioning exactly as intended. So, we got our van here, and if we're getting surrounded from that direction, we hop into our van, pick it up, and, put the key in the ignition, fuck up out of there. Now, one thing I have failed to do is build a door in my little safe house there, because I'm short one hinge, so we're just going to run out and grab a hinge really quick from one of these. I see some looted and trash places over here, so these will have some broken hinges on the floor, most likely. Hello. Fuck. I didn't see you there. What's up, friendo? Spare your neighbor a hinge. Your neighbor is unhinged right now. There we go. I like it. I really like it. Now, something I'm undecided on is using my own vehicle as a part of the structure. That actually might not be the best of ideas, because if I need to abandon the structure, I can just hop over one of the fences that is not getting overwhelmed. And in fact, that's exactly what I should do. I should not necessarily have my own vehicle in a position where it would be a little bit difficult to get back into if I was not able to, What's going on here, huh? I don't... What? Oh, there's something wrong right now. It might be due to light. It might be due to light. So yeah, I am actually going to pull my own ambulance out of this and leave it parked nearby as opposed to in here. Because, you know, if I have to abandon this position, the last thing I want to do is leave my own vehicle somewhere where it's a little bit inconvenient to get to. I would rather have it in a nice open spot nearby. Like right here. Where I can peel out in any direction I feel like. But also, I need the headlights right now. That's more like it. Consequence of not having an F key. Consequences will never be the same. Alright. Spotting nearby heavy-duty vehicles. Yeah, I really like it. I'm feeling good about it. Well, let's try to identify where the nearest big group of zombies is before we even start thinking about fighting them. We know for a fact, obviously, on the other side of this big fence, and then on the other side of the small fence over there, and then on the other side of the football field over there, that's where LSU is. But there's probably going to be other big groups in this direction, possibly. I don't know what any of this is, but this is a 3-story building. Oh, this is part of the horse race, the horse track. And look at this, we got a fire truck, a fire marshal truck, in good-looking condition. I think I am out of batteries right now, so I will... There's already some gas in here, so I just need a new battery for it. This is valuable because it is relatively intact, and therefore it's going to have a good light bar on it. So if we need something to attract the zombies that's a little bit more sacrificable than our ambulance, we just happened onto one. And I'm feeling good about that. Got Spiffo over here. Spiffo the raccoon. Alright, I came out here with two charged batteries. I know one of them is in the blue van because the blue van is looking good. What did I do with the other ones? Forgot already. So one's still in here. No. Should have taken it out of the other ones here. Yeah. Well, okay, this is not one of the ones I brought, but I'll take it. I actually might hold on to that fire marshal truck as like a something to use the light bar from, so that I don't have to sacrifice my ambulance's light bar quite as much, because the ambulance's light bar is more valuable to me because it's mobile. For something more stationary, I'll use a different vehicle, perhaps. Oh, the other battery is still in my trunk. I never took it out of the trunk. Okay. Problem solved. I'll leave it there for now, I suppose, yeah. I have a charger, too, but I don't have a generator to use it with, so... You're not gonna make me smash that beautiful window, are you? Nah, of course not. Yeah, I mean, the light bar is 79% condition. That is, that's almost twice as good condition as my ambulance is. So we're absolutely, this is a local used vehicle now. We do not have a key, unfortunately. That's all right. Pretty red lights. I like pretty red lights. Red for kill the zone. Now this one I'm actually not gonna use it as part of the defense. I'm gonna use it as part of utility. And I'm gonna, since it's gonna be, I'm gonna leave it in here with me so that I can hop into the driver's seat and turn off the siren as needed. The trunk has some walkie-talkies, some rope, buckets, and the rest of this is not very useful to me right now. Trunk is in decent condition too. What are we up to? 10 hours and 49 minutes. Where, maybe we will go to the 12-hour mark today. I didn't necessarily want to, but maybe we will. Dismantle these walkie-talkies will get us plenty of electrical parts. Why can't I dismantle these walkie-talkies? Oh, I need a surface. Okay, that's fine. I will turn on the light, reorient the van a little bit, and use the table there. Okay, ammo check on my current firearms, everything looking good. Let's think about this fence, the big fence here. Got our sledgehammer, of course. Poke a couple holes in it and leave the sledgehammer here. I'd like to make a nice wide berth in it. My line of thinking right now is that we'll actually let's just use this road as a way to line up the fence here. Here we go. Move this car out of the way. What I'm going to do, since I have to move this car out of the way, is I'm actually going to use this car to block my the window of my temporary sleeping spot there. Because this way, if they're coming from this direction in a large group, they may be tempted to come up and smack my barricaded window, because it's facing them in this direction. So this will, once again, we're exploiting the hell out of the fact that zombies just don't interact with cars and just go around them. I mean, honestly, zombies that have no reason to smack a barricaded window shouldn't, but they do. So we're fighting stupid with stupid here. I have no shame doing that. That didn't quite work as intended. I can give it a nudge. I'd rather not. The hood integrity of this vehicle is kind of important to me. I'm going to go get another throwaway and do it with that. But that is a tomorrow thing, because I'm about to go to sleep again now. I've been looking at this zombie down here for a little while now, and I'm tired of seeing it. I'm going to go kill it. It's the only intact one that I've seen that's, like, within any sort of reasonable distance of my sleeping spot. All it takes is one. Fuck. Oh, we must have had rain for a brief moment, and it made a weird noise, but that's okay. Now we're getting hungry and we're out of perishables, so we probably will eat these chips, but then later today we may stop by. We'll go back to the gas station briefly and grab a few things and come back here. As pretty as the snow is, it's actually, I do believe it will reduce my firearm accuracy, so it's not a good idea to fight a big gunfight in snow. Now I'm leaving the sledgehammer there and just doing this two at a time so that I don't get too much muscle strain buildup. I do like trucks better than like step vans for the purposes of building a defensive position like this, because the trucks are easier to see around. So it sounds like we got not just snow but wind. Those are two different weather factors that will reduce our firearm accuracy, sadly. Now, another interesting thing, though, about firearms is we don't really have to care about weather factors quite as much if we are shooting them in the head after they fall over a fence. So the situation that we're setting up for ourselves here may enable us to partially bypass the problem of that. No key? No key. Got a key right here. So what we've accomplished just there is we now have a taxi blocking the window of our sleeping spot and extended a little bit beyond the window so that zombies coming from this direction, which I do expect there to be plenty, will be forced to go around like this, which will leave them in a position where they're much more unlikely to start smacking my window or door here. So I do believe we've accomplished multiple things by doing that. Vehicles. They remain our greatest strong suit against zombies, in many ways. Okay, that looks good. And that looks good. We've got our kill box created. Now we just need to figure out exactly how we want to play it. We've got a siren that we control from the inside from the kill box in the form of that fire truck there. And we've got a siren from outside the kill box that we can use to attract them on the way here. That is the ambulance here. What I'm going to do right now is move up, sledgehammer a couple more sections of that fence because I want to make a nice wide open hole in the fence. What's up, friendos? Yeah, that's right, I'm right here. Do something about it. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that looks good. Nice wide open space to drive through and a nice wide open space for zombies to follow me through. And look at that. Snow turns to rain because of course it does. East Coast of the United States, everybody. We hate the weather here. Actually, the rain's fallen fast enough. I'm going to go ahead and leave a bucket on the ground, because I have a bucket. Could do worse than to have a source of local water. This car has been looking at me for a while. It's real pretty looking. Does that mean that it's got a good battery and anything in it? Nope. It does have gas, but no battery. We're actually out of good batteries now, so I'm not going to worry too much more about gas. Yes, this bad boy's already got a little bit of gas in him, but he doesn't have any, doesn't have anything else. Hey, look at that. We got a battery. This is a van that's pristine right here. Rare thing. See if I can break into it. No. This is one of the ones that you can't break into without the key, so I don't see a key immediately. We're just going to smash the front right here. This is a Franklin Volline, that's the 6-seater version. Quite literally the weakest engine in the game by far, can barely pull its own weight. So we don't use this vehicle for anything other than blocking up an area. Now, what do I do specifically with this one is actually I'm going to use it to disincentivize any zombies from getting stuck on the fence on either side of the hole we just made. I don't think we got any trees or bushes on this side. I'm going to steal this log, so otherwise we'll be parking on top of it. Alright, so this accomplishes, if zombies are following us this way from LSU, which is that way, zombies following us this way will, instead of getting stuck on the fence, which is what they'll do, because now zombies hit fences, so this vehicle is preventing them from getting stuck on the fence. So they will continue to go this direction, and it's sort of like flow control. We're going to need to cut down a couple of trees here in order to block up the other side of this fence. Now we're a bit low on food. I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to go ahead and eat chips that I got right in front of me. Alright. I'll replenish them from the chips that I have at the gas station. Normally I would love to be using perishables because I got a shit ton of perishables to use, but well, sometimes you just got to do what's most convenient. I heard a really weird sound. And I couldn't tell if it was IRL or in-game. Alright, so we still have a lot of gas that we gotta harvest from this thing. got the battery. Give me your precious memories. I shall carry them into the future. Now I've got 2 dead batteries on my person right now. What am I actually... I have so many dead batteries right now. I'm actually going to use them as markers so that I know where to drive. Sometimes I don't know exactly where to drive when I've made my own little hole in the wall somewhere. So we're going to mark our road with dead batteries because they're nice and easy to see. Alright, now we just get rid of the bushes and foliage in the way. Wait a minute, how do I cut down a tree right now? What am I using to cut down trees? Do I still actually have the hatchet on me? I do. That hatchet that I found is still on my person. Excellent. Holy shit! This is why we get rid of trees. I did not know that fucking thing was there. Why am I over encumbered? Oh, I forgot to get rid of that. Okay. We're good, we're good. I controlled that situation. It's just I didn't want it to happen, and it's bad that it happened, but we're okay. Fuck, that was bad. Right, that one's empty and that one's empty. That was definitely a close one. Fuck me. Alright, and this one's empty. We got plenty of car batteries just laying around. And there's another one. You see, it's because of this tree that I couldn't see that one or this one. Fuck that tree in particular, man. Alright. I'll take all of y'all. All y'all. All y'all mosey on down here. Alright, we're good. It's the tree fell over quickly after it was done trying to kill me. As fate would have it, that's 4 logs over here, so we can stack those up. Now this one I'm actually going to park facing the other way, because once we've parked this, we want to be able to siphon gas out of it. Nice and flush with the gate. Leaves no room for the Zeds to try to smack it. Okay. Feeling good. Now, there is just a little group of zombies, but then beyond them is the football field. Now, unfortunately, the football field also has a tall fence surrounding it, so we'll see how to handle that. Now, unfortunately, we're up to 11 hours and 12 minutes right now, so I do not think I'll actually be starting the major engagement today. It's late in the day. Nobody's watching right now because it's Saturday night. So I'll probably try to do it tomorrow morning, the major engagement, and actually kind of advertise it a little bit on stream. We'll see if I can pull in a bit more of an audience. We'll see. No idea. I look forward to trying this, whether I have the whole world watching or just me, because this is going to be fun. This fence right here, just this fence, this low fence, I predict we'll be using it a little bit as like an intermediary. Not too awful much, but a little bit. We've had a lot of vehicles show up with a little bit of gas in the tank. Just, of course, none with any battery. Because remember, every battery on the planet dies after about 6 months. Literal key in the ignition, too. Jimmy's pre-owned cars. Looks like Jimmy must be out. I'm gonna take Jimmy's flag, that's what I'm gonna do. It's a shame these windows don't face the other direction. If we lured zombies through the place, we could make some tactical use of that, but nah, none of that right now. There's another door if we need it. Ambulance is all the way back here, right? Should be, yeah, okay. Some of this stuff out of my backpack before I do that. I need to replace the whetstone in my van because I broke mine, so I took the one out of my van. So here's a replacement for that. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Now, I would like to stress test this place without pulling a massive, massive horde. Sort of like an intermediary horde if I can find one. I don't know if I'll be able to find one, but if I can, I'll look around in the area. That's going to be what I do before we call it for tonight. So I got to think about calling it now, because we've got about, what have we got? About approximately 40 minutes before we get the hard cut off. So it's better to think about the soft cut off before that. Oh, I think we're out of nails. That's why I brought a second box. Yeah, we're making a little grid cell here. Out of planks, I believe, yes. Now, in the trunk of this fire truck, I'm going to go ahead and put most of my bomb-making stuff. So I've been kind of thinking about where to put it all. This is not a bad spot because it's close to where we'll be fighting, and I know the truck will be coming with us afterwards, so it reduces my chances of forgetting about it. Any of the stuff that I put in the temporary sleeping spot back there is kind of something that I'm liable to forget about back there. Alright, so if I can find a group of zombies in the area to stress test with this with, I would feel very good about this. Hey, there was a gas can back here all along. Ah, nice. And now I can at least siphon away some of the gas that I do not need. From some of these vehicles that has it that doesn't need it, like this one. And I'll put it in this vehicle here that will need it someday.
Hey!
Wrong button. Not the worst thing to happen, though. Alright, now the other vehicles here that do have gas in them are vehicles that I'd rather have gas in, I suppose. Because this van has good parts in it. I might want to recover that someday, so I'll leave that there. And this truck is my way to... I just got to back up with this truck, and I've got a way to drive out with the fire truck. So, those can stay as they are. Alright, let's actually not only stress test the thing itself, let's also stress test this, this idea I just had to keep them from smacking the fence. Let's get the attention of this little group here, and just lead them in the direction of, we don't need to lead them all the way to our defensive position, because I'm pretty sure the defensive position is going to work mostly the way I intend it. But this group I'm going to use to make sure that the fence works the way I think it will. Now, actually, I want to be able to kind of get a little bit of head start on them. And now I want to make sure that if they come in my direction here, none of them get stuck on the fence. Yeah, functioning exactly as intended.
Hey!
Get away from my van, bitch. Now, of course, the rest of the group lost interest in us because, of course they did. I want to make sure we recovered the good battery from this one here. We did not. Now we have. Now the rest of this group over here just fell back together. Since I already know that the fence is going to work, now I can do this. Didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Oh, I'm out. Am I out? I'm out. Thought I had more 223. Oops. I know I got 38 special. Now that's interesting. There's a skeleton over there. But I only just loaded in this cell. Oh, look at that. There's groups all the way over here. Okay. What's up, fellas? This guy's got an axe in his back. Somebody didn't listen when he said not to axe on his back. Jimmy Boren. That was a Boren joke. I'm on a roll, boys. I can't wait to kill my viewers with cringe. Hello. Multiple. This is why we like our low fences here. Big fan of low fences. Okay. 2 dead batteries there. 2 dead batteries there. I literally can't remember which one of my batteries is the good one. We're just gonna take a guess. Nope. Let's try this one. No, that can't be it. That can't be it. I don't have a good one. What happened to it? Did I drop it at some point? Maybe I put it back in the van? Huh. I did put it in the van. Okay. Interesting. Looks like we have a bigger opportunity to make sure that the fence trick works here. Back up a little further. We're alright in 38 special. And then a quick drink of coffee since we're otherwise going to get fatigued if we don't. Honestly, I almost feel like we should use this fence too. It wouldn't be too hard. Just all we got to do is add some parallel fences, low fences, right around the corner here. I mean, multiple points of fallback is what I'm all about here. That's quite literally everything. Everything about what I do is having multiple points of fallback. I didn't even realize this building is intact. It didn't look like it from afar, but this one is actually intact. Now, as predicted, see how many are over there? We're getting close to LSU, therefore, yeah. We're not engaging those guys tonight, but soon, TM, I suppose. Oh, hello. This guy will go quiet like. Oh, wait, where do you think you're going? Look at her. Where's she going? I don't know where she thinks she's going, but she's using the hole that I made in the fence, so I'm okay with that.
Hey!
Now, that was a zombie in scrubs. We're very far away from the hospital. So why do we see a zombie in scrubs? Does that mean that there's a... That could mean that there's a, an ambulance event nearby. Crashed ambulance. Which, what does that mean? That means light bar. Yep, there it is. Crashed ambulance. Very small residential neighborhood here, considering there's a college or a university right over there. Alright, we're gonna go get our van and we'll move this wreck out of the way. And then we're gonna take that ambulance, because that is our light bar for the second position. I hereby dub the hole we made in the fence here the second position. The first position, the core, I'll call it the core. The core position is in the middle of the parking lot where we built everything there. The second position is the hole in the fence there. Who knows, maybe we'll have a third position. Again, we have so many zombies to kill. I've never been here, but I just know. This place is going to be bigger than Ekron Community College. That just, it logically follows. And therefore, because it's going to be bigger than Ekron, we are going to have a lot of zombies to kill. There's just no question about it. Well, look at all that. That's just the football field, too. The edge of the football field, the outer edge of the football field. We already all got a big old crowd out there. This tree is sort of in my way, so it's going away. $11 hours, 38 minutes. Okay, I am going to have to call it after tonight. This is our final night for sure. Just flop on over there, lady. Come on. Thanks for trying. I'm not going to even bother with them. I see some over there. I'm going to leave them where they're at. In fact, speaking of leaving things, I'm going to leave the hatchet that I'm currently carrying around. I'm just going to leave it here. Alright, we are going to sleep in here. And as an overnight activity, we drive back to the gas station because there's some stuff there that I got to grab. And then, after we finish sleeping at the gas station, we are calling it for tonight. 12-hour limit. Wasn't expecting it, but hey, we accomplished some good things. I'm happy. I'll tell you what I actually might do. I don't know if I'm going to do this this stream. It'll probably be at the beginning of next stream. At the beginning of next stream, what I might do is go all the way back to my main base in the area and grab a red generator, because I have 2 red generators that I cached there. If I grab one of those, I can use it as noise, as a way to attract a whole bunch of zombies to a small area, and then click, click, boom goes the explosive. Where'd you come from? Always possible to run into assholes like this. This is Louisville spawn right here. Come on. Let's try. Of all the things that could take me over the 12-hour mark, a surprise horde in the middle of my field base would do it. But, no, we're okay. Not necessarily a horde, just a small group that just decided to coalesce because we dared to spend 2 days away from the area. We're probably going to see those in our main base, too. That's just how this area seems to work. Uh, 11:42. We got about 3 minutes. I think that's going to be perfect. We're going to eat some food, and we'll actually just fast forward a little bit so that we can get a good night's sleep. Another car battery charger I located. I'm going to put all 3 down at once here. And as fate would have it, we brought back with us 3 uncharged batteries. So why not? Doesn't cost us anything to do this. It doesn't even cost us generator for some reason. Alright, normally I'd never do this and just fast forward for no reason, but I gotta end the stream. And it's not good to end it in the middle of the night, in my opinion. So I'll fast forward till like 3 a.m. here and just chill. Yeah, 2:30 is fine. I got coffee, I can offset this. Alrighty, folks, it's been a good one, but YouTube is literally going to cut us off in like 30 seconds, because I've noticed that it cuts off at like 11 hours, 45 minutes, and 50 seconds or something like that, so, in case this gets cut off, all we're really doing is ending the game. I'm going to wave at y'all.
Hey!
I'm going to wave. I'm not going to yell. And, we're out of here. And I'm just going to back up my save and call it there. Good game, folks. Good game. This will be the 40-somethingth backup. I lost count a long time ago. 47th. This is part 47, after all. I look forward to cleaning that up later. And there goes the backup.